morning. I'm now going to call the May 11th, 2023 San Diego County Board of Supervisors special meeting for group budget presentations, the Flood Control District meeting, In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority meeting, the Sanitation District meeting, and the San Diego County Fire Protection District meeting at the County Successors Agency meeting to order. As a reminder, according to the board rules and procedures, audience members should not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or anything that disrupts the proceedings. With that, I'm going to ask our clerk to confirm that we have quorum.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. Supervisor Anderson. Supervisor Desmond. Here. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. Here. Chairwoman Vargas.
Vargas here. All right. So the only item on the agenda today is for this meeting is the presentation on the Chief Administrative Officer's recommended operational plan for fiscal year 2023-2024 and 2024-2025. For the purpose of this meeting, we will hear budget presentations from our four main groups: the Land Use and Environmental Group, the Public Safety Group, Health and Human Services Agency, and the Finance and General Government Group, and from specific departments within those groups. If any of my colleagues have any comments or questions, those will be taken after we hear from each of the groups and their departments. And this will ensure that we get through all of the presentations in a timely manner. At the close of all presentations, we will invite the public to make their comments. I want to first begin by thanking Helen, our fabulous CAO, and our group managers, and department directors, and Ebony and the finance team for working so hard to come up with this balanced budget. It means a lot. I've always said that our budgets reflect our priorities and our values. As currently proposed, the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget is $8.1 billion, representing an increase of over $700 million from last fiscal year. The proposed budget focuses on addressing the biggest priorities of our county, as well as continuing to be the safety net for our most vulnerable populations by providing the services they need. As you will hear from our business groups shortly, this budget makes significant investments to address our homeless crisis, maintain critical services, support mental health services, address climate change, and increase staffing to support important programs in county operations as a result of many of the initiatives that this board has presented. And so we want to make sure that we focus on that. While the proposed budget represents an increase from last fiscal year, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge that this is a period of economic uncertainty and volatility. As you may remember, not too long ago, we were presented with an economic forecast that encourages us to be fiscally prudent. The truth is that there may be difficult years ahead of us, and because of this, it is very critical for us as a board to maintain fiscal discipline and focus on long-term repercussions. As we continue with this budget process and look to the future to advance initiatives, it is very important to recognize the long-term sustainability and fiscal stability to be able to carry out any new priorities as a county. Should we be faced with an economic downturn, mitigating strategies such as ensuring full cost recovery for land development fees, etc., will be important. As we look at where this county is headed for the future, I want to express my commitment to continue to make decisions with equity in mind. And we're going to continue to focus so we can do what we do best, which is make sure that we take care of the communities of this county that deserve it and that need it the most. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Helen to kick us off with an introduction to this year's proposed operational plan.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas, members of the board. First of all, let me thank you for those comments. They were spot on, I mean, from beginning to end. And they're going to be duplicated in some of the things that I'm going to say and some of the things that you're going to hear today. But I really appreciate you acknowledging the tough times that we have ahead, but celebrating what we have in this budget for next year. And it really does truly reflect the values that this board feels passionate about and has caught fire across the entire county. So thank you very much for that. I do appreciate the opportunity to share our budget recommendations with you today. The presentation will begin with my high-level overview, followed by Ebony giving you more specifics, and then following up with the general managers and some of the departments that are the most visible with the highest dollars associated with this budget. We're excited to bring forward this proposed $8.1 billion operational plan for 23-24 fiscal year, and it does include more than 20,300 positions. The budget represents an increase of, as you mentioned, $746 million, or just over 10% from the current year, and adds about 490 positions. I'm proud to say that this budget is built on the county's values of integrity, equity, excellence, access, sustainability, and belonging. These are values that you all put forward when you were elected, all of you. Jim, when he was elected first, and then supplemented when you all joined the Board of Supervisors. And they've been embraced across the county. The invested in community budget, that's what we're calling our budget this year because it does come from the bottom up. This budget was shaped by your board's priorities while also centering on what community voices told us mattered the most to them. It centers on ensuring county services are meaningful and people-centered while simultaneously being cost-effective, innovative, and equity-centered. With funding and staff increases, we're using county resources to invest in the community and tackle the region's most pressing issues. So we're hopeful that this budget will help fight homelessness with services and housing for families, seniors, veterans, and members of the LGBTQI+ community. That it will help build healthy and safe communities with more funding for housing, public health, and programs that help seniors, children, foster youth, and families. It will help invest in working families with added funding and staff for key safety net programs that many people rely on. That it will help support behavioral health by targeting substance use disorders with increased funding for treatment. That it will help tackle stormwater pollution, address climate change, and take significant environmental action. That it will help reform justice by investing in an equitable criminal justice system with alternatives to incarceration like job training, treatment, and permanent housing, along with funding for drug courts, homeless courts, reentry courts, and veteran courts. And it also identifies a significant amount of capital dollars to help build a new Safe Place, One Safe Place Family Justice Center in the South County that will resemble very much the North County One Safe Place, a new Hakamba Fire Station, a new East County Crisis Stabilization Unit with Recovery Bridge Center, and a new modernized public health lab, along with other projects including trails, parks, and libraries. And those are just a few of the highlights. Before we move to the department presentations, Ebony Shelton, General Manager of the Finance and General Government Group, and our wonderful county's Chief Financial Officer, she counts every penny over and over and over and over again. She will share her insights on overall budget challenges. Go ahead, Ebony. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Chairman Vargas and members of the board, we have some very exciting presentations for you today, and I'm really excited to be able to kick things off for you today with an executive summary of the upcoming year's budget. Joining me for this portion of the presentation this morning, I have Eden Brookman, the county's new Chief Sustainability Officer, Ricardo Basuto Davila, the Chief Evaluation Officer, and Andrew Strong, the Director of the Office of Equity and Racial Justice. Each of these individuals are experts in their field, and they're going to highlight how we will address enterprise priorities throughout this budget with sustainability, thoughtful use of data, and equity as a fundamental underpinnings of how we do business. Each of these areas are critical components of our strategic framework. Last year, your board adopted and county staff put into action new strategic initiatives that you see shown here on this slide. The initiatives on the right side of the slide set the stage for how the county spends money. And the wheel on the left details the county's general management system, our business model and values. Noting that community engagement is at the heart of all that we do. The commitment to these values will be reaffirmed throughout the various presentations that you hear today, starting with Ricardo, Eden, and Andrew, because that's what we're doing through this budget process, is listening to the community and then investing in the community. And the results of this engagement is directly driving new investments reflected in this budget. Overall, the recommended budget is increasing by $745 million to $8.1 billion. This is a 10% increase from the current year budget. Our business groups propose to spend these funds in various ways, with the largest share of appropriations being utilized by the Health and Human Services Agency, and then our capital program. Over $600 million of the budget increase is concentrated in 4 areas: mental health, homelessness and housing, our safety net, and capital investments. The majority of the budget increase is being funded by growth in state and federal revenues, but also assumes the issuance of debt to support select capital projects. Mental health and substance use treatment are areas of significant spending. The county is increasing spending in these areas by nearly $100 million. Another complex problem facing our region is homelessness and housing, and this budget seeks to invest more in this area by over $40 million through various programs, including the Innovative Housing Trust Fund. Rising inflation has only made the cost of living here in San Diego even more difficult to cope with, the price of everyday essentials like food and shelter and utilities. And that's why we're continuing to invest in our communities by increasing our budget by over $200 million for our safety net programs, promoting food security, nutrition, and to support micro businesses and more. We're also continuing to provide healthy and safe communities through our capital program, which makes $250 million in appropriations for capital projects, including the new fire station in Jacumba, a state-of-the-art public health lab, and 5 parks projects. There's so much more that's in this budget, including justice reform and sustainability, and you'll hear more about these priorities throughout the day. So next, I'm going to highlight some of our staffing changes. The total recommended budget includes over 20,300 staff, which is an increase of 489, or 2.5% full-time equivalent staff, or FTEs, from the current year. This slowing pace of growth is prudent, considering the significant trajectory of growth that we've experienced in the recent past, as illustrated in the small chart on the upper right-hand side. Most of the staffing increase that's being recommended in this budget is concentrated in the Health and Human Services Agency, which includes 354 FTEs as an investment in San Diego's working families. These staff will address increased workload in safety net programs such as CalFresh, CalWorks, Medi-Cal, and programs associated with economic impacts from the pandemic, and to bolster key priorities for the county, including mental health, public health, seniors, children, and families, and the implementation of the Community Assistance, Recovery, and Empowerment Act, or the CARE Act, which is a new program created by the state intended to provide a framework for early and holistic support for people with mental health and substance use disorder that HHSA and Public Safety will be implementing here locally. Staffing increases of 55 in the Land Use and Environment Group support healthy and safe communities, as well as sustainability through new and expanded park facilities, increased conservation, ongoing compliance in stormwater regulations, and via programs such as hazardous materials, beach and bay flood control, and closed landfill. Proposed staffing increase of 40 in the Finance and General Government Group are to improve the delivery of county services overall, and to provide essential support services such as legal services and human resources services to other county departments. Additional staffing increases of 40 in public safety are to address key board priorities and operational needs, including the county's second One Safe Place Family Justice Center in South County, gun violence prevention and anti-human trafficking, alternatives to incarceration, and the CARE Act, among other priorities. The budget and associated funding for staffing is reflective of the abnormally high attrition levels that are currently being experienced by the county, and the residual resources associated with that are being leveraged to meet operational objectives across the organization. At this point, I'll transition to discuss how the board's discretionary revenue, or general purpose revenue, or what we refer to as GPR, is recommended to be allocated. General purpose revenue is projected to increase by $149 million this year. And of course, you'll recall that general purpose revenue is allocated annually to fund county services based on an analysis of available program revenues, federal or state service delivery obligations, and the priorities and strategic direction set by your board. General purpose revenue is highly dependent upon the assessed value of real estate, which has seen intense growth in recent years, but is showing signs of slowing. We're recommending an assessed value growth assumption of 5% for the coming year, and adjusting our projected interest earnings to align with the economic environment that we're in. This year's budget was developed with significant consideration of the slowing economic environment and preserves essential core services to the public while limiting expansion of new or existing discretionary funded programs and staffing. We continue to maintain a stabilization strategy to meet essential capital infrastructure needs, future labor, as well as rising pension cost. With the close examination of how to allocate our resources during the current year or the upcoming year, certain elements have provided a foundation for these decisions. And with that, I'd like to pass the presentation to Eden Brookman, Chief Sustainability Officer, to discuss the county's newest office, the Office of Sustainability and Environmental Justice, and the important work that the office is doing and how it's informing county operations. Eden?
Thank you, Ebony, and good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. I'm Eden Bruckman, the county's new Chief Sustainability Officer in the Office of Sustainability and Environmental Justice, or OSEJ, within the Luge Executive Office. As part of last year's budget, OSEJ was approved and created. We strive to reduce disparities and expand opportunities in traditionally underserved communities by establishing meaningful connections, actively listening, and intentionally elevating community needs as we work to achieve zero carbon emissions and safeguard the health of our region's people and natural resources. OSEJ serves as a central point for the county to shepherd collaborative solutions that are equitable, cost-effective, and feasible. As this is our inaugural year, we've been diligently building our team. So far, we've welcomed 7 out of the 13 allocated positions, with 5 more in the interview process. In parallel, the office has performed purposeful work to further sustainability and environmental justice. OSEJ will soon release the first departmental sustainability planning annual report, which documents efforts to advance sustainability throughout our countywide operations. Across the organization, all departments and offices have developed sustainability plans and have incorporated at least 3 short-term, 1 midterm, and 1 long-term commitment into their operational plans. Commitments range from reducing paper use to shifting to low-emission vehicles. The sustainability plans reflect the hard work, creativity, and passion of staff who have taken on new responsibilities, learned new concepts and skills, and carried out measurable actions. Looking ahead, OSEJ will continue to facilitate departmental sustainability planning and will make a digital tool for county staff that collects information about ongoing progress and can serve as a reference library. 3 foundational elements of the Regional Decarbonization Framework, or RDF, were co-developed with engagement of more than 2,000 community members and in partnership with academic experts: a technical analysis, a workforce development study, and the Let's Get There playbook. The RDF is one of many county sustainability and climate action infused initiatives, and you'll hear about others throughout our presentations today. Our next step for the RDF is to tailor its content by exploring with people and businesses in every district the distinct and tangible actions that respond to their unique environments. To that end, OSEJ partners with community-based organizations to refine our understanding of residents' priorities and optimize our reach. One illustration, we are supporting 5 CBOs to accelerate locally driven sustainability initiatives in the environmental justice community of Spring Valley through the successful application for a $300,000 Transformative Climate Communities grant. We are designing and implementing a series of community engagements to complement technical analyses for the Regional Water Equity Report together with Public Works. This publication will encompass our entire region, including insights from binational cities and Imperial County. It will address drought impacts and water sustainability, as well as identify incentives for affordable housing developments and options for county facilities, roads, and parks to integrate and install stormwater collection and reuse systems. To ensure that all voices are acknowledged and heard when decisions are being made, we are establishing a regional social equity working group to inform the office's directives. We'll cultivate a diversity of perspectives, opinions, and lived experiences through the membership, which will include residents from each district, tribal leaders, community-based organization representatives, and academics. Some key themes for this working group include pollution mitigation, water conservation, and affordable housing. We are also creating a roadmap for stronger tribal partnerships to ensure a mindful approach to fostering cross-governmental relationships and a mutual awareness on matters and opportunities for the health and well-being, quality of life, and sustainability of tribes throughout the county. Because the dual goals of addressing climate change and ensuring family-supporting jobs are complementary, OSEJ will convene a Green Jobs and Green Industry Symposium that will use the lens of decarbonization to form strategies for job growth and build a workforce development pipeline. OSEJ will continue to work collaboratively to guide internal and external partners in taking thoughtful and holistic steps to achieve our county's vision for a just, sustainable, and resilient future for all. Thank you. Next, you'll hear from Chief Evaluation Officer Ricardo Becerra de Villa.
Thank you, Eden. Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. I'm Ricardo Basurto Davila, the county's Chief Evaluation Officer in the Office of Evaluation, Performance, and Analytics, or OEPA. OEPA was established by the board in 2021. Our mission is to build evidence that will inform policy, budget, and operational decisions for the betterment of the San Diego County region. To achieve our mission, we seek to increase the county's capacity in 3 major analytical areas. First, on program evaluation, which helps us determine whether our investments and efforts are working or not. Second, on performance measurement, to verify if key metrics of success are moving in the right direction and support county departments on aligning their performance metrics to their missions and goals. And finally, on advanced analytical methods, such as geospatial analysis and predictive analytics, to take full advantage of the data we have. In addition, OEPA is working with the County Technology Office to build an innovative data platform, which will not only help us do our work effectively and efficiently, but will also be leveraged for enterprise-wide data sharing, leading to a more cohesive and collaborative use of data across all business groups. But building analytical capacity will not necessarily generate value. We need to ensure that our analytical efforts are aligned to the county's priorities and needs. This is why the county's annual strategic research plan is so important. When OEPA was established, this board also directed us to develop the plan, which will include 2 main components. The first is a learning agenda, a list of prioritized questions about the county's needs for evidence or knowledge. When answered, these questions will have a significant impact on helping the county become more effective and efficient. The second component of the plan are the learning activities, the research and evaluation projects that we will undertake in the next 2 years to answer questions in the learning agenda. Examples of learning activities are the 3 multi-year evaluations of programs funded by ARPA that the board assigned to OEPA last year and that are currently underway. These evaluations include the Shallow Rent Subsidy Program, which seeks to prevent homelessness among older adults at risk of experiencing it, the Family Income for Empowerment Program, which will provide monthly cash transfers to families with children at risk of foster care involvement, and the Recovery Action Fund for Tomorrow program, which will provide one-time cash payments to seniors, families with children, and applicants at risk of experiencing homelessness. Additionally, OEPA is consulting on the development of the housing blueprint. Over the last several months, OEPA has been working with an internal advisory group composed of representatives from the 4 business groups to create initial drafts of the learning agenda and learning activities. Our next step to develop the plan includes conducting community engagement, which will be done as part of the community consultation process for the county's budget, to compile feedback from constituents across the region. In parallel, we will consult with academics and technical experts with a wide array of expertise and experience on issues of importance to the county, including the unincorporated area. Lastly, we will incorporate internal stakeholder feedback and report back to your board. We expect to conclude these activities towards the end of June and send you the final version of the plan in July. Of course, what matters most is the implementation of the plan. As I mentioned, we're already working on the 3 evaluation projects that will help us understand the impact of our investments of ARPA funding. Soon after we send you the final version of the plan, we will begin to work on the additional projects in the list of learning activities. Findings from these projects will help county leaders, including you, make better decisions for more effective and efficient allocation of resources. Thank you for the opportunity to give you this update on our efforts to improve the use of evidence in the county's decision-making. Next, you will hear from Andrew.
Thank you, Ricardo. Chairwoman Vargas, and Board. I'm Andrew Strong, the Director of the Office of Equity and Racial Justice. Our office continues to lay a solid foundation of equity and racial justice across all county operations, as well as be the lead staff support for the Leon Williams Human Relations Commission. We're excited to make an award in the coming weeks to a consultant team to implement our Community Equity Impact Grant Fund, a $2 million fund that will provide much-needed funding and capacity building and training for small nonprofits doing equity and racial justice work in our most underserved communities. Also in the coming months, we'll be releasing our much-anticipated Equity Impact and Indicators report that we created in partnership with the Office of Evaluation and Performance and the San Diego Regional Policy Innovation Center. This report will help government, nonprofits, and individual community members understand the extent of our challenges when it comes to systemic inequality and inequities across multiple sectors of society. Over the past year, our office has been working to extend budget equity principles to be inclusive in the entire budgeting process. Beginning with the county's annual five-year financial forecast, where departments are asked to analyze legislation, risk, budget, and staffing requirements over 5 years to strategically plan and develop mitigation strategies through a long-term lens. Staff were asked to use an assessment tool created by the Office of Financial Planning and the Office of Equity and Racial Justice, with its foundations in the county's adopted budget equity tool. This allowed departments to craft an analysis used by the general managers to make resource allocations in preparation for this year's budget and future planning needs. We also worked with the Department of General Services during the SENA planning process, connecting the dots between facilities planning and budget equity to ensure the community could see the equity impacts through the use of community engagement and the Engage San Diego web portal. Another priority for our office is to develop tools and resources for our County Department of Purchasing and Contracting and county staff responsible for contracts. Working with the Department of Purchasing and Contracting, our office has created a training and checklist that provides questions and considerations related to equity in the procurement and contracting process, from creating the statement of work to the evaluation criteria and the selection process. This work will help to create an equitable environment for small businesses and businesses owned by veterans, people of color, and women to participate in the county's procurement and contracting process. Our goal is that county dollars used for contracting, consulting, procurement benefit and invest in the communities we serve to uplift traditionally underserved communities. Lastly, this is the second year using our budget equity assessment tool process. There have been many lessons learned in our first year that led us to begin the process much earlier this year, beginning with the 5-year forecast, as I previously mentioned. Some departments still struggle with the understanding and how to understand what it means to identify negative unintended consequences and mitigation strategies. But most did their due diligence to apply an equity lens to their budget requests. This year, 59 assessments were reviewed by our departments, and all were approved by our department. Now I'll turn it back over to Ebony.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and for all the panelists here today. In this morning's executive summary, we shared a lot of good news. We're investing in the community, making the county more sustainable and equitable, and adding new staff and more. But as we mentioned, and we heard our chairwoman so eloquently describe, we are certainly in a period of economic uncertainty, and in order to ensure sustainability so that we can continue to provide these valuable services to our county residents, we must be continue to be keenly in tune with our economic environment. In March, I presented our 5-year general fund outlook, and we discussed a $260 million gap over that time. And this hasn't changed, despite the fact that the budget presented to you here today is balanced. To get to this, we made certain revenue and expenditure assumptions. On the revenue side, we're assuming that assessed value growth will be 5% by this budget, and then it drops down to 2 to 3% in the out years. And conversely, we're also assuming that sales tax in the budget will grow by a lower rate with 3% growth in the out years. We also assume that your board will continue to implement the board policy B29, or full cost recovery, for our fee-based departments who rely heavily on these fees for their revenues. On the expenditure side, the budget takes into account our high level of attrition, but in certain instances, to balance the budget, we're managing certain ongoing salary and benefit costs, which in the long term will require identification of an ongoing funding source. We'll also continue to actively manage and monitor the retirement costs, but we certainly can't predict market volatility which will continue to drive retirement costs in the out years. And at this point, they're anticipated to be higher. Additionally, as I mentioned, we have a high vacancy rate, so each group is temporarily adjusting their budgets to account for those rates until we can reach more lower levels. Our goal is to get to a 7% vacancy rate level countywide next year and back to normal attrition levels of 4% in the subsequent year. When it comes to reserves, we continue to expect to be below the general fund minimum reserve by $58 million. You note that there are no reserves being recommended for use in this budget that's before you today. This doesn't mean that we can't use reserves to address uncertainty. It just means that there's no additional amount above the minimum and that any uses would require further votes for decisions to be made. In times past, the board has utilized reserves to help soften economic uncertainty, and we'll certainly use that as a tool as we look forward in the future to how to address our 24-25 outlook and beyond. Some actions that we took in the past, in addition to using reserves, were taking steps to look at deferring costs where it was possible, as well as making service level adjustments. And these are tools that we'll also have available to us, along with continued innovation, exploring new revenue streams, and working to ensure streamlined and efficient business processes with the experts across the departments, as well as with the county's Office of Evaluation and Performance Analytics. And this will be critical, their support, as we move forward with achieving future balanced budgets, especially if the economy enters into a recession. I want to conclude this portion of the brief by highlighting some of the key upcoming budget dates, starting with the community budget meetings, of which there will be 2 of them, either at the County Operations Center next Tuesday at 2 p.m. Or by logging into a forum a week from today at 5:30 p.m. We look forward to sharing budget information with the community and want everyone's input on the budget, and we encourage members of the public who may be watching today to register for these community budget meetings through the county's homepage. After our community budget meetings, we'll kick off our budget hearings on June 12th in the morning and have an evening public hearing later that same week. Our budget process will wrap up on June 27th with deliberations and adoption of the budget. And all of this information and more is available to the public on our website. Subject to your questions, this concludes our executive summary on the fiscal year 23-24 recommended op plan. And thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, and welcome to your new role. Yeah, it's like you hit the ground running, and we really appreciate the work that you're doing. I know that we're very committed to ensuring that sustainability is a priority. And so it's like you're building the ship, and then at the same time, you're also making sure that it's navigating. So it's a lot that you're doing. So we appreciate the thoughtfulness and all that. I'm going to ask everybody this question. So I think you already knew I was going to ask you, but hopefully, because you remember from last year, that wanted to ask about the budget equity tool. This is the second year we use it, right? And so I wanted just to get your feedback on thoughts, recommendations, or no comments is fine too, but I just want to check in with all of you. And so for all the other folks that are going to be coming between now and 4 o'clock, just know that that will be my question for everybody. What's different this year than last year, and any recommendations or changes would be helpful for me.
I'll be happy to take that question, Chairwoman Vargas. This is the second year of our budget equity assessment tool. It's been definitely a learning curve for our office and for the departments when you're talking about the work to really understand what it takes to look through an equity lens and ask the right questions, and then get the right resources to be able to answer those questions for departments. Over the past year, we've been doing a lot of trying to do training with our departments to get them to understand what it means to look at your programs, your projects, your budgets, your staffing, everything that you're doing within your departments, and ask the right questions to see what those equity issues could potentially be. And some of the things we're finding is that we need a lot more of that. We need a lot more of that direct training and understanding about what it means in your specific departments to look at staffing, to look at HR, to look through equity lens. We struggle with some of our support departments in particular, really getting an understanding for how to apply this work within those departments. When you're thinking about disaggregated data analysis, looking at data, using the resources that you might have within your departments to be able to find those gaps. Some departments don't necessarily have those resources, but actually have budgeted this year to figure out how they can get those resources to be able to ask those right questions. Over the next year, we're going to start going out of this idea of educational lens to try to teach people how to do this work, and really leaning into how do we hold folks accountable to looking at their budget requests and making strategic decisions about whether they should be making these requests or not based on what those equity impacts are.
I really appreciate that, and I will just say that I was bragging to somebody, I think I was in Los Angeles doing a presentation, and I talked about how this board was so intentional, particularly about how we allocated our COVID resources, specifically related to using the actual disaggregated data, like the public health care, like the index, right, the data that we used to be able to identify where the greatest need was and how we were able to have an impact. And I think the more we have these case studies, the better it is to really make government work for all, not just for some, which is, I believe, what really is the intention of the work that we're doing here every day. And so I appreciate that. I'm going to ask my colleagues. I don't know if anybody else has any comments on that, but if not, I'll ask my colleagues to see if they have any questions for any of our folks.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I just really appreciate the extraordinary work, and it's just so exciting, you know, where we are now, and just seeing the kind of innovation and the creativity and the leadership that the team up here has brought, but really the whole team across the county to really try to figure out how to better serve the 3.3 million people who live in San Diego and make this government work for everyone, as the chairwoman said. I think that's exactly right. And not just work for everyone today, but work for future generations, work for the kids who aren't born yet, you know, make sure that we have an environment that they can grow up in and be healthy in. And I am just very proud that we are moving in that direction, and I think your work all really represents that. I just had a couple of comments rather than questions. You know, I think in terms of our sustainability work, just so excited to see how that's moving forward kind of as an enterprise-wide endeavor, and looking, you know, department by department and program by program, how we can kind of think about environmental justice and environmental sustainability and sort of like everything we do. And I love that. And I think I'm hoping over the next year we can kind of begin figuring out how that also extends to the third of our budget that's in procurement and contracting, because 2/3 of our budget's county operations and just kind of internal enterprise, and a third is, you know, contracted out. And so how do we bring that same ethos to the rest of the footprint we have in our community? So I'm, you know, just looking forward to working on that in the coming year. I am so excited for this strategic evaluation plan to come back and to sort of be able to, us as a board, to see, you know, all the work that you've been doing and have some input on that. And I just think the entire orientation towards really trying to figure out what works and how our dollars can actually make a difference in people's lives, and be able to learn from the setbacks and be able to be really honest with ourselves and say, hey, you know, these programs that we thought were great, maybe they're not working so well. And like, that's not a failure. In fact, that's a success to celebrate, that we're honest enough with ourselves to be focused on doing the right thing for our community, doing the right thing for the people of San Diego County, and making sure that our scarce and precious resources are allocated as effectively as possible. And then, you know, when things aren't working, saying, I guess we'll try something different. And on the other hand, looking at the programs that maybe are a little bit more innovative and a little outside the box, and saying, hey, are these working really well? Maybe we need to scale these up. Maybe we need to do more of these. Maybe we need to tell the rest of the country and the state, just as my colleague was talking about her talk in Los Angeles, tell other folks, you know, what we're doing here, and you know, how we can be a trailblazer across our state and across our country. I'm so just really excited that. And then, of course, just I think day in and day out, you know, we are always thinking about how equity needs to be centered in everything that we do, and being able to have your leadership on that, in making sure that that's never lost in any aspect of our work, you know, whether that be public health and the COVID response, whether that be how we think about housing and affordable housing, whether that be how we think about, you know, self-sufficiency service and access to those, you know, whether it's how we think about sustainability and making sure equity is centered in our conversations about environmental sustainability. So just so appreciative of that that work. And there's so many more things our county team is doing that's wonderful. Not fair that I can't say all the great things because not everyone's sitting up here. So I just want to acknowledge that there's just been such tremendous work, and really looking forward to diving into the budget. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other additional comments, and so I'm going to go ahead and, before I ask, thank you again, all of you, for doing a fantastic job. I'm going to ask the Luge budget team to come over so that they can present the Land Use Environmental Group budget presentation. And while we're doing the transition, I just want the clerk to clarify for the audience what the process is today, because I want to make sure that all of you understand how things are going to work. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. As the next group is preparing to present, we have a number of presentations today, and so the plan is to have public comment at the conclusion of all the presentations today, which will be later this afternoon. There is a schedule that's available at the front of the chamber with the deputy clerk. It's also posted online as attachment B for those that are interested in following along with the presentations in the departments that are presenting.
Thank you, sir. And when you are all ready, Mr. Gassi, go ahead and start. We can wait, no problem. We got time.
Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. On behalf of our Land Use and Environment groups, over 2,000 dedicated team members and countless volunteers who are making great things happen for our community, it is my honor to highlight this amazing team's accomplishments and upcoming efforts in our proposed $667 million operational plan. Although not presenting today, we are also joined by Directors Brian Albright of Parks and Recreation, Miguel Acosta of County Library, and Ha Dang of Agriculture Weights and Measures. In Luge, we like to say that if you work, live, or recreate anywhere in San Diego County, we are a part of county government that you likely interact with every day. Our programs are evaluated through the lens of equity, focusing on underserved communities and environmental justice. We work with the communities side by side to understand their needs and improve their connection to county government. We engage our residents, tribal nations, industry, labor, environmental, and nonprofit groups in 8 languages through workshops, surveys, town halls, and through our innovative Engage San Diego County portals. Some of our work is regional, serving 3 million residents and 35 million annual visitors, such as food safety inspections. But our land use and road services are limited to the unincorporated community, an area with more than 500,000 residents that is geographically larger than the states of Rhode Island and Delaware combined. The scope, scale, and diversity of the projects we manage are significant. Our park system, inspection portfolio, complex land use planning, and infrastructure efforts are larger than those underway at most local cities combined. We continue to grow our investment in sustainability to achieve healthy communities for all. We are proudly leading region-wide efforts that address water reliability and decarbonization. And by conserving land and water, promoting renewable energy, and reducing vehicle travel in the unincorporated area, we are creating better long-term outcomes for the community. Protecting the climate includes helping others achieve their sustainability goals. To this end, we have waived 71,000 permit fees for residential solar since we began our fee waiver program. And through recycling, education, and working with waste haulers, we are diverting waste from local landfills. When it comes to electric vehicles, we educate consumers to help them obtain an EV and lead by example by converting our vehicle fleet. Reducing tailpipe emissions is another important way to help our climate. By leading the county's teleworking and alternate work schedule efforts, we help the organization reduce millions of miles of driving, including 3 million last year for the Luge team alone. We also helped each county department reduce their carbon impacts through employee-led sustainability plans. We will work together as the one county team to educate and inspire each other to support the enterprise-wide goal of reducing our carbon footprint. Protecting our region's open space, farmland, wildlife, and water goes hand in hand with our climate work. We track and stop pollution from entering storm drains to protect the ocean and waterways. And our parks and recreation, conservation, and wildlife programs help make our county one of North America's biodiversity hotspots. We've also increased parkland and trails for everyone's enjoyment through a cohesive and strategic acquisitions roundtable involving team members across the enterprise. The pest inspections provided by our Department of Agriculture Weights and Measures have protected valuable crops on 5,100 local farms, helping them achieve their economic goals. And our land stewardship has preserved 45,000 acres to protect our most sensitive plants and animals in 3 multiple species conservation plan areas. To plant 10,000 trees this year, Parks and Recreation has committed to 5,000 on our properties and will lead the effort throughout the region to plant the others. We are investing an additional $2.7 million in the Tijuana River Valley to address flooding and to restore natural habitat. This bolsters the nearly $20 million that continues to be invested in the River Valley to improve hydrology, water quality, and habitat conservation. Looking ahead, our proposed budget will address disparities in our underserved communities, find ways to be more drought resilient, move our climate action plan update forward, and identify solutions that work for the region's unique neighborhoods when it comes to changing carbon-based behaviors. This must include green industries and thriving businesses that offer well-paying jobs in parallel with our climate protection goals. Without this balance, we would be shortchanging our future. To enhance the pathways of green industries and jobs, we will collaborate with business, labor, public, nonprofit, and environmental stakeholders. All of this places our community on a path toward a healthier, more resilient future. We are committed to making our communities lovable, not just livable. We strengthen mental and physical well-being through the first-rate experiences at our parks, campgrounds, and on trails. This includes welcoming 14,000 newcomers to our incredible park system through DPR's Experience the Outdoors program. Our 33 branch libraries serve the unincorporated area in 11 cities. They are a trusted community hub for learning, civic engagement, and inspiration. We recently opened the new eco-friendly Lakeside Library, and our robust digital library provided 4 million downloads last year, which makes us the 2nd largest digital library in the state and the 5th largest in the nation. We have also expanded access to fresh foods in underserved communities through certified farmers markets, safe food donation, and community gardens. Well-maintained infrastructure is a critical part of any community, and in ours, we are managing a large portfolio of 2,000 miles of roads, 454 miles of sewer and water pipelines, and the sidewalks, bike lanes, guardrails, and traffic lights that serve our homes, businesses, and visitors. Housing is also important, and our teams are working collaboratively to address the region's severe housing crisis. To ease the cost of building homes, we are streamlining the development approval process, and our planning efforts are strategically identifying the best places to house more people. Looking ahead, our proposed budget will support the continued delivery of critical infrastructure, including homes. And we will do this equitably while balancing key environmental protections. Our region is a tapestry of villages, all with unique characteristics, some urban, some rural, and some accommodate housing better and faster than others. Our team is currently assessing the housing and related infrastructure needs of 4 specific locations that could best support the county's housing goals. Through strategic collaboration, our departments will continue to find more efficient ways to deliver these homes and other needed community improvements. As you will hear, to make housing a reality in designated areas, we will streamline plan reviews to support building housing more quickly, coordinate approvals, and ensure the needed infrastructure is included in our capital improvement planning and budgeting efforts to drive down the cost of building homes. We also work to empower the community in meaningful ways. Through 30,000 inspections, our team at Agriculture Weights and Measures keeps the marketplace fair by ensuring consumers are not overcharged at stores and gas stations. And we expand access to healthy food options by advancing ways to use CalFresh EBT cards at local certified farmers markets. We strive to grow the region's marketplace by supporting board-led economic development initiatives and keeping agricultural businesses moving. With $1.3 billion in annual production value, our region is the biggest producer of ornamental plants in the state. AWM's inspections help those businesses get their products shipped to market across the nation and internationally. Our library high school program improves career options and livelihoods by helping people earn diplomas on their terms when they are ready. Since it began, the program has empowered 140 new graduates. With materials in 12 languages, County Library helps more people learn a new language or find a job in services. And to support our immigrant communities, we have partnered with Jewish Family Services to provide citizenship classes. These days, access to economic opportunity and education is harder without reliable broadband. We are focused on closing this digital divide in the unincorporated area by working with public and private partners through our comprehensive broadband plan. Our Safe Destination Nights program through Parks and Recreation has given 13,000 at-risk youth productive, fun outlets. And our intergenerational programs connect seniors with active lifestyles. We are also committed to empowering Luge team members, the heart and soul of all we do. We have evaluated our engagement survey results and are committed to a work environment that values the perspectives of our team members. Our plans include hearing directly from them in focus groups as we support their development and growth in an inclusive environment. Our proposed budget will continue to invest in programming that values and empowers our community. When it comes to public health, our services protect the food facilities that define our international food scene and our beaches, one of our region's best features enjoyed by millions of people each year. We also prevent mosquito-borne diseases through education and treatment of thousands of breeding sites. Our proposed budget will continue services that keep the community healthy and safe. Here is a breakdown of how Luge is funded. 70% of our funding comes from federal and state sources and fees paid by our customers. The remaining 30% is general purpose revenue and from other special funds. At the beginning of May, we presented our fee proposals, and our fiscal year 23-24 proposed operational plan was prepared with the assumption of receiving those fee increases. If there are no fee increases, our departments would need to request alternative county funding in the amount of $5.7 million to maintain service levels. Our proposed budget increases by 5% or $37.2 million, and Luge staffing increases by 2.7% or 55 team members. Our departments will share how they looked within to resolve their funding gaps related to negotiated labor agreements for wage and equity increases. We needed these salary adjustments as they make team member pay more competitive, improving our retention and decreasing turnover and vacancy rates. Departments also had to account for county enterprise cost increases for things such as facility management, information technology, and legal services not covered by the county funding we received. This included using anticipated savings from current staff vacancies, shifting projects to future years, and reducing costs through innovative online service options. These money-saving approaches, combined with our proposed fee increases, help cover the gap for fiscal year 23-24. But we will see similar gaps in future years, and looking internally to solve the gap will not be sustainable without service impacts. And as our departments will share, there are also some critical programs with significant funding needs in future years. For example, 3 major programs in Luge: stormwater, climate action measures, and the Environmental Trust Fund for our closed landfills could require more than $530 million over the next 5 years for the enterprise. Luge's amazing team members are achieving great outcomes even with fewer resources. We have a current vacancy rate of 12.8% with candidates in the hiring process, which brings us closer to 9.6% when we adjust for those in the process. To keep our team strong, filling vacancies and increasing employee retention is a priority for all our departments. We've made progress, yet challenges remain, especially for hard-to-fill positions such as civil engineers, planners, and our technical experts. Our vacancies in key positions do carry risk. However, we do not compromise safety, our mandates, or our core mission. For example, processing times for permits are taking longer. To address this, we internally moved some positions to help get back on track. Our efforts to attract talent continue to be creative, yet we are still losing staff to more competitive pay and/or reduced workload at other public sector agencies in the region. Chairwoman Vargas and supervisors, while it is important to highlight some of our dynamics involving staffing and resources, our incredible team comes to work every day with thousands of amazing volunteers with purpose and passion to serve. We will continue to work collaboratively, strategically, and with fiscal responsibility to support our 300+ programs that benefit our community. As you've heard from Eden and me, and we'll be hearing from Amy, Davia, and Aurelia, our dedicated team members remain focused and committed to the delivery of programs and services that provide all community members with a brighter, more equitable, and sustainable future. There is no doubt our proposed budget supports amazing opportunities on the horizon for greater collective impact. Now, I am pleased to turn the presentation over to Amy Harbert, who will provide a closer look at the proposed budget for the Department of Environmental Health and Quality.
Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. I'm pleased to share the Department of Environmental Health Quality, or DEHQ's, recommended operational plan. DEHQ enhances public health and promotes environmental responsibility, and we prevent disease. We implement more than 40 different public or environmental health programs. Most of our programs are region-wide, such as our food, hazardous materials, vector control, beach water quality testing, and septic systems. Some programs are implemented only in the unincorporated areas or where cities contract with us, such as permitting and inspecting multi-dwelling housing units for health and safety. We provide education, ensure regulatory compliance, and conduct enforcement of environmental laws to enhance the quality of life for residents and visitors. DEHQ conducts more than 70,000 inspections and takes more than 6,000 water quality samples every year. We also provide 24-hour, 7-day-a-week emergency response through our hazardous incident response team. A few of DEHQ's highlights include implementing the California Retail Food Code at more than 15,000 food facilities, focusing on food safety and preventing foodborne illness, ensuring hazardous materials and waste are properly managed at more than 14,000 businesses, performing surveillance and mosquito treatment at more than 1,600 sites throughout the region to lower the incidence of vector-borne disease such as West Nile virus, and sampling beach water quality for San Diego's 70 miles of coastline. DEHQ's accomplishments this year include permitting 59 micro-enterprise home kitchens, bringing local diverse foods to communities and supporting home-cook entrepreneurs, guiding over 570 businesses towards compliance with state laws regarding hazardous materials and waste, and adding a new warning tier to our public notification system to indicate when there are high bacteria levels at beaches and south swell conditions that push contaminated water north. DEHQ has enhanced information to the public so that they can make their own decisions about when they would like to enter the water. To be more impactful in preventing foodborne illness, our program has collected preferred language information from 78% of the restaurants and food operators. This enables us to communicate with food operators in a language that they best understand. While we are proud of our accomplishments this year, there are also areas of improvement that we are focused on for the on-site wastewater treatment system program. Last year, DEHQ faced challenges in our land use program with 63% staff vacancies and a 15% increase in permit volumes. We're focused on rebuilding this program to return to plan review times of 30 days by this winter, respond to customer inquiries within 3 business days, improve processes, cross-train staff, and improve our data collection. We are also engaging our customers and stakeholders in a focus group to hear their ideas and feedback for our improvement. We will keep your offices informed of our progress and improvement. The budget equity assessment tool was used when developing our budget and priorities for next year. This tool guided us on conducting community needs assessments, providing enhanced service delivery in underserved communities, and outreach and education. An example of how we incorporated changes into the recommended budget based on this assessment tool include proposing to add 2 staff in our vector control program to increase outreach and education efforts on the services that we have available, including a focus in underserved communities. Looking forward, we will continue to enhance public health and protect the environment with food safety and foodborne illness prevention, hazardous materials regulation, and vector surveillance and mosquito treatment comprising 70% of our recommended budget. The remaining 30% will continue to support various programs such as our beach water quality monitoring, 24/7 emergency response, and inspection of public swimming pools. In addition to the investments in our regulatory programs, DEHQ will also focus on service to the underserved communities by providing information on how to access our vector control program services that may not be as widely known or used in underserved communities, such as our property inspections for mosquito breeding sources and providing education material in multiple languages. To expand local and healthy food options, we are working with Parks and Recreation and Agriculture Weights and Measures by increasing community-supported agriculture pickup locations, identifying commercial kitchens at county facilities that may be available to be used by micro-businesses such as sidewalk vendors, and exploring opportunities for food events that bring together education, resource, and dining options. In the Mobile Home Park program, we are initiating a community needs assessment to identify how we can better connect residents to existing and available county resources, such as eligibility assistance programs and parks and library programs. DEHQ empowers our staff by increasing efforts in data-driven decision-making, evidence-based policy analysis, and community engagement to continuously improve our programs and service in the community. As we continue to expand engagement to reach our diverse customers, DEHQ will also be examining accessibility of our web pages and educational materials. We will focus on supporting staff through workforce development initiatives, training in both technical and leadership development, and utilizing teleworking and alternate work schedules. Based on the results of the employee engagement survey, we're developing a plan to increase our employee engagement, sense of belonging, and satisfaction. Our efforts will include holding listening sessions and focus groups where we solicit feedback directly from our staff to further engage and empower them to provide input on our plan. DEHQ's proposed operational plan aligns with each of the county's strategic plan initiatives. We have short-term goals to implement and expand sustainable purchasing practices, mid-term goals to further develop metrics and data related to sustainability efforts, and a long-term goal of electrifying 87% of our fleet by 2028. We've already converted 10 gas-powered vehicles to low-emission vehicles, and we've ordered 6 more for replacement, and we have plans to convert 1 more in the upcoming fiscal year. Collectively, these efforts will reduce greenhouse gases by approximately 87 metric tons, which is equivalent to 11 homes' electricity use for 1 year. We will continue to monitor the market option availability for the remaining specialized trucks to help us to meet our long-term fleet conversion goals. We will also continue to support the board's efforts by reducing or waiving permit fees for veterans and nonprofits, which benefit approximately 2,300 customers and 275 community events. As a result of DEHQ staff teleworking or sharing office space, we're planning to reduce our office footprint by 25%. We aim to apply an equitable lens in service delivery and program design to provide opportunities for underserved communities. For example, investigating 100% of childhood lead poisoning cases that are referred by county public health services within the required timeframe per state law, and collaborating with departments on the development of the county's socially equitable cannabis program by ensuring operator compliance with hazmat laws. We are expanding our commitment to justice, equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging by utilizing community needs assessment methods, increasing translated materials, and training staff to boost awareness and inclusivity when serving our diverse customers. We are expanding staff development initiatives by providing opportunities for growth, training, and development, which helps retain talent to better serve the community. The department does have hard-to-fill positions, such as our Environmental Health Specialist Series, that have professional certification requirements to meet state program mandates. Last year, DEHQ had a vacancy rate of 14%. This year, our vacancy rate is down by 4% with a current rate of 10% as a result of our streamlined hiring processes and focusing on growing from within. With many candidates in the hiring process, our adjusted vacancy rate is currently 7%. Filling our vacant positions has created an opportunity for team members to grow. Since last July, 91 or 27% of staff were promoted from within the department. We are collaborating with charitable feeding organizations to provide safe food donation. This includes permitting nonprofit, faith-based, and community organizations that offer charitable feeding, and educating restaurants and food facilities on how to safely donate surplus food to these organizations. We promote informed decision-making by translating public-facing materials, prioritizing the documents that are most frequently used, and in the languages identified as primarily spoken by our customers. We also offer interpretation services and utilize bilingual staff. As of to date, DEHQ has empowered 59 or 18% of our staff to become certified so that they can offer interpretation services in the threshold languages. We implement public and environmental health programs to support the Justice Initiative and aim to do so in a fair and equitable manner. Some examples include supporting the Board of Supervisors' declaration of the public health crisis in the Tijuana River Valley due to the cross-border flows of trash and sewage that disproportionately impact South County communities. We conduct daily monitoring of beach water quality and notify beachgoers of those water quality conditions. We will continue to engage with the community and participate in groups such as the South County Environmental Justice Task Force and the Tijuana River Valley Recovery Team. We also proactively reach out to businesses, providing education and offering translation when needed, guiding them through the regulations and information that they need to be in compliance with environmental laws. DEHQ's $63 million recommended budget includes 58% or $36.6 million in fee revenue, making this a vital source to our operations. The remaining 36% of our budget is comprised of various revenue sources with restricted uses, such as our vector benefit assessment and service charge, contracts and grants, and health realignment funds. Other revenue sources include 6% or $3.8 million in general purpose revenue, of which $1.1 million is for the board-directed fee reductions and waivers. DEHQ's $63 million budget is an increase of 4.4% or $2.6 million from the current fiscal year due to approved labor increases and increased costs that we pay to other county departments for services such as contracting and facility management. Based on where we are as an enterprise, we needed to look for ways to heal ourselves and minimize fee increases to our customers. We are proposing to use savings from vacant positions and $1.7 million in existing departmental funds to help offset our costs. To continue to provide our services to the community, we need to increase our fees and staffing. If we do not receive these resources, we will need an additional $2.1 million in county funding. If our fee increases in budget are not approved, we would not fill 17 key staff positions, our customer return times will increase, and there will be less time to focus on innovation and outreach. If our fee increases are not approved, it will also cause higher fees in future years for our customers for a compounding effect. And our stakeholders have requested yearly assessments so that fees are gradually adjusting. We consider any state mandates and requirements, program workload, and our customer needs to determine our staffing justification. Based on this assessment, DEHQ is requesting 8 new staff in our budget. Additionally, as we look at removing barriers to housing, resource needs associated with streamlining and permitting for our housing in the unincorporated area will come before the board on May 24th. Thank you for the opportunity to present DEHQ's proposed budget and priorities. I will now turn the presentation over to Davia Lynch, Director for Planning and Development Services.
Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. I'm pleased to present this morning on the recommended operational plan for Planning and Development Services, or PDS, and how it will help serve our communities. Our department's jurisdiction is primarily in the unincorporated area. Our major priorities are facilitating housing development and increasing sustainability and equity in our communities. We do this by reviewing and permitting plans for private and public land development projects, ranging from rooftop solar on homes to large developments where we work with stakeholders to review everything from roads to architecture and amenities. We also create and implement balanced land use plans, like the general plan, that conserve natural resources and provide opportunities for housing for all. And our team is in the field every day, working hand in hand with residents to help them meet the codes that keep our communities healthy and beautiful. Last year, we issued 19,000 building permits and conducted 49,000 construction inspections, making sure that buildings in the unincorporated area can resist earthquakes and fire, and that they meet the requirements to protect families. We also closed 2,700 closed code cases, cleaning up solid waste and improving quality of life in our neighborhoods. In the current fiscal year, some of the department's major accomplishments include leading the Climate Action Plan for the unincorporated area. We continued to reduce greenhouse gases by issuing over 8,000 solar permits and changing our zoning regulations to reduce the organic waste that goes into landfills. Through these measures and others, we prevented nearly 230,000 metric tons of greenhouse gases in calendar year 2022, equal to removing over 50,000 gas-powered vehicles from the road for a year. Additionally, we're on track to preserve over 400 acres by purchasing voluntary agricultural easements that support the livelihood of farmers and allow wildlife to move more freely to find food and habitat. We also facilitated new housing by production by permitting over 1,000 new homes and waiving fees for nearly 400 accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, saving customers roughly $3 million. We're also taking steps to remove longer-term barriers to housing by implementing some of the 60 initiatives in the county's adopted housing element. This includes developing interactive maps to help the public determine if state laws like SB 9 apply on their property, which would allow single-family lots to be split for up to 4 total units. Also, through our actions to support housing and our approved housing element, we became one of only 4 counties in the state to earn the pro-housing designation. This will help affordable housing developments in the unincorporated area be more competitive for critical state funding. We've also expanded communication and partnership with our diverse stakeholders. We hosted or attended hundreds of community meetings, and we engaged stakeholders in new ways, virtually and by meeting face-to-face with businesses in underserved communities to meet people where they are. And we sent project notices in every threshold language and provided live interpretation services at community meetings. We also improved the quality of life for our residents through our team members who mentored Opportunity Youth in a career readiness program for green jobs like ours. And PDS began implementing our department sustainability plan by making sure our department-wide meetings were near zero waste events and encouraging contractors to implement green practices. We also improved equity through several efforts. We found that a disproportionate number of graffiti cases are in underserved communities, and as a result, we updated our code to allow the county to remove graffiti at no cost to property owners. And we implemented a program requiring contractors to disclose information about their subcontractors, improving transparency and safety on projects. The board also adopted the Campo Road Corridor Specific Plan that can help transform the underserved community of Casa de Oro by making it easier to develop housing in this transit-oriented area and supporting small businesses by enhancing road design and exploring funding tools for business districts. The Casa de Oro Specific Plan is one example of how we're opening up opportunities for more housing through the lens of equity, working closely with local resident groups to lift up the whole community. We'd also like to highlight how we are continuously improving employee engagement through training and team building, including at quarterly department and supervisor meetings. We also invite staff at all levels to co-create continuous improvement plans for their divisions. We continue to evolve our training program and are committed to strengthening this area. Another aspect of employee engagement and retention is growing our own leaders by promoting more than 30 of our best and brightest staff this year. And we've had a series of one-day hiring events and are excited to share that we've brought on more than 50 new team members over the past year. While we're making great strides, there are also other areas of improvement that we're focused on in the coming fiscal year. A major area of improvement is reducing our plan review times, which are critical to producing housing and keeping our economy going. Specifically, because of the concurrent boom in construction and labor shortages since the pandemic, we've experienced backlogs in issuing entitlements and building permits. At the peak, we experienced a roughly 40% vacancy rate for planners to review discretionary projects, those that require more environmental studies and community input, resulting in delays in issuing entitlements for a wide range of development projects. Since that time, we've hired new staff and cut that vacancy rate roughly in half, but we must continue to hire and train these team members well to build a strong sense of professional growth and belonging. And we'll continue to work with DHR to evaluate competitive employment packages so staff do not move on to other jurisdictions with lighter workloads. This is equally true for our building professionals. While we issue over 90% of building permits within 1 to 3 days, sometimes even a few hours, the remaining 10% are more involved projects, like new homes, that require technical review by experts. Our average 15-day plan review turnaround times have been 30 days or more for those types of projects during the backlog. But we're moving quickly back to 15-day average turnarounds, expecting to be out of this backlog by the end of the summer. We're doing this in part by shifting staff internally from less time-sensitive roles and establishing new contracts that can reach hard-to-find experts like structural engineers. We'll continue to measure performance and housing production, and we will be providing quarterly reports on this also starting this summer, as directed by the board. Additionally, as we look at removing barriers to housing, resource needs associated with streamlining permitting for housing in the unincorporated area will come before the board on May 24th. Looking forward to this year's proposed budget, we have a continued focus on sustainability initiatives, like the Climate Action Plan update, including nearly $4.5 million for things like a pilot carbon farming program, and $1 million for the North County Multiple Species Conservation Plan that will protect wildlife in the most sensitive natural areas while streamlining development in other areas. And we're proposing to invest over $5 million to facilitate housing production, going beyond planning to action. Over the short term, along with proposed new staffing, we're also recommending over $500,000 for the development feasibility analysis, which will identify investments the board could make to incentivize new development in infill locations based on market conditions. This project will focus on 4 initial communities where PDS, DPW, and DEHQ are already identifying infrastructure gaps and pursuing grants to build new infrastructure that will benefit the existing communities and support future housing. This includes in places like Casa de Oro, demonstrating that plans are not sitting on the shelf, but spurring action. In the midterm, over this next fiscal year, we're proposing over $3.5 million for programs in the housing element. Programs like density bonuses, inclusionary housing, and making senior and smaller types of housing by right to make these developments easier and faster. And we are investing now to help ensure that development continues in the unincorporated area over the long term, and that those communities that will see less development in the future still thrive economically. We're proposing to invest over $500,000 in the Sustainable Land Use Framework to create policies that will facilitate housing in locations near transit and services, and also prioritize investments in communities that need the most support with economic development, things like building out their main streets to provide local services, or creating more agricultural programs to continue the rural way of life. We're also proposing to stand up an efficient permitting system and start the environmental impact report needed for the socially equitable cannabis program, and to invest over $500,000 in cost-saving innovation and streamlining, like expanding online applications so that customers can submit them at our offices or in the comfort of their own homes. And we will continue to promote justice, equity, diversity and inclusion, and belonging in our workforce. PDS's recommended budget was developed with equity in mind. The Budget Equity Assessment tool helped us improve our service delivery in underserved communities by prompting us to conduct community needs assessments and more tailored engagement approaches at the community level. In response, we've done things like proposing staff for the Code Compliance Division to help provide education and outreach for the socially equitable cannabis program, which will expand economic opportunities for individuals and communities suffering from inequalities. All our efforts align with the county's strategic plan. To further sustainability, our team will reduce our dependence on fossil fuels by converting more of our department fleet to hybrid electric vehicles. We're working with General Services to perform detailed office space analysis to identify where we might be able to reduce our space and energy needs given the increases in teleworking. PDS also brought on board an urban forestry coordinator who will be moving forward the equity-driven tree planting program in the unincorporated area. This program will build on the existing tree planting efforts that our partners at Parks and Recreation are implementing, and it will use data and community input to increase the tree coverage in environmental justice communities and other places that have fewer trees today. Our team will increase equity by issuing fee waivers for solar panels and ADUs, creating new by-right development opportunities for things like senior and affordable housing, and we're implementing online plan review and updates to our land use code to increase transparency and reduce the time and cost for county review of projects without sacrificing quality. To empower our residents and customers, our team is using best practices to disaggregate data and align our programs and people with the communities we serve. We're also using results of the employee engagement survey to build on feedback regarding the need for training that we've received in focus groups. While we have several efforts underway to empower our workforce, filling vacancies continues to be a priority and a challenge, especially for hard-to-fill positions. To support the community, PDS will continue evolving our permitting and plan review to ensure that all buildings in the unincorporated area are safe and sustainable. We also continue to meet regularly with stakeholders and make our Planning Commission meetings accessible to all in person or virtually. To support all these efforts, in fiscal year 23-24, we're recommending a department budget of $53.7 million, an increase of $500,000 or roughly 1% from last fiscal year. The proposed PDS budget is projected to be funded by approximately 53% revenue offset sources like fees and grants, and 47% county funds. Fees are a critical part of our revenues. If we don't receive the necessary fee increases to keep pace with the cost of services, we will need an additional $2.4 million in county funding this year alone. The increase in the proposed budget is due to 13 new staff. 10 of these positions are intended to help improve permit processing times and will be paid for through development fees. We were able to contain some of those costs by reducing expenditures where possible and implementing cost-saving initiatives of just under $2 million annually. Due to limited enterprise-wide resources, we had to heal ourselves to cover ongoing costs of approximately $7.3 million this coming fiscal year, or nearly 15% of our total budget. This was for things like increased labor costs, including premiums for hard-to-fill and retain positions like engineers. Also, without additional county funds, the department is funding a gap resulting from fee waivers for ADUs and residential solar, where demand has been greater than prior years. Another major expense we're covering is the increased cost of liability insurance that is spread throughout the enterprise. We're offsetting these costs by reallocating existing resources. These costs will not be possible to absorb in future years, especially if the construction sector does not perform at or above the current pace. To solve future gaps, we would need additional county funds or to reduce services such as code compliance or some permit approval times in order to focus on state-mandated activities. We based our proposed staffing requests on getting back to our goal plan review times, especially for building permits, where additional staffing and resources are needed. For other areas in the department, we're focused more on filling vacancies to bring those teams to full capacity. We're also proposing to use almost $12 million in one-time county funds for our housing and sustainability plans. That concludes our presentation, and I will turn it over to Aurelia Dubral, Deputy Director for the Department of Public Works.
Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. Today I'm pleased to present DPW's recommended operational plan. As the local public works agency serving more than 500,000 unincorporated residents, we are committed to providing safe, reliable, and sustainable infrastructure that supports the daily lives of our community. DPW maintains roads, operates county airports, and inspects private development projects. We manage special districts for wastewater, drinking water, flood control, and private road maintenance. We are proud sustainability leaders with programs to reduce water pollution, divert waste from landfills through recycling, and encourage walking and biking. Every day, DPW serves a broad range of stakeholders. We maintain a 2,000-mile road system that is used by thousands of people. We operate 8 local airports in both incorporated cities and unincorporated areas. We provide wastewater services to 37,000 customers, and we manage 21 closed landfills and burn sites to protect public health and the environment. Over the last 6 years, we've invested $64 million in green infrastructure to protect water quality through the management of stormwater runoff. DPW is proud of what we've achieved this past year. Our crews kept roads and infrastructure safe for the public by providing 24/7 response during extreme weather events. We improved over 100 miles of roads and raised the average pavement condition index to 68, moving us closer to our goal of 70, which is considered a very good condition. To provide safe and reliable alternatives to vehicle transportation and to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we continued to enhance bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. We implemented food recovery and organic waste recycling programs to extend the life of our existing landfills in the region. And recognizing that infrastructure funding is one of our key challenges, we submitted 15 applications for the bipartisan infrastructure law for over $100 million. We've been successful with 3 grants for $2.7 million and have 6 applications pending. Looking forward, DPW is committed to empowering the community and our workforce, and $5 million of our proposed budget will be directed toward this effort. In developing our budget, we use the Budget Equity Assessment tool to help prioritize resources in underserved communities, including the closed landfill program, which we are increasing resources for. We met regularly with industry, environmental, labor, and community groups to get their perspectives on needs and priorities related to public works, and expanding engagement in multiple languages will remain a top priority. In April, we launched a new website, a mapping tool, and a series of community meetings for our 5-year capital improvement plan. Related to our workforce, we are expanding development and training initiatives to support justice, equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging, and we are proposing additional staffing to serve the community better. Core to our mission is enhancing safety and well-being through reliable infrastructure. $188 million of the proposed budget will be allocated towards ongoing operations and capital projects that promote safety for roads, drainage, and private development. This includes working with planning and development services on capital projects that support the county's housing initiatives. Projects like South Santa Fe Road in the Buena Creek area and Riverford Road in Lakeside will help create housing and jobs while limiting vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions. Additionally, we are looking at removing barriers to housing, resource needs associated with streamlining permits for housing in the unincorporated area, which will come before the board on May 24th. We will also dedicate $140 million for our sewer systems, airports, and roads, which includes over $61 million in new funding for road resurfacing. DPW prioritizes pedestrian access and traffic safety using a data-driven and equity-based approach to identify needs. 19 miles of sidewalk gaps have been identified near schools and high-traffic pedestrian areas, and $10 million will be spent on 17 sidewalk and pathway projects this year. In Bonita, the Allen School Road sidewalk is a priority project and will construct new sidewalks to enhance walkability. Our local road safety plan identifies needed upgrades in underserved communities, and $250,000 will be allocated to complete preliminary engineering studies for 5 projects. Projects can take 2 to 4 years to complete, and the studies will position the county to pursue grant funding for design and construction. As our infrastructure continues to age, we are encountering inflation and rising capital project costs. In addition, the limited increase in state gas tax revenue for road operations, largely due to the increasing number of fuel-efficient vehicles, poses a further challenge. To address these challenges, we are leveraging fund balance for capital improvement plans and refining our prioritization process while we explore alternative funding strategies, including the federal bipartisan infrastructure law. In addition to investing in our core infrastructure, we are dedicated to protecting the climate and natural resources. Frequent extreme weather events threaten infrastructure and public safety, driving the need for additional funding and resources to enhance resiliency. DPW will allocate $66 million towards sustainability initiatives such as stormwater management, green infrastructure, recycling, and closed landfills. Related to stormwater, we wanted to take a moment to highlight anticipated costs across the county enterprise over the next several years. The bottom line is that we expect overall compliance costs to increase to about $100 million annually over the next 5 years. 2/3 or more of these costs are expected to be general fund expenses. Through our departmental sustainability plan, we are taking proactive steps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and minimize our carbon footprint. We are evaluating solar energy opportunities at our facilities and installing EV charging equipment at road stations and airports. Currently, 8% of our vehicle fleet is electrified, with a goal of 13% next year and 37% by 2027. By spring 2024, we will develop an airport sustainability management plan. We also address the impact of stormwater runoff on water quality and enhanced drought resilience through public education, rebates, inspections, and green infrastructure. We will continue to work with the Office of Sustainability and Environmental Justice on opportunities to capture and reuse stormwater runoff on county properties. To meet our waste diversion goals of 75% by 2025 and 80% by 2030, we are expanding public outreach and recycling programs for organic materials. DPW is committed to advancing equity through infrastructure planning and implementation to ensure that all voices are heard and all needs are considered. We plan to install ADA-compliant pedestrian devices at 17 intersections and address traffic signal timing to enhance safety and accessibility for all road users. To identify projects that address public health and equity needs, we will continue to leverage existing plans such as the Local Road Safety Plan, Pedestrian Gap Analysis, and Green Street Water Plan. We have developed a comprehensive project prioritization process that considers technical merits, safety, liability, regulatory compliance, and needs in traditionally underserved communities. This process involves engaging with the public through workshops and meetings that allow those without internet access to participate and that offer language interpretation to facilitate a dialogue about our infrastructure needs and their priorities. DPW is dedicated to fostering a positive and inclusive workplace culture and strengthening our connection with the communities we serve. We are improving engagement through enhanced digital resources, including websites and the Tell Us Now mobile phone application, to allow for easier sharing of input and tracking of service request progress. Despite a higher than ideal vacancy rate of 18%, we've made progress from 24% in July, and with several candidates in the hiring process, I'm pleased to say that our anticipated vacancy rate is 15%. We remain committed to attracting and retaining the best talent for DPW. We've hired 75 new staff and promoted 86 team members through our recruitment and retention efforts. We are supporting our workforce by using feedback from the Employee Engagement Survey and are expanding opportunities to communicate openly through focus groups and prioritizing training focused on inclusion and belonging. DPW values community engagement and regularly meets with diverse stakeholders and groups to ensure our services meet the community's needs. We leverage technology to promote safety and improve the quality of life for residents. We plan to install 70 smart covers in our sewer system to provide advance warning about surging flows and to prevent spills. In addition, we use social media to notify the public in multiple languages about flash flooding forecasts. We will continue to support regional partnerships through coordination with utility companies, regional stormwater and solid waste committees, and the Building Better Roads Working Group, among others. DPW will continue to support the Justice Initiative by advancing projects to address cross-border flows of trash and sewage in the Tijuana River Valley that disproportionately impact South Bay communities. We will participate in groups such as the South County Environmental Justice Task Force and the Tijuana River Valley Recovery Team to ensure progress is made on this critical issue, which the Board of Supervisors has declared a public health crisis. DPW's proposed budget for next fiscal year is almost $366 million. 84% of our revenues, or $305 million, comes from a variety of revenue sources with restricted uses such as gas tax, grants, and Transnet, which is a local sales tax for transportation projects. Other revenue sources include almost $45 million from fees and leases. And the remaining 4% is general purpose revenue for our general fund programs. DPW's proposed general fund budget is $23.9 million, a $900,000 increase from last year, which supports programs for stormwater, private development inspection, and cleaning and sanitizing encampments on DPW properties. It's important to note that there is $35.1 million in one-time funding for the stormwater program in another area of the county's budget, bringing DPW's total anticipated general fund expenditures to $59 million for the year. We were able to offset $2 million in rising costs in our general fund programs for new staffing, salary and benefit adjustments, and legal services through vacancy savings and reduced consultant support. If costs continue to increase, we anticipate challenges in service delivery, particularly in implementing green infrastructure projects at the necessary scale and schedule needed to meet mandated compliance. To continue to provide services to the community, we also need to increase our land development fees and deposits. Without these increases, we will need an additional $1.1 million in county funding. If increases are not approved, service delivery and innovation projects would be delayed and customers would experience longer processing times. In addition, we would anticipate higher fees and deposits in future years from the compounding effect. We are proposing a net increase of 1 staff person in our general fund programs, which is a stormwater position that will be funded through general purpose revenue. This table summarizes proposed expenditures for programs that do not rely on general funds. These programs represent more than 90% of the DPW budget. The first row shows our road program, which is the largest budget in DPW of $213 million. A $25 million increase compared to last year. This funding will support road operations, capital projects, and our road resurfacing program. We are leveraging $32 million in fund balance for road resurfacing, culvert maintenance, traffic signal improvements, and ongoing capital projects. The remaining road fund balance is earmarked for 60-day working capital and future year projects under development. The second row shows the solid waste management program, which is an almost $16 million budget, a 53% increase. This funding will support our recycling and closed landfill programs and includes new staffing, additional infrastructure investments, and expanded education and outreach. The remaining programs are proposing decreased budgets compared to last year due to the completion of one-time projects. This table highlights the staffing changes for our non-general fund programs. We are proposing 13 new positions to help deliver capital projects, conduct major maintenance, and expand outreach efforts. However, we continue to face challenges in retaining and hiring staff for critical and hard-to-fill positions such as engineers, capital project managers, and our field crews. The success of DPW depends on having a talented and diverse team, and we are working to address these challenges by evaluating the competitiveness of our compensation packages and workload expectations relative to other agencies in the region. We are also prioritizing efforts to reduce our vacancy rate, which is impacting service delivery and project timelines. We've implemented new approaches such as same-day hiring halls and approved employee salary adjustments to help address this issue. By investing in our staff and addressing retention challenges, we will provide better services to the community and support the long-term sustainability of our infrastructure. This concludes our luge presentation, and we are available for questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for ensuring that you were very clear about how the equity tool was used. You got me. You knew that I was going to ask that question, so I appreciate that. I just wanted to say that I don't know that I've ever been this excited about pedestrian walkways and things of that nature. I know that especially in unincorporated areas, it's really what our communities are asking for, and the sidewalks, and then the work that has been done on the impacts of the cross-border pollution, and that you've been very thoughtful and very intentional about where those resources are. And, you know, the question, I think you're going to have staff that you are going to be hiring, and I appreciate that you have a plan, right, to be able to, within, you know, by the end of the summer, you'll be able to have, you know, go back to the 15 days so that we can approve projects and initiatives. And so I think it's like a continuous assessment of how we make this easier, because we need to build homes. I think it's a priority for this board so that we can do that, and so I am really appreciative of that. I have two questions, and probably should have asked these offline, but I didn't think about them until right now. One of them was around the issue of, you were very thoughtful around how you're going to focus on the community and agriculture and those kinds of programs. And I know that because of when we got the ARPA funding, we have prioritized working closely with the San Diego Foundation to be able to disseminate those dollars, right, for community gardens, et cetera. And so where was that within the budget? And maybe it's in there and I just didn't, I missed it. But to me, it's important that we let the public know where we are with that particular initiative. I was just at Father Joe's this week. I don't know, all the days are blurred, but I was there, and they have some space, and I thought, you know, this is a great opportunity for us to be able to partner up, and so I don't know what the process is and wanted to know where we're at.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Vargas. The ARPA funding for the community gardens was actually allocated to the Health and Human Services Agency, so we'll be sure to follow up with them and ensure that you have the information of the status. I know that great things are happening, and community gardens are absolutely popular within our region, so we can follow up with you on that.
Oh, okay. I don't know, okay. Health and Human Services, okay. All right, I missed that one. And then also, really excited to see the work on the libraries, the commitment on the libraries. That's continued to be a priority for me. And all the work that all of your team does around Parks and Recs is just so incredibly important and powerful. And I forgot my other question, so I'm gonna ask my colleagues to see if they have any additional questions. None? All right, with that, so much appreciation for all the great work that all of you do. Thank you for everything that you do to help our communities. And so now we're gonna have you all transition out, and I'm gonna invite the folks from the Public Safety Group to join us. Holly Potter is going to present the group budget presentation, and then we're gonna have presentations from our Sheriff Kelly Martinez, our District Attorney Summer Stephan, our Public Defender, I think it's going to be Michael Garcia is going to be the person representing, and then probation will be Ms. Tamika Nelson. So we'll take 2 minutes so that people can transition out.
Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. Today, I'll provide an overview of the Public Safety Group's accomplishments and priorities and highlight the Public Safety Group department's budgets that will not be presenting to you separately, including Animal Services, Child Support Services, Office of Emergency Services, the Medical Examiner, and County Fire. However, department heads for those departments are here today in chambers and available to answer questions you may have at the end of our group presentation. We'll hear directly from the sheriff, the district attorney, the public defender's office, and probation. The Public Safety Group's 9 departments work to prevent and respond to crime, protect people from disasters, and provide life-changing services. We aim each day to support the public safety and well-being of San Diego County residents and visitors through community-oriented services. Thanks to the collaborative efforts of our public safety team, justice partners, and the community, San Diego County continues to be one of the safest in the nation. I'll start first with a department that brings smiles to everyone's faces because they have puppies and kittens and the occasional pig and llama, Department of Animal Services. That department provided 700 subsidized spay-neuter surgeries, microchips, licensing, and vaccinations to underserved pet owners. Looking forward, the department will break ground on a new shelter facility in Santee designed to provide accessible, comprehensive animal care and control services to everyone in the unincorporated area. Animal Services will also complete procurement of a mobile veterinary surgical unit with plans to deploy it to underserved areas within the community identified as having the greatest need for spay, neuter, and basic pet services. Moving on to child support services, this year they created a justice-involved parents and children team to better serve families with formerly incarcerated participants by providing resources, such as connections to employment and debt reduction programs. The department will continue to collaborate and partner with organizations that specialize in fatherhood-related initiatives to ensure the entire family unit is supported in achieving improved outcomes. The Office of Emergency Services updated the San Diego County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan and integrated information about how climate change affects natural and human-caused disasters. The office is also upgrading the regional mass notification software to enhance the county's ability to warn people of disasters. The medical examiner has now published data for almost 77,000 decedents on the county's open data portal. They are also improving data access by launching a new webpage that will be updated daily and provide case information on individual decedents. For County Fire, we're pleased to report that the community of Ramona officially joined the San Diego County Fire Protection District, which nearly doubled the population served by the district. Enhanced services to Ramona include additional paramedic staffing on fire engines and an additional ambulance. Similarly, the Borrego Springs Fire Protection District is anticipated to be annexed into the County Fire Protection District on July 1st, providing residents with equitable access to structural fire protection and emergency medical services that save lives and protect property. As part of our ongoing commitment to justice system improvements, the Public Safety Group departments, together with the Health and Human Services Agency, have a proposed budget of over $220 million to continue focusing on prevention, diversion, and reentry planning and service implementation, collectively under the umbrella of Alternatives to Incarceration. We will provide substantive recommendations to the board for programs and services aimed at redirecting people who commit low-level, nonviolent misdemeanors away from jails when there is no threat to public safety. The work focuses on addressing the fundamental drivers of criminogenic risk factors and building consensus among stakeholders around sensible criminal justice system reforms that improve community safety and public health. Using a Proposition 47 Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Act grant, Public Safety Group, in collaboration with the Health and Human Services Agency, will begin a 3-year program to provide community care coordination and reentry services to help incarcerated or recently incarcerated individuals as they exit the justice system by connecting clients with housing, services, and employment. Later, you'll hear about our current and ongoing commitment to improve both jails and juvenile detention facilities. Individuals in custody are at higher risk of having substance abuse and mental health needs, which makes their safety and care a continued area of focus for us. Unfortunately, we still have significant need when it comes to capital investment in public safety facilities, including our aging jails. The CAO recommended op plan includes funding to study the needs of our oldest facility, Vista Detention Facility, which was opened in the mid-1970s. We will also work with our partners to further enhance mental health and medical care for justice-involved individuals. Public Safety Group and the Health and Human Services Agency departments will support the expansion of Medi-Cal enrollment of justice-involved individuals in youth and adult detention reentry facilities to ensure that they have access to medical care, behavioral health care, and social services. And we will also work with our partners on the implementation of the state's Care Court program, which seeks to deliver mental health and substance use disorder services to the most severely impacted individuals in our community. County Fire and Emergency Medical Services will continue to improve the quality and accessibility of pre-hospital care through something new called community paramedicine. That means, in part, we will be implementing an option for 911 system ambulance transport for select patients to go to outpatient mental health or sobering services instead of hospital emergency departments. We're also in the process of improving emergency medical services in the unincorporated areas, and a significant focus in the coming year will be examining the best service delivery model for ambulance service in our rural backcountry. In addition, County Fire is responding to the growing need for fire protection and emergency medical services in our South County by completing construction of the East Otay Mesa Fire Station in fall of this year. Finally, we know our region's strong record of regional law enforcement and justice partner collaboration, combined with the board's focus on meeting the needs of underserved individuals and communities, position the county well to address the drivers of crime through community safety and violence prevention programs. As part of this effort, the Public Safety Group has gathered data and engaged the community for information and guidance about the impact of gun violence in neighborhoods. Recommendations from this effort will be presented to the board this summer. The Public Safety Group continues our work to sustain core public safety services. Among our biggest risks and challenges is that several Public Safety Group departments continue to experience difficulties in recruitment, hiring, and retention in very critical need areas. As a result, probation and the Sheriff's Department are currently using mandatory overtime to address staffing shortages and have had mandatory overtime shifts in place for more than a year. Numerous efforts are in place to entice new hires, including intensive outreach and creating efficiencies in the hiring process. The general purpose revenue allocated to the group was insufficient to fund the budget gap identified by our departments, and the most significant action Public Safety Group has taken to solve our gap is to incorporate group-wide savings from projected vacancies to fund 2 areas of critical need. Public Safety Group's target was 2%, but since there are already amounts applied in the current year, we ended with an average of 4.8% adjustment for our departments to balance their budgets. It should be noted that additional investments by public safety departments, such as program expansion and the addition of more than 150 full-time employees to meet current year operational need, have been deferred to subsequent years. Utilizing funds generated by the savings from projected vacancies, we will right-size the medical examiner's office by adding 11 staff, including toxicologists and pathologists. As most are aware, fentanyl deaths were up 869% in just a 5-year period. The devastating impacts of fentanyl in our community cannot be overstated, and we must add staff to the medical examiner's office to address the workload increases. However, we only did so after reviewing costs and reimagining how we conduct business by investing in new toxicology equipment and instruments that will be utilized to reduce the turnaround times and consolidate testing to encompass a broad array of drug classes. We also right-sized County Fire by adding funding to cover CAL FIRE contract costs. The Public Safety Group's recommended budget is increasing by $137 million for a total budget of $2.6 billion and 8,055 staff years. The budget increase from last year is driven largely by salary and benefit increases, which includes the addition of 40 staff, investment in facility improvements to support crime victims, and various cost increases funded by grants such as CARE Act funds. The budget equity tool was used in the development of our budget priorities for the upcoming year. The tool guided us in assessing the needs of the individuals we serve, including those who are justice involved, unsheltered, or underserved, and helping to prioritize our continued focus on equitable access to services. In total, public safety group departments are requesting 40 additional staff, of which 30 are revenue offset, with the remaining 10 positions funded with existing general purpose revenue. The budget for Department of Animal Services includes an increase of $200,000, mostly due to increase in salaries and benefits and the addition of 1 staff that will be dedicated to coordinating shelter intake diversion and increased placement with foster homes and rescue agencies. The Department of Child Support Services increase of $3.4 million is due to an increase in funding from the state. The department is removing 37 vacant positions to align staffing with their revenue allocation without an impact to service delivery. The Office of Emergency Services increased nearly $1 million and 3 staff from the previous year's budget, primarily due to the transfer of 3 administrative-related positions from County Fire to the Office of Emergency Services to centralize fiscal contracts and finance functions. The medical examiner's increase of $2.7 million reflects the addition of 11 staff, anticipated salary and benefit increases, as well as $1 million to purchase toxicology equipment. These increases will allow the office to meet the increased caseload and service requirement demands experienced over the last few years, notably a 34% increase in cases at the medical examiner's office since 2018. County Fire's increase of $22.3 million is primarily to continue the current level of support to fire and emergency medical services, but including Ramona and Borrego Springs. It also includes programs granted by CAL FIRE and Climate Investment Fire Prevention for ambulance services and equipment purchases. The increased cost also supports the addition of 4 staff to support the opioid overdose mapping and application program, as well as implementation of the base station hospital system and the local emergency medical services data analysis. Finally, the Public Safety Group Executive Office has a budget of almost $534 million, which includes $443 million in Prop 172, $67.4 million in contributions to trial courts, and a budget of $19.1 million for the Executive Office. The increase of $9.9 million is due to increases in the Executive Office to support group-wide expenses and the addition of 2 staff to support Prop 47 program coordination and special projects, increase in payments to contributions to trial courts, and increases in Prop 172 of $4.6 million, which will be discussed in the presentation by each respective department. To speak more about the 4 remaining public safety group departments, at this time I will turn the presentation over to Sheriff Kelly Martinez. Sheriff?
Thank you, Holly. Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. As the Sheriff of San Diego County, I'm proud to lead this department of more than 4,700 employees who are all guided to deliver the highest quality public safety service to everyone in San Diego County. Sheriff's Department provides general law enforcement, detention, court security services, civil process, regional investigative support, and tactical emergency response to the region. This includes 9 contract cities, the Grossmont-Cuyamaca College District, 18 Indian reservations, 7 jails, courthouse security, and other services and regional commitments. We are proud of the work we've done the past year, which includes major improvements to the county's jails. We have worked hard to improve health care in the jails. We have made strides to renovate aging facilities, increase staff, and implement new programs, technology, and initiatives. The goal of these changes is to create safe facilities, improve overall health care and treatment for those in our custody, improve rehabilitation opportunities, and reduce returns to custody. The Sheriff's Department has successfully begun the Medication-Assisted Treatment Program, known as MAT, which is a voluntary program to assist those with substance abuse disorders. MAT, coupled with evidence-based behavioral therapy, improves medical and mental health outcomes, reduces relapses, and returns to custody. We currently have 78 participants and continue to increase the number of those involved in the program. As we increase transparency and accountability in our jail system, we have implemented the body-worn camera program at Las Colinas. We will expand into other detention facilities with the Central Jail program beginning now, and the Vista Jail will be next. In 2022, the Sheriff's Homeless Assistance Resource Team performed 567 outreach operations, 188 cleanup operations in collaboration with county partners and community-based organizations. We believe in prevention, diversion, and most importantly, mentorship for juveniles throughout our region. The Respect Project exemplifies our commitment to this ideology. Our goal is to expand this program in the county to further impact the outreach to our youth. As we transition into a new fiscal year, I'd like to highlight some of our upcoming goals. For the past several years, the Sheriff's Department has successfully conducted gun safety events throughout the region. This program is aimed at getting unwanted firearms off the street and creating safer environments. This year, we expanded this program to include cable locks and lock boxes for firearms, in addition to literature on mental health services and resources related to suicide prevention. We are investing in a new phone system that will provide enhanced technology for our incarcerated population, which will enable tablets for increased educational opportunities, enhanced video visitation, commissary purchases, and medical attention requests, among other features. As we continue to drive our priority of investing in detention facilities, we look forward to the completion of Rock Mountain Detention Facility and additional facility improvements that will not only allow us to meet the standards for local jails, but balance the needs of our diverse populations through a more holistic approach to treating people who are in our custody. As part of these efforts, we are establishing an Americans with Disabilities Act compliance unit to ensure our detention facilities are not only in compliance with state and federal laws, but are meeting the needs of everyone in our care. The challenges of converting existing facilities requires full-time dedicated staff who understand the complexities of marrying ADA compliance and other regulations, laws, and expectations of a modern jail system. Jail systems are under several regulatory authorities. These authorities often conflict with each other. An example of this is the ADA compliance, the Board of State of Community Corrections, and Title 15 laws. Renovating the Rock Mountain Detention Facility is key to our ability to renovate the George Bailey Jail and Vista Detention Facility. As we were getting close to opening the Rock Mountain last year, we underwent BSCC compliance inspections. Those inspections resulted in finding violations related to hanging points or areas where individuals could hang themselves. We also were in violation of ADA compliance rules in areas such as the bathrooms, where we needed to have bars to allow people to lift themselves from the toilet. These bars, while in compliance with ADA, are considered hanging points and in violation of BSCC compliance. Another example of conflicting regulations is that Title 15 requires a set number of places to sit, benches, etc., for certain size day rooms, but ADA requires that there is space at seating areas for wheelchairs. In current facilities, our configuration for safety is seats that are affixed to the table, so they can't be used as weapons. Removing the seats from the table puts us in violation of Title 15, but in compliance with ADA. This is the same for phone visit areas where the seats are all hard fixed to the floor. So we need to have construction crews come in and remove them for the wheelchairs. We have entire jails that need to be retrofitted, and the industry does not necessarily have remedies such as toilets that will comply with ADA and do not have hanging points. What is available is very expensive, so we are using portable seats and showers when we have someone who needs ADA compliant measures. As stated in my introduction to this topic, we recently established an ADA compliance unit, and the lead for this unit is an attorney who will have a team dedicated to bringing our facilities into compliance with ADA while navigating the conflicting regulations that we also fall under. This unit is funded by converting other positions within our existing budget. As this board is fully aware, law enforcement agencies face many issues that impact the overall wellness of our employees. Among the many challenges for a modern sheriff's department are short staffing, mandatory overtime, exposure to traumatic events, and family stressors. The response to these stressors can have a profound effect on one's mental health, emotional, and physical well-being. Therefore, we have begun staffing and training our new wellness unit and initiatives to better support the well-being and overall health of all our staff. This is funded in part through the state grant of $1.8 million this board approved earlier in the year. Now I'll address some goals that align with the county's strategic initiatives. Our sustainability goals include that we continue to expand the use of hybrid vehicles and solar wherever possible. We are increasing the use of technology to support community connections and internal communications. We have installed recycling and composting bins at locations where we didn't have them before, and are using sustainable water, refillable bottles, and other environmentally friendly materials in all work locations. Our equity goals include improving the wireless capability in our jails, which add opportunities for education, entertainment, and family connections. We plan to distribute tablets to people in jail, which will add educational opportunities and family connectivity, entertainment, ease of ordering commissary and other items, mail distribution, and other daily activities. We are expanding our outreach in our communities to include more opportunities to serve for everyone we serve for programs and resources. And we're about 1 year away from compliance with the National Commission on Correctional Healthcare Standards. Lastly, as mentioned in the previous slide, we are establishing an ADA compliance unit to better provide incarcerated persons with reasonable accommodations for their disabilities and assist the department in creating locations where individuals with specialized needs can be housed. Investing in our staff through recruitment and wellness is our priority. We have developed strong mentorship and succession planning programs that provide career advancement opportunities and further the educational goals of all our employees. We continue to serve our region and engage in daily outreach to communities and underrepresented populations through our crime prevention specialist and community inclusion director. These positions work to bridge relationships with our diverse populations, and our department participates in a number of community meetings, councils, and boards to relay public safety initiatives. Each station commander is responsible for knowing and understanding the needs of their individual areas of responsibility to ensure they are responsive to what is important to the unique needs of their community. As we shift to looking at our key performance measures for FY 23-24, we introduced a new measure for FY 22-23 connected to the equity goal of reducing disparities and ensuring access for all. The homeless service referrals measure tracks contacts initiated by the department in order to refer the individual to services, whether for medical, mental, or homeless resources. The next measure relates to our sustainability goal of converting sheriff's vehicle fleet to hybrid or hybrid electric vehicles. The overall department conversion plan spans 5 years, with an anticipated 27% of sheriff's vehicle fleet converted at the end of the 5-year mark, barring any manufacturing, procurement, or other contractual delays. Our engagement measure seeks to track the number of engagement events and programs provided by the department. Recruiting remains one of my top priorities. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for your continued support as we seek innovative and competitive approaches to our recruiting and retention efforts. Our department has been tracking the progress of these incentives, and so far we have onboarded 16 lateral deputies and received 13 employee referrals. These outcomes help build upon the department's robust recruiting team's efforts to ensure we not only hire from the communities we serve, but continue mirroring the demographics of our region. Lastly, the calls for service measure reflects the demand for law enforcement services by the public. This helps us monitor our response to crime victims. Protecting victims and solving crimes is one of our primary missions, and we track our outcomes and make adjustments and improvements based on some of this information. The CAO recommended operational plan for the Sheriff's Department is $1.2 billion for the general fund and non-general fund. This is an increase of 2.5% of the total budget from the current year. This chart includes the staffing and budget for the general fund only and is displayed by bureaus. The operational plan includes staffing of 4,742 employees, which is a net increase of 15 staff years from the current year. The staffing requests will be discussed in more detail in a later slide. The budget for non-general funds is $16.5 million, which includes the asset forfeiture program, the jail commissary enterprise fund, the sheriff's incarcerated people's welfare fund, and county service areas. There are no positions included in these funds. Next, I will highlight significant budget adjustments within the general fund. The County of San Diego and Health and Human Services Agency applied and received funding for California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal, or the CalAIM program. This is a statewide commitment to transform and strengthen Medi-Cal by offering Californians a more equitable, coordinated, and person-centered approach to maximizing their health and life trajectory. This program will support our Detentions Reentry Services program with the grant award funding for 4 positions to support the adult justice-involved population in San Diego who are leaving sheriff's custody and reentering society. I've been leading an effort to find ways to ensure public safety while creating facilities that do not just warehouse offenders. We need a balanced approach between public safety and people in custody with the goal of improving outcomes for low-level offenders. As we continue to work to explore forward-thinking programs that invest in person-centered approaches, we will be adding 3 positions that help bridge services to incarcerated persons through the following programs: Project InReach, interim housing, and transportation services. These positions and programs total $1.5 million and will be funded by the Local Revenue Fund 2011 Community Corrections Services subaccount. In law enforcement services, 1 deputy will be added to support law enforcement services for the city of Lemon Grove, and 3 school resource officers are requested by the cities of Vista and Imperial Beach and the Vista Unified and Guajome schools. Additional positions totaling $1.2 million will be funded by contract cities and school districts. On February 7th, 2023, this board approved the authority to accept the Board of State of Community Corrections Officer Wellness and Mental Health Grant Program. This grant allocation of $1.8 million will improve general officer health and well-being, build resiliency, decrease stress and trauma, and improve community trust and relations. 7 positions will be added to establish the wellness unit to better support the physical, mental, and emotional health of sheriff's employees. There will be an increase of $9.6 million associated with ongoing facility, fleet, and information technology costs. This will be funded by Prop 172 revenue. The most significant budget adjustment is $93.6 million associated with the required retirement contributions and negotiated labor agreements. This will be funded by general purpose revenue of $57.2 million, Prop 172 fund balance, and various program revenue. The general purpose revenue amount includes a reduction of $19.4 million in vacancy savings to reflect positions that are anticipated to be vacant and to leverage attrition, and to create budget capacity to support existing county and public safety priorities. There's also an increase of $5.6 million to support the comprehensive medical and mental health services contract, which will be funded by Prop 172 program revenue and vacancy savings. In closing, this budget serves as a framework for the many initiatives taking place within the Sheriff's Department, as well as focusing on my 3 main priorities, which are staffing, investing in our jails, and public safety. My plan is to reform our jail operations to shift our system from one that was built to incarcerate offenders 40 years ago to one that focuses on the needs of the population and communities today. Our primary mission is public safety. We cannot have safe communities if we do not have safe jails. Modern incarceration and reentry focuses on mental and physical health of individuals, as well as opportunities to invest in breaking cycles of imprisonment. I know that I have this board's support to do that. I appreciate all that you have done so far and your interest in continuing in our mutual commitment to have safe communities and safe jails. This commitment involves a large financial cost and capital improvements needs assessment program. And the most immediate investments, which are already funded, are the Vista Jail Improvement Study and the long overdue renovations to the George Bailey Detention Facility. The Vista Jail Study will determine how we renovate or rebuild a failing and aged facility to service the North County in a way that provides the best outcomes for people who are housed there and an environment that is healthy and safe for our staff. The renovations to the George Bailey Detention Facility will create a safe environment and better outcomes for people who are housed there. It will also create a safe place for our employees to work. I'm excited to be your sheriff and drive these long overdue changes. Thank you all for your support. Any questions?
Thank you, Sheriff. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and have everyone from public safety present, and then I'll open it up for my colleagues. But I just want to say thank you for all the work, and I do have some questions, but we'll do that right after.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Next, I'm going to turn it over to Holly.
At this time, I'll welcome forward our District Attorney, Summer Stephan.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Vargas, Vice Chair, Supervisors, and our CEO, Helen Robbins-Meyer, county staff, and community. I'm Summer Stephan, San Diego County's District Attorney, and it's my honor to present this proposed budget that reflects our values and comports with the vision of the county. The San Diego DA's office, as you know, we are the people's prosecutor. We have all 18 cities, all 39 unincorporated areas. We serve all 3.3 million people. Every time that a crime occurs, a felony crime from human trafficking, robbery, burglary, murder, sexual assault, it's going to come to the DA's office from all 12 police agencies and sheriff. Every misdemeanor is going to come to the DA's office except for the misdemeanors in the city of San Diego. To do that work, we have 1,000 diverse, dedicated, talented staff. With me today are leadership of our staff, the Assistant District Attorney Dwayne Woodley, and our admin chief, Michelle Bush. And along with the entire team, this work is done with a lot of passion and heart every single day. And I think it's the only way that everything is getting accomplished. Just to give you a little snapshot with the backlog, as you'll remember, we didn't request additional resources for the backlog. That was tremendous. We decided to continue to work forward, use creative mechanisms to dual fill certain positions so that we're really being fiscally responsible. But pending right now, as of this morning, are 236 murder cases, a number we've never had before for our staff to bear. 221 felony level sex crimes cases that require our utmost in terms of care, justice, and compassion. Our mission at the DA's office is to pursue equal and fair justice for all and to build safe neighborhoods in partnership with the communities we serve. We do that, and you'll see from our reflected plan, by ethically prosecuting crime, but also by protecting victims, protecting the rights of the accused, and protecting the rights of the community to be safe. We chose to follow all three and to do all three with excellence. If we can go to the next slide, please. I want to just highlight a few accomplishments in the current fiscal year, and that lead us naturally to the upcoming goals and aspirations that require our budget. The DA's office opened our 6th location, which is the North County Family Justice Center, with the support of Supervisor Desmond and the entire board. One Safe Place North opened July 5th, and it has already welcomed and served 2,226 victims of crime, with 1,700 returning for additional services, which was the biggest measure for us that they really did feel safe. 250 kids were in a cycle of violence, and we were able to extract them through trauma services provided by our 90 collaborators in the community and on site. This is one of the largest collaborations known in a family justice center with over 90 partners. We initiated our juvenile diversion initiative. This is a diversion program that extracted 256 youth from entering into the juvenile justice system. And because we wanted to track equity, and we also wanted to track success in terms of recidivism, SANDAG followed this project and reports that 80% successfully completed. They never entered the juvenile justice system. And looking at the equity, it showed that the opportunities were offered to every race and ethnicity, and especially the underserved persons that are usually overrepresented in our criminal justice system. We heard our community's cries for the increase in elder crimes, especially elder scams. We formed with the FBI an Elder Justice Task Force, and actually, we had people from around the nation visiting us because we were able to do something that hasn't been done before, which is to take down transnational organizations that are scamming our seniors out of millions of dollars. We were able to measure for the first time, and these numbers are shocking. 1,700 victims, seniors, were bilked out of $49 million in San Diego County in just 2022. This is a drain that is really might be the reason why we see so many seniors needing to go back to work or to lose their place, their home, because of the level of these scams. We'll continue to fight this fight. In the retail theft area, you might have noticed San Diego's not as much on the news as other regions because we formed an ORCA working with all of the retail businesses, big and small, and we put the information together with law enforcement. With that, we were able to track and bring down many of these massive retail thefts, making San Diego not a popular place for these retail thefts. The last one that we did was targeted all the Sunglass Hut places. Looking forward into the future, we are going to carry the homeless app that we put in place for victims of crime, our Safe Collaborative app for the homeless population, people experiencing homeless. Thank you for the support of the board with that. We expect a working prototype in 6 months, and being able to bring the hotels.com model to a homeless.com model is going to be very exciting. But possibly even more exciting is the Homeless Enhanced Legal Program, the HELP Court, that will address the intersection of co-occurring disease with homelessness. We're starting that process. We're devoting resources. You'll see that in the budget. But this should be a very successful model, different than the care court in that once somebody comes into the criminal justice system, you can offer them an alternative to incarceration without changing the law. And that alternative would be offered in terms of going into an involuntary treatment program that will help them live, essentially, because obviously people who are homeless are dying at 118 times the rate of our normal population. We're also copying our juvenile diversion program, responding to the community's concerns. We're taking it into the transitional age youth diversion program. It'll look a little different, but for persons 18 to 24, bringing the same types of looking at the underlying root causes and helping to extract youth from a path towards prison. We're very excited about opening a South County Family Justice Center. We've been able, with the help of the county, to find a location with the support of Chair Vargas. This will be moving very fast, and hopefully we'll have 90, maybe even more collaborators. We're very excited. This need exists, and it needs to be addressed. In a multi-year project, we have to address the fact that our case management system is very much behind the times and needs to be updated, and we're looking at those things. In comporting with the county, the sustainability, equity, empowerment, community, and justice measures, justice being the first duty of society, we're investing in all of these areas. We're moving towards hybrid electric cars. We're also using equity measures in all of our diversion programs, including JDI and our homeless project, tracking that data without aggregating it. So it's not privacy data, but aggregate data. We're empowering the community through community grants that allow the community to partner and leverage their culturally competent skills. We're excited that we were able to provide from a large charter school fraud $30 million to the county to be able to provide community grants for K through 12. So far, $6 million were provided and used very effectively to help kids around, especially underserved kids. And in the justice area, we're focusing on keeping San Diego the safest urban county through many, many different initiatives, including attacking the fentanyl issue. Very excited that we were able to begin working with the help of the board on an education, prevention, the overdose maps, and of course prosecuting 503 dealers while offering opportunities for diversion for those who are addicted and are users in our drug court, in many other areas. Also, I want to go to our performance measures. We've hit all our performance measures and exceeded them. We were thinking we were going to serve, again, 12,000 victims, but with the opening of the Family Justice Center and increasing our contact with victims using a new text app, knowing that people don't respond really to phones anymore, we're converting everything where our contact with victims is using texting. With that, the number of victims we were able to reach was 17,000 instead of our goal of 12,000. We're going to continue marrying the technology to our services because the human touch is still very important. A victim advocate sitting next to our victims in court, walking them through the system is still critical, but using also technology is very, very helpful. We aimed at an 8% recidivism rate for our adult diversion program. We hit 6%, which is terrific. And with our juvenile diversion, we aimed at 8%, and it was 8% for felony crimes, recidivism, but 11% in general. So on the mark with everything that we hoped for. With our expenditures, what we're looking for is a $46 million increase from last year. $17 million is the negotiated salary and benefits. $25 million is one-time tenant improvements for the South County Family Justice Center and a little bit in the North County. That's already been allocated through our Prop 172 funds, so it will not come out of the general fund. There's really no expenses here that will come out of the general fund. There are positions that are allocated at $4 million for the new diversion initiatives that are being paid for by Prop 172 and community corrections for our homeless court, also for our South County Family Justice Center, for resentencing that has about 1,200 cases. Many of them are murders and attempt murders that the law has brought back to us to resentence. This involves a deep dive while moving forward with the new cases. So they're outlined in the report, the specific positions, position per position. And I'm just very excited about the future with everything that the footprints that we put in place. And I should mention that the goal that we also wanted to reach this year was to test every rape kit that had not been tested, 2,030 of them. They've all now been tested, and we are now, in accordance with the new law, moving forward to test every rape kit as it comes through the door. But the entire backlog was cleared. Several cases were charged. It's just an amazing feeling of justice to do that for victims of sexual assault. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to thank my entire team for their hard work. That's the only way we reached these markers. They were pretty aspirational, but I'm proud of the team. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so
questions
much.
later.
Thank you, yes. We'll have questions right after, but I just want to say, again, thank you for your leadership and your partnership and for all the great work, and we'll ask questions in a minute. So I'll turn it over to Holly.
Thank you, DA Stephan. Next, presenting for the Public Defender's Office is Chief Deputy and Director of the Office of Assigned Counsel, Michael Garcia.
Chair Vargas, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, and members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Michael Garcia, and I am a Chief Deputy in the Department of the Public Defender. And thank you for the opportunity to present before you today. The work of defending the constitutional rights and the dignities of the residents of San Diego County is always the primary mission of the public defender. Improving and advancing that mission has been at the forefront of all our work this past year and will continue into the next coming years of the operational plan. We've hired dozens of new criminal defense practitioners this past year, promoted existing ones. We've established new innovative programs through your appropriations and the funding of 2 public service grants to meet the challenges of unfunded state mandates. Through the steadfast determination of our 500-plus employees and allegiance to our motto that our clients come first, we continue to provide the best public defense representation in the state of California. The Department of the Public Defender consists of 4 separate divisions: the primary public defender, the alternate public defender, the multiple conflicts office, and the office of assigned counsel, all ethically walled off to avoid conflicts. The public defender's diverse staff provides legal representation to indigent persons charged with a crime and in some civil cases such as mental health matters. The public defender demonstrates its commitment to delivering the best possible representation to our community and continues to strive to develop and implement new innovative programs and holistic services intended to curb recidivism rates and to secure important rights, liberties, and the dignity of all persons in San Diego County. With $2.4 million out of the $4 million in the first year of the Board of State Community Corrections, the BSCC grant, we hired and organized 21 full-time employees for our Fresh Start unit. The unit is now in full swing and producing great results for our clients who are looking to reintegrate into the community and to appropriately adjust sentences per legislative mandates to reduce decades of prison time. In April of 2023, we learned that we received the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant, the JAG, our first competitive grant award. This $3 million, 3-year grant will be used to get the Pretrial Advocacy and Community Connections Unit, or PAC, up and running. PAC is intended to breathe life into the California Supreme Court's Humphrey decision and get pretrial clients released from custody and into alternatives to detention programs, such as mental health treatment, substance abuse referrals, and other options which preserves their employment and their status in the community while their case progresses through the criminal justice system. This grant has allowed us to hire and utilize a community outreach coordinator to collaborate and educate members of the community about the many services the Public Defender's Office provides, from arraignment through post-trial expungement and rehabilitation services. The homeless court pop-up demand continues to increase sharply, and new dates and locations are in the planning stages. With many justice partners participating, our clients can clear warrants, apply for DMV identification, clear tickets, and receive many other services all in one stop. The Public Defender has implemented a new supervisor training course with collaboration from our internal diversity and inclusion group and the new County Office of Equity and Racial Justice. The program is established to ensure that all levels of office staff awareness and understanding of the county's zero-tolerance policy regarding bias and discrimination in the workplace. The Immigrant Rights Legal Defense Program has marked 1 year of case assignments with its nonprofit program contractors and panel of private immigration law practitioners. The program has increased the levels of immigration court representation from 27% to 42% for clients awaiting their removal hearings in the Otay Mesa Detention Facility. The IRLDP is growing and evolving 2 new programs in the upcoming months, including a collaboration with the University of San Diego Law School Immigration Clinic and the rollout of the Duty Attorney Day in immigration court, whereby a program attorney can provide legal orientation to unrepresented immigrants and concurrently identify referrals for new program cases. The program is also working with the Office of Evaluation, Performance, and Analytics to secure a RAND Corporation study to analyze and evaluate program data, success, and performance. The advent of the legislative mandate of Care Court is upon us. The Community Assistance Recovery and Empowerment Act, SB 1338, will create a new civil court process which will help those with the greatest needs access behavioral health and housing resources and services. It will provide a framework to ensure counties and other local governments focus their efforts to provide services to persons with complex behavioral health care needs. It will protect self-determination and civil liberties by providing legal counsel and promoting supported decision-making. And it will provide a solution to ensure access to comprehensive services and support. Families, clinicians, first responders, and others will be able to refer individuals suffering from schizophrenia spectrum or psychotic disorders to the court. The court would then appoint the public defender and refer the case to Behavioral Health Services for investigation. The Act contemplates a collaborative relationship between the service providers, BHS, and the public defender, whenever this is in the best interest of the individual served. Every effort will be made to collaboratively engage the client and help steer them to clinically appropriate treatment in the hope that a care plan can be created, avoiding court orders and expensive hearings. We're finalizing plans to conduct a diversity and inclusion climate assessment to determine the level of openness and appreciation of individual differences within the department. The department is currently in the planning stages of piloting a 360-degree performance appraisal process. Unclassified and attorney supervisory staff are being considered for phase 1 of this rollout. Our climate and sustainability efforts continue, with 23 of 30 vehicles being replaced with plug-in hybrids, which have a backup gas system after the charge is depleted. So far, 19 sedans are on order. The department also needs 4 larger models, and DGS continues to search the market for larger electric vehicles. We are also studying all our recharging options, such as at the County Operations Center, the South Bay Courthouse, as well as charging stations that are at or near our leased facilities. We are also exploring the possibility of charging vehicles at public outlets similar to fleet gas stations. While in the past our Fresh Start goals have usually been about 2,000 clients served, we now anticipate that numbers continue to grow as our grant funds allow for us to assist more clients with their post-conviction goals. Whether it be expungement for those out of custody and flourishing, or getting new and just sentences for those serving costly and exorbitant times in state prison, the Fresh Start team continues to achieve life-changing success for our clients trying to move on from their past mistakes. As mentioned, the office has implemented mandatory and extensive supervisory training on issues of diversity and inclusion. An awareness and understanding of implicit biases in the workplace by those in supervision is critically important to the future of the Public Defender's Office, the legal field in general, and the empowerment of all individuals employed and served by the County of San Diego. We are in the process of procuring a contract to complete an office-wide diversity climate assessment. With the partnership of our Diversity and Inclusion Group, the office has identified a potential agency to perform the assessment and follow-up training. The goal is to better understand the staff we serve so that we can continue to positively grow forward. The climate assessment tool is a tool used to determine the degree to which employees feel they can be their authentic self at work. An anonymous survey will be disseminated to all staff. Staff will be encouraged to complete the survey and share honest feedback. The survey will identify any areas of needed improvement, and staff will receive appropriate training to improve those areas. A 360-degree performance appraisal process will be implemented in a phased rollout. The new appraisal process will incorporate feedback from subordinate staff and peers when evaluating performance of supervisors. Phase 1 of the rollout will be with the unclassified staff. Implementation of the CARE Act, as well as our staffing requests, are based on estimates of the number of clients from behavioral health services currently anticipated to be approximately 1,000 individuals. The public defender has been engaged in planning implementation meetings with state officials, the court, county council, behavioral health services, as well as legal aid organizations. Key performance measures and goals have been widely met at the public defender in fiscal year 22-23. 90% of mental health treatment plans are completed within 2 weeks for individuals about to be released from custody. This efficiency allows for our most vulnerable clients to re-enter the community with the necessary treatment and resources available to meet success. With the added funding of the BSCC grant, we have been able to serve more Fresh Start clients, thereby increasing our Fresh Start numbers, focusing on finding and granting post-conviction relief to our clients. The public defender remains one of the county's most prolific offerers of volunteer work service. Our robust intern program continues to train the next generation of attorneys and criminal investigators in our community. Our early settlement numbers benefiting our clients, while still high, have dipped regarding misdemeanor offenses due to the COVID backlog of cases in the criminal court system. However, early felony settlements have increased as the courts prioritize resources to address felony cases over those of misdemeanors. The adopted department budget for fiscal year 22-23 was $126.9 million. The recommended figure for fiscal year 23-24 is $133.6 million. It's a projected increase difference of $6.7 million. At the primary public defender, there's an increase of 6 full-time employee positions. The alternative public defender, an increase of 5, multiple conflicts office, and our administrative staff is increasing by 2 full-time employee positions each. As to significant budget adjustments, some significant adjustments include CARE Act funding, of which 12 positions, including attorneys, mental health clinicians, and legal support, are being added and funded through CARE Act monies. Indigent Defense, funded with the Board of State Community Corrections Trust Fund, has an increase of 2 full-time employee positions, and our Parole Revocation Trust Fund is yielding us an increase of 1 full-time employee. Since fiscal year 2018-2019, 167 staff years were added to the public defender. 118 of those 167 staff years, or more than 70%, were funded with general purpose revenue. The total number of full-time positions is up to 547 from 388 back in fiscal year 2018-2019. On behalf of Randy Mize and the entire Public Defender's Office, I would like to thank this board for their commitment to the department these past 5 years, and for understanding that a robust and strong indigent defense office makes fiscal sense by mitigating costly incarceration and curbing high recidivism rates. As we do every day, you have taken to heart our mission that justice and the rights and dignity of every San Diegan is what this county is about. On behalf of the entire Department of the Public Defender, thank you, Chair Vargas, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, and all the members of the board for your time and the opportunity to present before you today.
Thank you so much, Michael, for presenting on behalf of the Public Defender's Office. We'll now turn the presentation over to Probation Chief Tamika Nelson.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, and members of the board. On behalf of probation, I'm pleased to provide an update on the Probation Department's operational plan. The Probation Department supports community safety by working with county departments, criminal justice agencies, and community partners to supervise and rehabilitate youth and adults. We carry out our mission through our team members and client-centered partnerships. We will stand in our values and become innovative through evidence-based and best practices in continuum of care, supervision, accountability, and a restorative practice philosophy within a culture of caring and promoting public safety. Our accomplishments this year include hosting public-facing meetings and participating in over 75 community engagement events that provided information in public forums to increase access for individuals, including those with lived experience, to use their voice to impact change. Celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the Community Transition Center that provides comprehensive reentry services to clients transitioning from prison and jail to the community, while also serving as an alternative to incarceration for clients on supervision who need additional support. Establishing a community garden at the youth transition campus so youth can learn and experience the benefits of local food sourcing. Providing the Tribal Star training and technical assistance program that encourage probation officers to build collaborations that improve outcomes for American Indian youth in the juvenile justice system. The Tribal Star team believes that meaningful partnerships are the key to reducing disproportionality and creating lasting change to support Native American children and families. Implementing the pretrial services program to monitor and provide supportive services to individuals while they are in the community pending court appearances. And lastly, as part of the harm reduction initiative, the lock zone is available at all probation offices. Looking forward, probation plans to continue conducting focus groups with youth on probation to better understand their experiences from their perspective of equity, diversity, and inclusion. Operating the Homeless Outreach, Motivation, and Empowerment Program to address the unique needs of clients on post-release community supervision who face residential instability by collaborating with partners and the community to identify and implement comprehensive plans to address the client's needs for residential stability. Collaborating with community-based agencies to provide workforce development services and supports to adults on community supervision to enhance their opportunities for economic growth. providing interim housing to adult clients on supervision, and using housing and resource navigators with lived experience to provide peer-to-peer outreach to help clients transition to safe and secure housing while increasing self-sufficiency by removing barriers to housing, stability through career development, social service enrollment, and advocacy. In addition, probation will collaborate with County Fire to implement a fire camp program for the Youth Development Academy. We will co-locate with other agencies and support clients at the new Southeastern LiveWell Center. Supporting our dedicated employees by filling our vacant positions, we've already started same-day hiring halls, created video vignettes of a day in the life of our probation staff that is posted on our social media and recruiting events. And we implemented variable entry criteria for certain classifications and are in the process of procuring a firm to assist with the paid advertising recruitment campaign. I will also be bringing forward other ideas on recruitment and retention for your board's consideration in the near future. Probation has also received 2 new grants. First, the Mobile Probation Services Centers grant will allow us to purchase and operate service centers to reach probation clients in rural or underserved areas of San Diego County and provide connections to programs and services, particularly for clients who are unhoused. Second, we are receiving funding and technical assistance as part of the Ending Girls Incarceration in California initiative to implement community-based programming that will help keep young people out of court and incarceration. Probation is committed to aligning with all the county's strategic plan initiatives. In consideration of sustainability, we will deliver virtual customer service to pretrial clients by deploying an app to facilitate the interaction between clients and staff and reduce vehicle miles traveled. We will continue to employ a team of self-sufficiency social workers in regional probation offices to assist and support our clients and families in moving towards self-sufficiency and stability by providing clients with access to social services, including Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and CalWorks. To promote greater equity, we will continue to provide adults on community supervision, including those who are re-entering the community from prison and jail, with transitional housing and access to residential treatment facilities when appropriate. We will continue operating the Homeless Outreach Motivation and Empowerment Program to address the unique needs of clients on post-release community supervision who face residential instability by collaborating with partners and the community to identify and implement comprehensive plans to address the client's needs for residential stability. To empower our workforce, we hosted and will continue to host monthly conversations with the chief at different probation sites to allow staff to participate in open discussions with myself, promoting staff engagement and investment in our workforce. To inspire community engagement, we will conduct focus groups with youth on probation to better understand their experiences. In the area of justice, we will refurbish the Youth Development Academy units at the East Mesa Juvenile Detention Facility so that the physical space supports positive youth development, provides functional space to meet programming goals, and encourages pro-social interactions between staff and youth. Also, we will partner with San Diego County Fire to develop a Fuels Fire Crew program to provide incarcerated youth in long-term custody with training and work experience with projects related to fuel reduction and other fire-related services to be eligible to apply for employment upon release. The performance measures shown here were developed to monitor our supervision, rehabilitation, and recidivism reduction efforts. As seen in the table, we have exceeded our goals in all areas. We were successful in adult supervision by supervising clients according to their assessed risk levels and focusing services on higher risk clients. For youth supervision, we ensured that youth have access to a broad spectrum of services and support in the community, including our Alternatives to Detention program. This is one of our community-based programs that helps youth who are at risk of detention connect with resources and services that will help them succeed in the community. We supported family and community engagement for youth in custody to improve youth outcomes through stronger support systems, family visitation, and community engagement, exceeding the goal of 75% by expanding the use and tracking of video visitation. The new performance measurement linking youth to community-based services exceeded our goal. 100% of youth supervised as high risk were linked to community-based services as part of strength-based intervention plans, exceeding the goal of 95% by expanded use and tracking of video visitation. We have exceeded our goals and will continue to strive to increase our targets to best serve our clients. Our recommended budget for fiscal year 23-24 is $277.1 million, a $15.8 million increase over this year. This includes funding the new youth at the Youth Development Academy, as well as the use of Proposition 172 funds for ongoing and one-time operational needs. Staffing transfers reflect the department reorganization in which the administration and training units, which were previously assigned to the operational divisions, are consolidated within the department administration division. This is a technical change that does not impact service delivery. We have an additional minimal funding source that is separated from the general fund for compliance purposes. The asset forfeiture fund is utilized primarily for equipment needs. We are actively monitoring workload and allocating positions to meet current needs and board initiatives. The department continues to face challenges in hiring and would have requested additional positions in this operational plan. However, due to our vacancies, we are delaying our request for full-time employees to fiscal year 24-25. Among the most significant budget adjustments are the additions of 5 staff to support 2 programs. First, we are adding 2 staff for the pretrial services program in collaboration with the Superior Court and criminal justice partners to provide pretrial monitoring. Second, we are adding 3 staff for the Youth Development Academy as part of our implementation of Senate Bill 823, Juvenile Justice Realignment, which transfers the responsibility for supervising certain youthful offenders from the state to county probation departments. Probation is committed to protecting public safety by coaching clients to restore their lives, families, and communities they live in through a lens of community engagement. Chairwoman Vargas, members of the board, this concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Chief Nelson. Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board, we appreciate the opportunity to provide an overview of the Public Safety Group and its 9 departments' recommended operational plans. Our group includes just over 8,000 team members who support public safety and well-being of all by providing services that align with your board's strategic initiatives of equity, sustainability, community, justice, and empower. Thank you for your support of this mission, and we're available now to answer your questions.
Thank you. So what we'll do is we'll ask each of the folks, if it's okay with my colleagues, and then that way not everybody's coming at the same time to answer all the questions. Thank you so much, everyone, for all of your presentations, for keeping our community safe. I have a quick question for Sheriff Martinez. I appreciate your presentation, the commitment to community, the engagement, the really intent to really restructure and ensure that everyone's kept safe. One question. We had an audit that we went through, right, that recommendations from the state. And so I just want to make sure, I think this is what you're doing, and I've heard this from you directly, but I just want to make sure that it's on the record, that a lot of the work that you are doing is to ensure that we are aligned with the recommendations from the auditor, from the state, and ensuring that the budget requests that you have made will help you achieve those goals.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for asking about that. We've accomplished almost all of the recommendations. There's some that we haven't been able to accomplish because of the structure of our facilities. So the jail improvements will really help with that, including making more spaces for mental health assessments and medical assessments at intake, which we're doing, but we need larger spaces and more privacy, more updates to the jail system. The increases in the staffing is part of that audit. So all of those things align really well with it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Colleagues, do you have any questions?
Yes, I just have a comment, if I could. I just want to say thank you very much to the Public Safety Department and to our sheriff and probation department and everybody else as far as integrating mental health into public safety. It seems that there's a big challenge that we've faced with homelessness here recently, and I'm glad to see that that's being integrated, especially even with jail releases, as people get out of jail, to give them the tools hopefully they need to be successful after they've served their time, and then also, with homeless and people involved in justice, that the outcome hopefully is they get the help that they need, and that seems to be a big issue for us and here lately, and I'm glad to see that's being addressed. So
I appreciate that, Supervisor. Thank you.
Just on a format question here, to our chair, I just have comments sort of broadly to everyone, or should I do one at a time? Okay.
Anything else for me?
She can go ahead.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be efficient and just sort of do everything all at once. First of all, I just really want to thank our whole team. These are really difficult challenges, and I appreciate the collaboration and the innovation and trying to do better for our community. I wanted to uplift some of the things I'm obviously really excited about. I mean, I'm very excited to see the great work on our immigrant legal defense program. I think that's very cutting edge and really wonderful. Very proud to see the work that we are doing to improve health outcomes, certainly behavioral health in general, mental health, but also substance abuse treatment, and trying to get not just looking at punishment, but looking at prevention and treatment, especially in our jails. And I think there's that hasn't always been the case. And I think we're doing much better on that front and are going to have to continue to push. We have a lot of work to do, absolutely. And, it's going to continue to be a really big challenge we face, but I'm glad we are moving in that direction and moving quickly in that direction. It's really important that we continue to accelerate that work on behavioral health in our jails and better collaborations across with Health and Human Services. And I think that extends broadly, I think to all the work we're doing in public safety to try to do a better job with data integration to ensure that we can really be meeting the needs of our community and trying to do a better job with providing public safety through services as well. I know that we are doing so much to lead the way, particularly in the juvenile diversion work that our DA has been championing, and very appreciative of that work as well as the really wonderful work on domestic violence. And I think that's also been pretty groundbreaking, and continuing to invest in those services as well. And then in terms of our work on probation, we have to continue trying to figure out how to do better on reentry and reentry services. And I think that's one of the reasons you're here, is you have a really wonderful proven track record of trying to do probation differently. And I'm very excited to see that beginning to take root and see what, how to make that real in San Diego, and continue to be looking forward to doing more and doing better on the reentry piece and the reentry work. And so I just appreciate kind of the willingness to be collaborative, to be open-minded, to really try to put the well-being of our community first, and look at what could work and what could work better, and not always needing to do things the same old way that maybe has not necessarily been as successful as we would have hoped in the past. So I feel like we could talk all day about public safety and all the work we're doing. I just do want to mention something I don't want to lose track of is the sustainability piece, which sometimes seems really far away from our work in public safety, but I think is really important and can be really central. And, we've talked before about how can we do a better job of making sure not just our vehicles are electric, but also making sure that when people eat meals, that those meals are sustainably sourced, and also providing real nutrition to people in our system, so that they can have the nutritional support that they need to be able to potentially benefit from some of the programming that we're beginning to invest in. So again, appreciate everyone's work, and I really grateful for everyone's leadership. So thank you.
I don't see any other comments from my colleagues. The only other question I have, well, first I say to our district attorney, thank you for all your leadership, for all the work, particularly around human trafficking, our homeless population. And I know that we are going to continue to identify ways for us to partner and support each other in the work, but I'm very biased and super excited about the South County Family Center and what that will look like and what it means for our community and our region. So thank you for that, and we'll continue to do that work. I have a quick question for Mr. Garcia. I wanted to ask you specifically on the issue of the client served by Fresh Start. The numbers are down, right? I think at one point it was 2,700 and then 2,600, and now the goal is 2,000. So I don't know exactly how that program works. Would love to know a little bit more about that, and what do you need so that you can increase that number so that you can meet the need versus the number that was presented?
Well, our goal was 2,000. We exceeded that goal with 2,700 cases this past year.
Okay.
The Fresh Start is based on a lot of funding based on our grants. So we're looking into the third year of the pilot program to make sure that we do have those grants in order to continue that number. So we certainly are intending and looking into setting a higher goal for future years, but it's all based on that grant funding and what we're looking at.
So the number, the 2,000 number that you have is not necessarily, if you end up having more money, you will be able to provide more, is what you're
Correct,
saying?
and we already exceeded that goal this coming year with that initial 2,000 mark that we had. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm hoping to see that number continue to increase because it's such an important program for our communities. And then I just want to, for those of you who may or may not know, I have the pleasure of working very closely with Tamika and the director on this work, the chief, I'm sorry. And we have monthly meetings in making sure that we are focused on our, programs within probation and really leading the way to ensure that we do everything that we can to have the resources that we need. And so I'm really pleased to see some of the recommendations that you have presented and that you're asking, the budget that you're asking that really focuses on diversion and ensuring that our youth are able to continue to have a better quality of life. So appreciate that work that you have been doing as well. So with that, seeing no other comments or questions from my colleagues, we are going to take a recess for lunch. When we come back, we're going to have our Health and Human Services Agency team present their budget, and so I just want to say again, thank you to the Public Safety Group, to everyone. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I'm super excited about East Otay Mesa Fire Station, of course. Hello. And, but anyway, so thank you everyone for all of the great presentations and the work. We are scheduled to come back at 1:45 as that is when, 1:45, so that our HHA folks can provide their introduction. So have a nice lunch, and I'll see you at 1:45.
hoping they could work that out.
All right, we are now going to turn it over to Nick Machoni, who is going to present the Health and Human Services Agency budget presentation. Nick.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas, and good afternoon, members of the board. I have the honor to present the proposed ops plan for the Health and Human Service Agency for fiscal year 23-24. As an integrated agency that's made up of health, housing, and human services, HHSA, as we're called, has a robust service network and programs designed to help all 3.3 million San Diego County residents live well. Our mission, it's to make people's lives healthier, safer, and self-sufficient by delivering essential services throughout the entire county region. We make this happen with the commitment of nearly 8,000 talented and diverse Health and Human Service Agency employees. And I'd like to take a moment to thank each and every one of them for their incredible hard work each and every day serving our entire county. Our agency leadership team and employees work hand in hand with more than 360 service partners, which are mainly our community partners, 540 Live Well San Diego community partners, and our agency advisory boards and commissions to build a region that's healthy, safe, and thriving. Today, we're going to share a snapshot of our agency's role and accomplishments during the current fiscal year, then look forward to the priorities and related changes in our proposed annual budget. After that, 4 of our service departments, self-sufficiency services, housing and community development services, homeless solutions, equitable communities, and behavioral health services will go into more detail about their priorities, goals, and budgets. Now, the agency has 8 service departments that work together as an agency to serve the entire county. We also have 7 administrative service departments who are essential to ensuring that the agency delivers cost-effective and equitable services both internally to our staff and externally to the people and families we serve. And finally, we support the First 5 Commission and the In-Home Support Services Public Authority, whose missions and work completely align and are braided with our agency. Now, through your board's leadership over the last few years, our highly talented agency leadership team, pictured here, has reimagined how our agency's safety net can become stronger and more impactful. In doing so, we have significantly re-engineered our services. One of the many examples is the establishment of new offices to better serve our most vulnerable residents. For instance, in fiscal year 2021-22, we created offices focused on helping immigrants and refugees, equitable communities, and people experiencing homelessness as part of our Department of Homeless Solutions and Equitable Communities. In fiscal year 22-23, we established a new department dedicated to medical care services with a strategic focus on Medicaid policy and service provision. We also transferred the public conservator from AIS to Behavioral Health Services to better align and strengthen our future implementation of the CARE Act program. And AIS now oversees both the public conservator and public guardian programs. And for this coming fiscal year, we will add the Child and Family Wellbeing Department, which brings together Child Welfare Services, First 5 San Diego, and Child Care Services, among others. These are just a few of the many innovative ways we are adapting to meet the needs of our diverse communities, advance health quality, and reduce poverty. Now, as an agency, this past fiscal year, we directly supported more than 1/3 of our county population with an emphasis on reaching our most vulnerable neighbors. That's correct. We connected more than 1.3 million San Diegans to benefits like CalFresh and Medi-Cal to meet basic needs, managing the highest enrollment in our county's history. We advanced the behavioral health continuum of care with new crisis stabilization units, new capacity in our substance use system of care, and expanded mobile crisis response teams. We've provided approximately 105,000 San Diegans with life-saving mental health and substance abuse services so they can regain their lives through recovery and well-being. We expanded our affordable housing portfolio, opening doors to affordable homes for approximately 1,000 more seniors and families, veterans, and individuals in last year alone. And we partnered with the county's public safety group to advance alternatives to incarceration and work toward improving the well-being of San Diegans in the criminal justice system by co-creating the Correctional Healthcare Work Group with the sheriff. We established our local San Diego Advancing Innovations in Medi-Cal, or as we call it, SD-AIM, that will reshape how we contribute to the health services in collaboration with our Medi-Cal or our Medicaid plans through the state's Medicaid waiver. We also prioritize moving from a pandemic response to endemic operations, strengthening the capacity and responsiveness of our public health system with an emphasis on neighborhood-based partnerships. This enabled us to respond to another public health emergency swiftly and effectively, Mpox, while still protecting people most at risk and managing the COVID pandemic, the flu, and other emerging health threats. We've also advanced key efforts to advance health inequities, including the Perinatal Equity Initiative to improve health birth outcomes among African Americans. Through our First Five Commission contracted partners, we provide high-quality early childhood learning and care for more than 14,000 children at 513 early learning and care sites. And we've continued to reduce the number of children and youth in child welfare services, decreasing by 11% since fiscal year 2020-21. We've also focused on bringing services to where people are at, providing 1.5 million meals to older adults to help address food insecurity and social isolation. We advanced our framework for ending homelessness and had 25,000 engagements with people at risk or experiencing homelessness, resulting in more than 1,000 individuals being helped with emergency, transitional, and permanent housing, which includes services at each of those locations. We've empowered local cities with $10 million in grants and partnered to open or expand shelters and safe parking sites to get people on a pathway to stability. Through our Love Your Heart blood pressure awareness campaign, we distributed more than 3,000 blood pressure monitors and provided 33,000 screenings to help San Diegans know their numbers so they can live well. And we launched the Live Well Center for Innovation and Leadership with the San Diego State University to enhance shared training, research, service, and workforce development. We did all of this while centering community and employee engagement and belonging. We hired a team of regional community coordinators who enhance the collective efforts of community groups and stakeholders in each region. They play a critical role in advancing equity by co-leading, co-creating regional community solutions. We continue to bring on our new Live Well San Diego partners across every sector, from nonprofits to for-profit businesses. We co-hosted meetings and town halls with trusted community leaders and our labor partners to meaningfully engage San Diegans and receive feedback on how to provide even better services together through public-private partnerships. To engage our employees, we focused on improving internal communication. How? Through a newsletter, annual all-staff meetings, and many, many one-on-one meetings, which have identified an area of need to improve in our employee surveys. To assist with hiring for our vacancies, we partner with our County Human Services Department for many job fairs and other events that include expedited on-the-job offers. To promote professional development, we revamped the Career Discovery Program and launched career days for our employees. And we're proud of these accomplishments and many others, and continue to listen and partner with our employees, our community partners, and SEIU, Teamsters, UDW, and other labor partners to advance the board's strategic initiatives involving sustainability, equity, and power, justice, and community. Now, to do all this, we're fortunate that we've had increased resources recently, largely driven by additional federal and state funds to not only address the COVID-19 public health emergency, but to expand and transform existing services. And in some cases, we have even been able to develop entirely new programs to serve our most vulnerable residents. Over the last 5 years, with the current proposed budget, the Health and Human Services staffing will have increased by over 1,800 positions and over $1 billion in appropriations. This captures investments in our workforce, new service requirements, and increased demand for direct services throughout the entire county region. For example, we've increased investments in services by over 55% to support individuals with substance use and mental health conditions. That's over 55%. We've also sought out and received new grant funding to invest in public health services. And as we look forward to subsequent years, we know that under the current and forecasted economic conditions, we will not be able to continue growth at the same pace. We anticipate facing a very different outlook in terms of anticipated resources as one-time funding streams end, realignment revenue growth slows, and the state revenue outlook worsens. And we know costs just to carry out existing services and infrastructure keep rising, given inflationary pressures. The hard reality is this: we will need to closely monitor the economic outlook in the coming years and make difficult decisions to prioritize our highest impactful programs while we pause or even reduce others if additional revenues do not materialize. That being said, we'll continue to work hard towards sustainable funding sources, ways to optimize service delivery, reduce costs, and a mitigation plan going forward in the event of continued funding shortfalls. So as we look forward, our goal is to continue to adapt to increased demand for services and new service requirements, while at the same time addressing the tension between the need to sustain services long-term and limited growth in ongoing financial resources. At the forefront of these efforts, we'll be launching the new Department of Child and Family Wellbeing. This new department will reimage how the county supports children, youth, and families to deliver both prevention and protection services in a more holistic way. As part of these efforts, we'll implement the Prevention Hub, a no wrong door access point that will link families to primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention service to prevent families from becoming to the attention of the Office of Child Safety, formerly the Child Welfare, and the Juvenile Probation Department. The new department will also be instrumental in coordinating the county partners to implement the county's child care blueprint to help address the child care crisis as well. And we will continue strengthening the public health infrastructure through a state-of-the-art public health lab that's been included in our Capital Improvement Needs Assessment, CINA, and that will be constructed on the County Operations Center campus. We'll also launch 2 public health services, Live Well on Wheel vehicles, and fully bring on our immunization programs in-house. As I mentioned, we will also address significant continued growth in our mandated safety net programs. This falls into 4 key areas. First, we know that our older adult population is growing rapidly and living longer, which is a good thing, but driving year-over-year increases in things like our in-home support services program. Related to this, we're also seeing expanded eligibility for adult protection services, unfortunately, which under the state direction is now providing services to older adults 60 and older and has led to growth in caseload. Second, challenges such as housing affordability and inflation persist, contributing to historic enrollment programs such as Medi-Cal and CalFresh. Third, we'll be implementing the Community Assistance Recovery and Empowerment Act, which we all call the CARE Act, as mandated by state law this coming year. And fourth, while we've made significant strides in the areas of affordable housing and homelessness and behavioral health, we know the need is still much greater. We will continue to make investments and critically evaluate our programs in areas in the upcoming fiscal year to ensure that we're meeting our desired outcomes to help people. While we do receive federal and state funding for many of the required entitlement programs and some of the proposed growth in spending, it is still not enough to fully fund everything. For the upcoming fiscal year, the financial need for our ongoing mandated and board-directed programs exceeds our available ongoing resources. Given that great need, we've taken steps to help close the gap by drawing on significant one-time realignment and funding and operational strategies in order to support ongoing programs. While these one-time funds are intended to stabilize existing safety net programs, the trajectory of this draw and using it to support growth is simply not sustainable and may impact our ability to maintain service levels in the long term. Additionally, we recognize that hiring challenges will persist to some degree in the near term. And so while maximizing efforts to recruit and retain, we've identified ways to leverage the higher than normal vacancies we're experiencing in the current labor market to help balance our budget. Now, for the recommended budget before you today, you'll see growth that's reflected for those priorities shared in the prior slides and the significant increased demand in our safety net just discussed. The agency's recommended budget of $3.2 billion includes an increase of almost $377 million and an increase in 354 positions. In terms of FTEs, caseload growth is driving a significant number of the proposed positions, with almost a third, or about 113, of those positions in self-sufficiency services for mandated core safety net programs. And we have 56 new positions respond for in-home support services and adult protection services program growth, also state mandates. Then we have significant increase in positions to implement the CARE Act and the opioid settlement framework across behavioral health and public health services. And then there are positions to support upstream prevention efforts in the new Department of Child and Family Wellbeing. I do want to note that while we are adding a significant number of positions, our total departmental requests throughout the entire agency were much greater. And what we are presenting represents only the prioritization of our most critical core services. When it comes to the budgetary investments of the $377 million in overall budget growth, over $104 million represents an increase in cash assistance and auxiliary support payments like child care tied to growing safety net caseloads and mandated cash grant increases. These increases are largely funded by federal and state funding prioritized for required entitlement programs. We're also continuing to expand investment supporting a range of services under the behavioral health continuum of care. And then there are budget increases to reflect actions taken by your board in this fiscal year, including wage increases for IHSS caregivers and another infusion in our innovative housing trust fund. We will continue to have a sustained budgetary focus on homelessness services as well. Overall, this proposed budget is one that focuses on prioritizing the regional need for critical services for our most vulnerable populations, while we continue to carefully monitor economic conditions, pursue new funding sources, and plan for mitigations going forward in the event of continued funding shortfalls. We're proud of the budget before you today and the ways that our staff have been creative about managing the gap while continuing to provide excellent services that help San Diegans live well. We appreciate your board's continued support of our essential safety net programs. And now, I'd like to turn it over to our directors, who will speak more specifically about each of their departments. And starting first is Rick Wani from Self-Sufficiency Services. Rick?
Thanks, Nick. Chairwoman Vargas, members of the board, I will now present to you a departmental overview of Self-Sufficiency Services. Self-Sufficiency Services provides eligibility determination for state, federal, and local public assistance programs to over 1 million residents to help families, veterans, and their children meet basic needs. We ensure compliance with state and federal requirements by providing accurate and accessible data, program guidance, and enrollment information for our frontline staff. Self-Sufficiency Services solicits engagement from the community through different venues such as outreach events and advisory boards. Our mission is to make people's lives healthier, safer, and self-sufficient by delivering essential services in San Diego County. Now I'd like to review some of the specific accomplishments for Self-Sufficiency Services for the current fiscal year. We've served more than 1.3 million children, families, adults, seniors, and supported over 240,000 San Diego County veterans and their families. We successfully enrolled 121,000 new residents in self-sufficiency programs. We issued more than $1.4 billion in cash and food assistance benefits. We continue to experience the highest enrollment in our county history while meeting timely application processing by meeting the goal of 96% timely of CalWORKS applications, 91% for Medi-Cal applications, and 92% for CalFresh applications. Our Access Customer Service Call Center received more than 2.3 million calls with an average speed of answer of under 2 minutes and an abandoned call rate of less than 3%. We've imaged more than 5.8 million documents at our document processing center. The 2 Live Well on Wheels mobile offices deployed to more than 365 outreach, enrollment, and community events and served more than 40,000 customers. We completed demolition of the former Northeast Family Resource Center, and a contract was awarded for building 120 new affordable housing units on the property site. We continued our commitment to virtual telework service delivery and consistently maintain over 1,100 staff teleworking. The county's Office of Military and Veteran Affairs, OMVA, conducted more than 34,000 unique office, online, and phone interviews with veterans and their dependents for benefits counseling, information, and referral services. OMVA processed more than 10,000 individual compensation, pension claims, and college fee waivers to allow veterans and their dependents to thrive. We completed implementation of the Social Services Advisory Board Eligibility Enrollment Task Force final report recommendations, and the recommendations will be monitored for ongoing performance levels. We coordinated with Human Resources and implemented same-day hiring events for new human service specialists in order to achieve and maintain a low position vacancy rate. Lastly, we hosted multiple other counties and states to share operational and organizational effectiveness and best practices. As we look forward to the next fiscal year, I will now review a number of the key departmental performance objectives planned. To maintain continued exceptional customer service delivery performance levels by processing 96% of CalWORKS applications timely, 91% of Medi-Cal applications, and 92% of CalFresh applications timely. We will continue to identify opportunities to reduce barriers to program enrollment for all San Diegans by monitoring the implementation of the Social Services Advisory Board Eligibility Enrollment Task Force final report recommendations. We will advocate for federal and state legislative changes to improve program access. We will continue education, outreach, and enrollment activities for all programs including Medi-Cal for those over 50, and increasing the number of seniors on CalFresh in order to reduce food insecurity, and maintain all Medi-Cal recipients enrolled who are eligible following the restarting of the annual renewal process next month. We will identify new opportunities and locations to deploy the Live Well on Wheels mobile office to connect with hard-to-reach and vulnerable populations in order to reduce barriers to enrollment, address poverty, and assist persons experiencing homelessness. We plan to continue identifying sustainability opportunities by consolidating space, reducing carbon footprint, and increasing operational efficiencies. We propose to increase staffing by 113 positions to address the continuing increased enrollment and workload by adding human service specialists, supervising human service specialists, and senior office assistants. For OMVA, we will implement the Board of Supervisors directed contracted consultant recommendations for establishing a Military and Veterans Resource Center in the East County. OMVA will conduct 35,000 office, online, and phone interviews with veterans and their dependents for benefits counseling information and referral services, and process 10,000 compensation pension claims, college fee waivers to allow veterans and their dependents to thrive. Now I will share how self-sufficiency services aligns to the county's strategic plan. Some examples include, for sustainability, as part of reducing and eliminating poverty and promoting economic sustainability for all, we will support legislative policies to enhance services that allow residents to transition to self-sufficiency and actively combat climate change by continuing carbon footprint reduction sustainability efforts, such as remote work and reviewing office space for opportunities to share, consolidate, or eliminate spaces. For Empower, we will invest in our workforce and operations by providing support services and excellent customer service, and further improve employee engagement, utilizing information from employee surveys and continue collaboration with employee representative groups. For Equity, we will address poverty and economic opportunity by increasing the number of seniors receiving CalFresh benefits through outreach and partnerships with community-based organizations. And we will advance opportunities for economic growth and development to all individuals and the community by continuing to process benefit applications timely to assist families towards self-sufficiency. Self-sufficiency services key performance measures for next fiscal year are: continue to achieve timely processing above 90% for state and federal requirements for CalWorks, Medi-Cal, and CalFresh. Self-sufficiency services continues to experience month after month our highest enrollment in history, with a record number of new applications being received by San Diegans in need. Examples of that include our CalFresh program has increased by 6% from last year, and the Medi-Cal program by 8%. All programs have increased by 42% since the beginning of the COVID public health emergency. We plan to maintain the number of seniors on CalFresh. Our current fiscal year goal is being surpassed by historical demand and increased outreach efforts, up 18% since last year. We plan to maintain the number of semi-annual reports being submitted through our website, and our Office of Military and Veteran Affairs will achieve 35,000 veteran and dependent interviews for counseling and referral services, and 10,100 veteran compensation and benefit claims processed. This slide presents a summary of self-sufficiency services proposed general fund expenditures for next fiscal year. For Healthcare Policy Administration, a reduction of $300,000 due to anticipated reduction of state revenues. For Self-Sufficiency Administration, an increase of $2.7 million due to an increase in supervising human service specialist positions and increased IT costs. For assistance payments, an increase of $132.6 million due to increased CalWorks and general relief benefit rates, increased utilization and benefit rate of CalWorks childcare, anticipated caseload growth, and additional contract expenditures. For regional self-sufficiency, an increase of $3.7 million to add 95 human service specialists to address the continuing increase in enrollment and workload. And for OMVA, an additional $100,000 for the Board of Supervisors directed consultant contract for recommendations on establishing a Military and Veterans Resource Center in the East County, which will require the identification of additional financial resources. In summary, the Self-Sufficiency Services General Fund significant budget adjustments are an additional $3.4 million of general purpose revenue for additional staff and retirement costs and salary adjustments, an additional $6.7 million for increased public assistance benefit costs, increased costs for contracts and employment and supportive services for CalWorks, CalFresh Employment and Training, which are offset by program revenue, and increased costs for 211 information and referral services, also offset by program revenue. I'll now turn the presentation over to David Estrella, Director of Housing and Community Development Services.
Good afternoon. Housing and Community Development Services provides safe and affordable housing opportunities to low-income households, while also improving neighborhoods through community development opportunities and management of innovative housing initiatives. Our mission is to support low-income families in achieving stable housing in San Diego County. Each year, HCDS houses more than 40,000 people with safe, affordable housing opportunities. The county's successful affordable housing effort invested over $240 million and excess county land to support the creation or preservation of 4,269 permanent affordable homes within 50 developments in 30 communities throughout San Diego County. This includes 5 developments in the unincorporated area. This also includes 1,339 affordable homes, which are currently under construction. The county's pipeline of affordable housing has grown into a robust source of ongoing housing production for the San Diego region. The National Association of Home Builders estimates that for each 100 units of affordable housing developed, roughly 160 construction jobs are created in the first year, and 30 construction jobs are created in ongoing years of operation. These affordable units will provide housing for low-income families, seniors, veterans, developmentally disabled, transition-age youth, homeless, and homeless with serious mental illness. Over $70 million has been awarded to 25 developments from the county-funded Innovative Housing Trust Fund. This represents the creation of 1,888 affordable homes that will remain affordable to low-income residents for the next 99 years. An additional $25 million was recently added to the trust fund and is available now. One of the county's available funding sources is the state's No Place Like Home program. In partnership with Behavioral Health Services, the No Place Like Home program funds permanent supportive housing for those with serious mental illness that are experiencing homelessness and may access mental health services provided by county's behavioral health services. With the funds that have been awarded so far, 388 permanent supportive homes will have been created. The strong momentum that HCDS has built in the affordable housing realm has remained consistent throughout this fiscal year. The county has seen the completion of 465 affordable homes within 6 developments. These homes are located throughout 6 communities and are estimated to serve approximately 1,000 people per year. Additionally, 8 developments have closed construction financing in this fiscal year. The County Housing Authority also plays an important role by providing housing stability through several rental assistance programs to over 23,000 low-income residents and persons at risk of and experiencing homelessness. Programs such as the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program, Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing Program, Emergency Housing Vouchers, and Mainstream Vouchers operate throughout the unincorporated areas and in 13 of the 18 cities within San Diego County. These programs contribute over $15 million each month into the local economy through payments to landlords. In addition, the County Housing Authority also owns and operates 4 public housing sites in Chula Vista, which consist of 121 affordable homes and an affordable housing site in San Marcos for low-income agricultural workers. Participants in the County Housing Authority's programs include working families, veterans, seniors, persons with disabilities, foster youth, and those previously experiencing homelessness. During this fiscal year, the County Housing Authority was awarded 80 additional housing choice vouchers to be utilized for persons fleeing domestic violence or human trafficking, as well as for elderly families experiencing insecurity, provided housing to over 700 new households and approximately 450 new landlords to the program. In addition, the Family Self-Sufficiency Program grew by approximately 55% in the past 18 months, and staff outreached in the community at over 40 events. HCDS will continue to support the county's framework for ending homelessness by providing permanent, supportive, and affordable housing to vulnerable residents through the following efforts. 20 developments with 1,805 affordable homes have been awarded and will begin construction in the near future. HCDS has released notices of funding availability for the Innovative Housing Trust Fund and project-based vouchers, and will be making awards to the successful applicants in fiscal year 23-24. Recently, a No Place Like Home funded development was awarded project-based vouchers. This award of PBVs allows the developer to return approximately $5.4 million in No Place Like Home funding, resulting in these funds coming back to the county to make available for additional developments. We will be reimagining county excess land as affordable housing with 7 county sites already identified and awarded to affordable housing developers and 3 more on the way. Use of county excess property for the development of affordable housing supports the board's initiative to create 10,000 affordable housing units on publicly owned land. It will require more than $5 billion in total development costs. If all of these are supported by the county, more than $500 million will be required from county funds. The county will continue to explore funding opportunities, including our collaborations with the San Diego Foundation and the Regional Impact Fund. Additionally, HCDS continues to evaluate partnership opportunities for increasing housing resources for the region's most vulnerable, including the potential to secure additional funding through the state's Department of Housing and Community Development's Home Key program. The state recently released the Round 3 NOFA, making more than $34 million available for the San Diego region. In partnership with the San Diego Housing Commission, the county previously secured $11.8 million of Home Key Round 2 funding for the Path Villas El Cerrito development that will provide 41 apartment homes to homeless, chronically homeless, and the homeless with serious mental illness. The county continues to explore partnership opportunities to ensure the valuable state resources are secured for the San Diego region. Subject to funding, the County Housing Authority will continue to expand the use of project-based vouchers, or PBVs, to increase the supply of affordable housing units. HCDS will update the operating policies to align with federal regulatory changes and will undergo a transition to a new case management system, which will enhance program delivery and will add customer-oriented abilities. In addition, the County Housing Authority will explore HUD-recommended options to financially reposition the public housing portfolio. Converting to other HUD programs will enhance revenue streams, help preserve affordable housing, address rehabilitation and physical needs, and will place the properties on a more stable financial foundation. Housing and community development programs align with and support the county's strategic plan initiatives of sustainability and equity. For sustainability, HCDS will replace out-of-date fixtures and appliances at public housing sites with energy and water-efficient products and items, and will give preference to developments that utilize sustainable development practices. For equity, to meet the needs of the community, applicants who have historically suffered from inequalities and inequities are given priority through local established waitlist priorities, which includes working households, elderly, disabled, persons experiencing homelessness, veterans, or a surviving spouse of a veteran. The Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing, or VASH program, expands access to safe, decent, and affordable housing by providing rental assistance to 800 veteran households experiencing homelessness. In addition to assisting veterans, HCDS supports equitable housing opportunities by providing tenant legal services to reduce disparities and disproportionality and ensure access for all through a fully optimized health and social service delivery system and upstream strategies. We empower communities. HCDS invests in our workforce and operations by facilitating diversity, equity, and inclusion trainings and discussion forums to increase employee engagement and promote a diverse and inclusive working environment. For community engagement, in an effort to improve quality of life for our community, we commit to engaging landlords interested in renting to individuals experiencing homelessness, low-income residents, and other vulnerable populations, ultimately increasing the well-being of our residents. As part of our core service delivery, Housing and Community Development Services will continue to provide rental assistance to formerly homeless veteran households with VASH vouchers throughout the year, continue recruiting landlords, and conducting fair housing tests. Our key performance measures include conducting 40 fair housing tests by secret shoppers and rental units throughout the county to proactively educate and engage landlords about housing discrimination, providing rental assistance to at least 800 veterans through the VASH program, and recruiting 250 new landlords as part of a multi-year effort to increase the number of landlords participating in the County Housing Authority's programs. To ensure critical affordable housing, community development, and homeless service programs are provided for low-income and vulnerable populations throughout the region, HCDS's recommended budget for fiscal year 23-24 is a total of $99.4 million and 156 full-time equivalent positions. Overall, our budget is proposed to increase by a net of $15.1 million. While HCDS administers housing assistance programs on behalf of the Housing Authority as a separate legal entity, the Housing Authority's budget is not reflected in the HCDS budget nor in the overall county budget. For reference, the total budget for the Housing Authority for fiscal year 22-23 is $203 million, of which $191 is for the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. This slide shows our proposed significant budget changes. At the top of the table is the increase tied to retirement contributions and salary adjustments. There's an increase of $1.2 million in general purpose revenue to offset the noted retirement contributions and salary adjustments to align with negotiated labor agreements. There are adjustments to remove one-time Home American Rescue Plan funding and transfer the county's Regional Homeless Assistance Program, or RHAP, to Housing Solutions and Equitable Communities. There is an increase of $25 million for the expansion of the Innovative Housing Trust Fund. And lastly, you will also note an increase of $4.6 million in the Permanent Local Housing Allocation, or PLHA. The PLHA will support various housing activities, including affordable housing development and first-time homebuyer programs. I'll turn the presentation now to Community Operations Officer Barbara Jimenez, who leads the Department of Homeless Solutions and Equitable Communities. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon. The Department of Homeless Solutions and Equitable Communities provides resources and support to address the needs of traditionally under-resourced and vulnerable groups, immigrant and refugee communities, and people at risk of or experiencing homelessness. We achieve this through the department's 3 offices: the Office of Homeless Solutions, the Office of Equitable Communities, and the Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs. To move our agency-wide vision forward, our department's mission is to coordinate homeless reduction efforts, promote regional community engagement, decrease poverty, and provide resources and support for existing and newly arriving residents in San Diego County. In alignment with our framework for ending homelessness, which provides a vision to support forward, collaborative, and impactful progress, we expanded homeless solutions countywide through various emergency housing options, such as the Capital Emergency Housing Grant Program, in which we are collaborating with the cities of San Diego, Escondido, Carlsbad, Vista, Oceanside, and Chula Vista, and adding over 439 future new shelter beds and 85 safe parking spaces. We developed the Magnolia Safe Parking Program, which provides 17 safe parking spaces for individuals experiencing homelessness, and is the first of many other East County programs currently in the works. We launched the 150-bed Rosecrans shelter in partnership with the City of San Diego. We assisted over 120 people with disabilities who are experiencing homelessness and connected them to legal advocacy assistance and obtaining benefits, as well as case management and housing support. We leveraged specialized and flexible funding to address the immediate needs of over 110 individuals and families with the goal of removing housing barriers. Our Regional Homeless Services team conducted over 25,000 engagements with individuals at risk of or experiencing homelessness countywide, completed over 3,000 self-sufficiency applications in the field, and connected over 1,100 people to shelter and housing. We connected over 300 youth who are at risk of or experiencing homelessness to services and permanently housed 138 of them. We assisted justice-involved individuals who are experiencing homelessness and reduced their numbers of days in custody by 72% and jail bookings by 49%. And lastly, we collaborated with other departments to secure significant additional funding sources for the next several years, totaling over $50 million in support of this framework. In support of immigrant and refugee populations, HSEC established the county's first Welcome Center in National City, which connects refugee and asylum seekers and longtime residents of the county to a wide variety of resources and services, all in one building. In addition, we held 3 community listening sessions with over 200 individuals in attendance to gather input to shape the development of the office and future Welcome Centers. We also received nearly $2.5 million in funding from First 5 California and the California Department of Social Services to support various programs, including providing support to 260 refugee families in the areas of social cultural adjustment and system navigation, language assistance, health care, care coordination, transportation, and social capital in the East and Central region, as well as helping refugees across the county with behavioral health support, system navigation with the support of community health workers, and landlord education. In supporting community efforts with traditionally under-resourced and vulnerable groups, we provided in-person community outreach, engagement, and education to over 45,000 individuals and virtually engaged over 2,600 community stakeholders, organizations, and/or residents. We connected over 18,000 community members to stabilization services such as food, utilities, clothing, and financial literacy. We're also proud to have received a 2022 CSAC Challenge Award for the county's innovative Translation, Language, and Culture Connection Work Group program, which supports efforts to create accurately translated, culturally responsive, accessible, and trauma-informed communications for diverse San Diego County communities. We developed and launched a community health worker training program to build county-wide capacity for trusted messengers that will provide culturally appropriate public health information, outreach, and service referrals throughout the region. And we provided nearly 800 kinship caregivers and their families the chance to connect with other relative caregivers through the annual Grandparents Raising Grandchildren event. And lastly, while the newly built Southeastern Livewell Center is not the county's first Livewell Center, it is the first of its kind to use a community engagement model that employed innovative methods in gathering community input in all aspects of designing the building, including community meeting spaces, meditation gardens, building panels, and a public art project in which all artists have deep roots in the Southeastern community. As we prepare for the new fiscal year, we are excited to implement new programming aligned with our framework for ending homelessness. This includes establishing over 200 new emergency housing options through safe parking, sleeping cabins, and RV parking throughout East County. We recently implemented a pilot rental subsidy program for low-income seniors, which will provide $500 in monthly rental subsidies for 18 months. We also recently implemented the Coordinated Eviction Prevention System program that provides tenant outreach and support, landlord education, and case management to prevent evictions. We are launching our LGBTQ+ programs that will offer culturally sensitive training, enhanced supportive services, and innovative housing options. We're also excited about the Homelessness Solution and Prevention Action Plan that aligns with the recently released CSAC at Home Action Plan and will advance the framework's strategic vision into measurable outcomes. While we have made significant strides in addressing homelessness, the need is still much greater and continues to grow. As such, we continue to explore innovative solutions focused on prevention. An example of this is a new project being explored for the county's first homelessness prevention program that would leverage county data to identify households at risk of homelessness and create a prevention unit to work with these households to prevent homelessness episodes before they occur. While innovative, we have not identified funding for this project and its ongoing operations, and will continue to closely monitor future opportunities for funding. The county has the opportunity to dramatically improve the lives of the people we serve with our new programs. In the coming year, we will be launching new services to assist our immigrant and refugee populations that include a new emotional wellness and self-care education program that will provide emotional support and tools to newly arriving Afghan children and families. A landlord education program that will provide greater support to refugees by training housing professionals in working with these populations. To do this important work, we have utilized one-time funding streams that may end or slow down due to the ever-changing economic conditions and will impact ongoing services if funding is not identified. Some programming that could be impacted is expansion of the Welcome Centers to the North and East County. In addition, we have developed a comprehensive region-wide plan to assist asylum seekers in preparation for the lifting of Title 42. We are also looking to identify federal support and funding to implement aspects of the plan, like operating a potential migrant shelter, as we currently do not have any dedicated resources. Lastly, we will continue to host countywide community listening sessions to learn about the trends and needs of immigrant and refugee communities to better coordinate county programs and resources. Additional items we're looking forward to that we'd like to highlight include the implementation of the Affordable Connectivity Grant Program, where our community health workers will provide direct enrollment assistance into the ACP program for communities with the least broadband access. And lastly, we look forward to the grand opening of the new Southeastern LiveWell Center. Our departmental operations under the Health and Human Services Agency are aligned with the county's strategic plan and contribute to the overall success of the region. We aim to achieve sustainability by helping communities thrive now into the future, by providing encounters through the National City Welcome Center to support immigrant, refugees, and others, ensuring residents in low-income communities receive stabilization services, including food, utilities, clothing, and financial literacy education. And true to the name of our department, we promote equity by working with the hardest to reach and most vulnerable populations to ensure all residents have access to services. And we do this by engaging residents countywide to provide outreach and education on health and social services, improving and potentially expanding existing immigrant and refugee programs by engaging community stakeholders. We continue to focus on strengthening our communities and creating opportunities for San Diego's to grow, connect, and thrive by ensuring graduates from the Resident Leadership Academy become community leaders that increase their neighborhood's health, safety, and well-being, and connecting individuals who are at risk of or experiencing homelessness to public assistance. In the work we do, we continue to empower our department through continuous self-evaluation and improvement by providing an update countywide inventory of homeless and housing programs, and lastly, refining baseline criteria and measures for direct outreach services. Our department continues to align our various programs and services to the county's strategic plan to ensure all San Diegans are health, safe, and thriving. For fiscal year 23-24, we aim to achieve the following metrics for our key performance measures: complete 25,000 direct service outreach engagements countywide with persons experiencing or at risk of homelessness, evaluate and process over 3,000 public assistance applications for individuals and households who are at risk of or experiencing homelessness. In partnership with the Public Safety Group, ensure 90% of participants in the Community Care Coordination Veterans Program are immediately housed after release from custody. Ensure 40% of participants in the Magnolia Safe Parking Program who have stayed at least 30 days exit to stable housing option. Provide outreach and education to residents to create positive change through equity, health, safety, economic inclusion, and access for all by touching the lives of over 45,000 individuals countywide. As our department continues to develop its programs, we look forward to adding additional key performance measures to track our outcomes to ensure our equitable and positive impacts to our community. This slide shows a summary of our general fund expenditures. Our department is proposing a budget of $77.6 million, which includes 162 positions. There are also $23.7 million in new investments being proposed for HSEC, which will be discussed in the next slide. We have an increase of 4 positions, which are being transferred from other areas in the agency to centralize activities addressing homelessness. You heard from David about the transfer of the Regional Homeless Assistance Program, which is a hotel-motel voucher program from HCDS to HSEC. This program comes with a transfer of $1 million in existing general purpose revenue. But for the last few years, a majority of the program has been funding with one-time county general fund resources. Due to the limited availability of county general fund in the upcoming year, we propose using $8.4 million from the homeless services component of the ARPA framework to help cover this program. We have $4.5 million to implement local housing, coordinated eviction prevention programs, and other efforts to address homelessness. We also have $3.5 million, which includes 2 new positions to support a new community care coordination program that will provide support and services to justice-involved populations with high needs. Additionally, we are providing support and housing to older and disabled adults who were referred to adult protective services and are at risk of or experiencing homelessness through the Home Safe program. And lastly, we're expanding Afghan refugee support services that will help immigrants and refugees navigate and connect to available resources as they rebuild their lives in the U.S. One item not listed in the slide of the upcoming year's budget is the Live Well on Wheels mobile office for homeless outreach and services. As federal and state funding supplements our budget, it is not always enough to fully fund all areas, so we continue to explore funding options needed to implement this project. And with that, this concludes my portion of the presentation. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Luke Bergman, who will share updates for behavioral health services.
Good afternoon. Behavioral Health Services provides essential mental health and substance use services to people of all ages in San Diego County, working across 4 distinct domains. By statute and federal waiver, we are the specialty mental health plan for Medi-Cal beneficiaries with serious mental illness and substance use disorders. As such, and in partnership with our contracted community providers, we steward a vast and diverse network of community-based services that make up the behavioral health systems of care. We are also a direct service provider with our San Diego County Psychiatric Hospital, Edgemoor Skilled Nursing Facility, and county-operated services across the region. Finally, we act as a public health entity, taking a population health approach to improving the behavioral health of every resident of San Diego County. Over the past 3 years, behavioral health services served an average of 105,000 people annually across mental health, substance use, and prevention services. In fiscal year 21-22, our specialty care system had nearly 130,000 adult outpatient encounters and nearly 152,000 children and youth outpatient encounters. The system provided over 81,000 inpatient bed days across the adult system and about 4,700 children and youth inpatient days. Additionally, in the same fiscal year, behavioral health services had nearly 24,000 substance use disorder encounters. Essential mental health and substance use services are provided throughout our coordinated system of care through over 300 service providers and county-operated programs, including adult outpatient, case management services, adult and children's forensic programs, care coordination, and 2 county-operated hospitals. This year, we also welcomed the public conservator team to behavioral health services. Over the last fiscal year, we've continued our transformative work by focusing on 3 domains: crisis and diversionary services, inpatient hubs and care coordination, and residential and long-term care. Our efforts are being accelerated and refined through our Behavioral Health Optimal Care Pathways, or OCP model, presented to the board in September of 22, that quantifies optimal utilization and service capacity across the continuum to optimize experiences in care and outcomes over time. Rather than just emphasizing gap-filling solutions to areas of most immediate need, the OCP model anchors us in a vision of a fully realized continuum of care. Among key achievements that I'd like to highlight from the last fiscal year are a number of infrastructure projects: the groundbreaking of the 16-bed Tri-City Psychiatric Health Facility, and continued planning with the Department of General Services to develop the East County Crisis Stabilization Unit and Recovery Bridge Services Facility, and the new Psychiatric Acute Inpatient Unit planned for the existing footprint of the Edgemoor facility. We also continued planning for 2 new community-based long-term care facilities in the Central and East regions, and have accelerated planning with Alvarado Hospital to establish the Central Region Behavioral Health Hub that will provide acute inpatient and crisis beds for Medi-Cal eligible individuals, which will offer a new opportunity to establish post-acute and long-term care at the San Diego County Psychiatric Hospital. Our department also increased subacute services for our residents by over 40 beds and expanded mobile crisis response teams to a total of 31 MCRTs operating countywide. We worked with our partners in public health and medical care services to advance our comprehensive harm reduction strategy, making progress on all fronts, including ramping up naloxone distribution, a community harm reduction team, or CHART, in central San Diego, and opening the first CHART-dedicated Safe Haven short-term housing facility. Consistent with the board's opioid settlement framework, we also began planning for the San Diego ED Relay program. led new public health messaging efforts, including an illicit fentanyl awareness campaign tailored to youth, teens, transition-age youth, and their parents, and cited the first naloxone vending machine in March 2023 in the South region, which was followed by 5 additional. We continued partnering with public safety on alternatives to incarceration efforts to divert individuals with behavioral health conditions from unnecessary law enforcement involvement. BHS also continued planning toward and procured and executed contracts for the Screening to Care initiative to provide universal mental health screening and access to services beginning in the next academic year for middle school students countywide. This work is funded through one-time ARPA dollars, so we'll need different sustainable funding long-term. Finally, we applied for over $220 million of funding through 7 grant opportunities for behavioral health capital infrastructure and services, and have been awarded over $33 million for 2 projects, with another $44 million anticipated, putting our total of grant awards at $77 million. In looking forward, we'll continue to make investments to enhance services, expand capacity, and recruit and retain the behavioral health workforce. We'll maintain a particular focus on crisis and diversionary services with the CSU in East County, but also a greater focus on increasing long-term care capacity for those with serious mental illness through expansion of board and cares and skilled nursing facility and locked psychiatric step-down capacity, consistent with the OCP model. We're pursuing state grant opportunities for some of the capital needs in this area, but are also exploring partnership opportunities. And we recognize that even if the physical infrastructure in place, there is a need to align board and care operations funding to ensure people on Medi-Cal will have access to community-based care. Board and care costs average around $6,000 a month in San Diego County. And while we have grant funding to ensure near-term access for those without the resources, sustaining access to board and care settings over the long haul will be challenging. To address challenges around recruiting and retaining the behavioral health workforce, we're excited for our new Mental Health Services Act Innovation, Workforce Development, and Retention Program that we anticipate will bolster the behavioral health workforce. To meet existing and future need, we know we will need to continue investing in the existing workforce, along with recruiting more folks into the behavioral health field. I'm also confident that we will successfully implement the Community Assistance Recovery and Empowerment, or CARE Act program by October of this year on time. We'll continue working diligently with our partners, including the Public Defender, County Council, and courts, to ensure the success of this program. And we'll continue to advocate through our association channels for sustainable funding. Finally, Behavioral Health Services has also been working with county departments, payers, and community service providers to implement Medi-Cal reform provisions, including behavioral health payment reform, to support integration and coordination of care for Medi-Cal eligible populations. Behavioral Health Services is well aligned with the county's strategic plan. Our sustainability goals are broken down into 3 categories. Short-term goals include supporting countywide efforts to operationalize facility sustainability policies and procedures, including remote work when possible, to reduce the departmental footprints and vehicle emissions. Our midterm goal is to improve sustainability by encouraging contractors to evaluate the use of electric vehicles across contracted programs. And our long-term goal is to partner with the Department of General Services to explore sustainable design and construction of new behavioral health services capital projects. Under the equity strategy, we continue to enhance regionally distributed services to reduce health disparities and ensure equitable access to care. To this end, we are deliberately balancing a commitment to evidence-based practices and fidelity to them with an emphasis on differences in care model that reflect the different communities across our county. And key to the overarching effort to make behavioral health care accessible is engendering a workforce that looks like the people across our county who need care. We also continue to engage the incredible employees across the department through recognition and listening sessions to ensure we hear their concerns and understand their needs. To support the community strategy, we'll continue to facilitate meaningful community engagement with stakeholders, including in established venues such as our Behavioral Health Advisory Board, adult and transition-age youth councils, and contractor associations, as well as advancing our work on community-facing and engageable dashboards through the behavioral health services initiatives such as the Community Experience Partnership and Behavioral Health Equity Index. We will continue moving forward key, broad community engagement and responsive public messaging efforts, including engagement related to our harm reduction strategy and enhanced school-based suicide prevention through the Youth Suicide Prevention Crisis Response Program as a pilot county. And lastly, in collaboration with public safety partners, we continue to enhance services for individuals with behavioral health conditions who have justice involvement by supporting alternatives to incarceration work. We're pleased to see our work positively reflected in the most recent key performance metrics. We continue to see lower than regional levels of recidivism in our county psych hospital, even though we see often higher levels of acuity. And we see ongoing downward trends in emergency department utilization among those with high-intensity wraparound services. Edgemoor continues to be top of class across the state and nation. Meanwhile, in measures of access to care, we continue to see positive signs, including rapid response to access and crisis line calls, even through dramatic increases in volume after the establishment of 988, and almost all people getting appointments for substance use disorder care within a little over a week. In fiscal year 23-24, we are requesting to increase the number of behavioral health services employees by 125 to sustain existing services, develop new services, and expand our capacity and expertise as a health plan in key areas, including data science, infrastructure development and support, communication and community engagement, programs and services, strategic finance, workforce development, and population health. We will also add new staff within our essential direct services programs, including county-operated outpatient services, the San Diego County Psychiatric Hospital and Edgemoor, for nursing operations, quality assurance, and education and training. Most notably, Behavioral Health Services is adding 55 new county staff to support direct services and administration for the new CARE Act program. We're proposing large investments across the behavioral health continuum of care to ensure people of all ages have better access to the services they need, including an increase of just over $29 million to expand network services for adults. To support the implementation of the CARE Act program, we propose an investment of $15.8 million to cover staffing and new treatment capacity. We will grow crisis and diversionary services, supported by nearly $11 million in new investments to expand MCRTs and for 988 implementation efforts. Behavioral Health Services is recommending to increase the budget for substance use services by about $9.5 million. And in alignment with the OCP model, we made and will sustain substantial investments of nearly $9 million to support 41 new subacute beds. To address the opioid crisis, we will invest $5.4 million of opioid settlement funding for public health messaging around illicit fentanyl, naloxone, prescription opioid misuse, and overdose prevention, along with advancing the emergency department-based San Diego Relay and a drug checking program. In addition, Public Health Services included a $1.4 million budget increase to conduct overdose surveillance, investigation, response, evaluation, and administration, putting the total agency investment at $6.8 million to support opioid settlement activities. We'll also continue our work on the prevention front with $5.3 million in new investments to support new public messaging around suicide prevention, the new Screening to Care program, harm reduction and crisis services, including 988, the Access and Crisis Line, and mobile crisis response teams. Additional investments within prevention include the expanded father-to-child program, school-based suicide prevention, and positive parenting program. Additionally, we'll be increasing the budget for supportive services by $3.2 million the next fiscal year to support clubhouses, supported employment services, and short-term bridge housing. To support the workforce, we are recommending an increase of $2.5 million of funding for behavioral health training and to enhance the community psychiatry residency program for psychiatry residents and psychiatric mental health nurse practitioners. We will make investments to support children and youth with an estimated increased budget of over $1 million for housing and recuperative care for transition-age youth. Finally, we are leveraging some realignment funding to free up $9.5 million of general purpose revenue that was subsequently allocated for support within self-sufficiency for general relief and child welfare services for the transition of the San Pasqual Academy. Overall, we're requesting a budget increase of over $120 million and 125 new FTEs to continue building out the behavioral health continuum of care. While this will increase support immensely, we continue to see growing community need for mental health and substance use services in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic and in the midst of the opioid crisis, and we anticipate the need will continue trending upward. I will now hand it back to Nick.
Thank you, Luke, Barbara, David, and Rick for your thorough updates. As you've heard, our agency, through the hard work of our employees and community partners, have made great progress in addressing the priorities of our community, your board, and our agency. And I'd like to thank them again for their commitment to helping San Diegans live well. In summary, although the COVID-19 public health emergency is over, we have many other unprecedented challenges and opportunities across the region, especially when it comes to housing affordability, homelessness, overdoses, immigration, an aging population, and a looming public health threat with hepatitis A. As you heard me speak to at the outset, we are also facing significant revenue constraints, increased cost pressures, and the need to utilize one-time funds to help maintain ongoing service levels. Despite all these societal and budgetary challenges, our county team, our agency team remains fully committed in protecting the public's health while continuing our active and meaningful engagement in helping communities build better health, live safely, and thrive. So we are continually looking ahead, including pursuing innovative solutions and new revenue opportunities and planning for a sustainable future to protect the future's generations' abilities to flourish and thrive. Because sustainability is a core function of our agency's strategic plan, or what we call our agency promise. It's a promise to our workforce, a promise to engage with the community, to maintain performance excellence, and ultimately advance opportunities for all San Diegans to live well and thrive. Thank you. Subject to your questions, this concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. Well, I'll give you my comments right now. Go ahead, Supervisor Desmond.
Well, thanks. I'm glad you're all here, of Health and Human Services, in one spot. And I really appreciate, the mental health and substance abuse and going after, those people that have those problems and those issues. But even if we get somebody that's off the streets and we get them through a program and they're detoxed and they're no longer dependent on drugs and alcohol, we don't have the housing or whatever to put them in. I know you mentioned board and cares, and I'm just curious in the budget, and I know that every pot has a different, strings and things like that. But I'm really, you're kind of aware up in North County, looking like for a campus of healing up there to where we can have housing and where we can put maybe people in board and cares and things like that. I'm just curious, in your budget, is any of that type of housing in these millions and millions of dollars?
That was 3 millions and millions and millions, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, gazillions of dollars. I don't know. There's a lot.
Yes, so we do, as noted, we are seeking funding to build out our board and care capacity, and noting that that's in the context of available grant funding to help us in the nearest term, and anticipated challenges moving forward with supporting that service. Really, because for people on Medi-Cal, the landscape is really challenging, given that an average board and care bed cost is $6,000 a month, and most people on Medi-Cal only have their SSI to devote to board and care.
Wow.
So that's an investment that we'll need to make. And again, that's a service primarily directed towards people with mental illness who need support with activities of daily living. We also devote resources to recovery residential services for people who are either in or moving through substance use disorder programs.
But once they get out of a substance abuse disorder program, then they can't afford affordable housing. So, we have to have some sort of a transitional housing or whatever. I've been talking about this for years, and it seems to me even more and more prudent now as we're dealing with a lot of mental health, and especially with homeless on the streets and things like that. Once we get them through a program, we don't have enough places to house them, and even to continue with the health. And so I'm just trying to focus on, and it's housing and mental health and everything presenting here today is if we can kind of we got to keep that pipeline going. We just can't get them detoxed and then say, see you later, and they're back out on the streets. Or even housing for people that get out of jail. And I know the sheriff was here earlier talking about resources for jail and things like that. And if, you know, if we can have places where people can get the kind of help they need to get on their feet so they can afford someday affordable housing. It's just that gap housing that really seems to be, and I know you can't solve it all, but you're all together here, and I thought, you know, I'd try to pitch this idea we got to keep that pipeline going.
So I mean, it's music to my ears, and I just want to share that this week alone, I visited a couple of the different locations that we have had, and I've actually sat down and have had conversations with folks, veterans, non-veterans, and really trying to figure out how we address this issue and really looking at it from a space of we need to continue to advocate for additional funding from the federal government, the state government. But I can assure you, I mean, one of the gentlemen that I met with the day before yesterday, he said he was homeless, and if it wasn't for the project that he's in right now, he probably would be living in his car. The other person that I met with is not only living in a safe hotel, that is not transition. I mean, it's transitional, but not really, because he's been there since for a couple of months now, and he's in a recovery program. It's working for him. He gets to get his, you know, it was very, very comprehensive. And so I just wanted to share that, Supervisor Desmond, because I think we're on the same page, and the work that's being done. I think we want more money, and absolutely it's necessary, but I want to just kind of highlight that I think the beauty of the fact that mental health, equity, and housing are all under Health and Human Services, that we're looking at it from a comprehensive lens. And really, we're looking at, when we talk about housing as a human right, this county really is probably the only county in the country that's looking at it from that perspective. So I'm really appreciative of that. I have some comments, but I want to know if you have anything else.
Well, no, other than I think we definitely have to focus on getting people the help they need, but then after they get that help, it's helping, they need a house or a roof over their head that can get them further along, instead of just a revolving door back onto the streets is where they end up. So thank you.
I think it's great, and I will highlight that we'll be talking about this a little bit more in future board meetings, but in the board letter that we introduced to end veterans homelessness, that's exactly what we're doing. We are identifying in partnership with communities and stakeholders actual housing, not transitional housing, to make sure that the 800 plus veterans that are currently unhoused will have an actual home that is long-term housing. And the work that's been done by the stakeholders and community members and our county team is just exceptional. I mean, I think you're going to be very happy to hear what they're doing. And this is a board letter that was introduced, I think it was last February. So they've done work that is in a really short amount of time. But if you don't have anything else, okay. Yeah, they're amazing. And so with that, I just want to say, Dr. Bergman, that I appreciate all the work around the continuum of care, and I really, the $1 billion budget, I think, continues to make investments to build that model by making it, the funding allocation, especially to the mobile crisis response teams, and I think we heard it from the sheriff and some other folks, right, that partnership needs to continue. Talk to our chief of probation about the strong partnership that needs to happen between behavioral health and our probation folks to make sure that that prevention piece is there. So I appreciate that, and I know that you all are working together to make sure that we're addressing some of those issues, including addressing the opioid addictions, and fentanyl, I'm sorry, that we're looking at. So as we're looking at this, I just want to make sure that I highlight that there's no government agency, obviously, when it comes to homelessness, that is going to be able to solve this by themselves. And so I really appreciate the amount of work that you're doing with cities and counties. Finding dollars for Project Home Key and trying to address that is, I think, also phenomenal work. And you know, the money just opened up the safe parking up in, I think it's Solana Beach where we were just at, I can't remember, right, with Mayor Gloria, what the trailers that the mobile homes, just to see that these folks are actually going to be able to have a home, and that it's a home as they're trying to find permanent housing is important. And I think it's connected back to the idea that from the Luge department that we heard, right, that they're also doing their part to make sure that we can build more housing at the same time. So there's a lot more I can say, but I just wanted to say you know, as someone who was an advocate for so many years and now being here and being able to look at the budget and take deep dives, it's really important to see that there is this common thread of making sure that we're looking at human beings from a very comprehensive perspective and holistic perspective. And I think the more that we continue to do that, the more we can integrate funds from different areas to do this work. And so last but not least, I just want to say that I also appreciate a lot of work being done for our Aging and Independent Services Department. And with IHSS, I know that we have a new leader under that area, and the work that's been done there, I really appreciate it, because I think both Vice Chair Lawson Reamer and myself have been very concerned about making sure that we're doing that work and investing in increasing wages for our workers, and then also making sure that we have more retention and recruitment. I have some ideas of some recommendations for the future that we'll talk about at some other point, because I some interest in other ways where we can think outside the box to help our unsheltered population as well. But for now, I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you for the no-cost transportation program for seniors as well, because I think that's really, really powerful. I don't know if my colleagues have any other comments, but all of you are doing God's work, so appreciate you. Yes, ma'am.
It would be impossible to adequately comment on everything that HSSA does, so I won't even attempt to. But I just really appreciate the work of always pushing the envelope and trying to do better and trying to do more and trying to serve more people in our community. I think that we really kicked that off the spirit of that with the work we did in self-sufficiency, and continue to try to expand that, and looking forward to the optimal care pathways investments really scaling up and coming to fruition. And again, we know we have affordable housing crisis, we know we have a homelessness crisis, and I think we are taking steps in the right direction. And I'm just very grateful. I know how hard you all are working, and it's showing, so appreciate you.
Thank you. With that, I just want to say thank you again for all the great work that you do. We'll keep calling and asking you to think outside the box. With not giving you more money, I'm just kidding. I mean, come on, it's 3 o'clock. We all need a little laugh. So I appreciate you all, and so we're going to go ahead and transition. Again, thank you for all that you do. Our next team is our FGG budget team. So as they're transitioning, I'm going to have Ebony bring her team up so that they can go ahead and get them to present the Finance and General Government Group budget presentation. Budgets are my favorite topic. All right, so Ms. Ebony.
Thank you. The final group that you'll hear from today is the Finance and General Government Group, or FG3, with the $889 million budget and 1,967 FTEs. FG3 departments provide critical support services and infrastructure that form the operational backbone of the county. And while we're not always visible to the public, these services ensure the county's ability to function and serve our communities. Some of the things that the rest of the county depends on FG3 departments for include enterprise financial planning and long-term financial forecasting, legal and human resources, information technology, data analytics and performance, media relations, legislative programming, and facilities and fleet management. FG3 is also responsible for administering the county's property tax system, managing the $14.4 billion investment pool, overseeing a $13.6 billion contract portfolio, implementing the capital program, conducting elections, investigating misconduct of sworn officers, enhancing community engagement and language access, and maintaining vital records, and much, much more. This group plays a critical role not only in county operations, but also in our communities and the lives of San Diego residents. This slide shows the 16 FG3 departments, including important offices embedded within the Chief Administrative Office and the FG3 Executive Office. Starting on July 1st, I'll note that the Office of Evaluation, Performance and Analytics will be moved under the Chief Administrative Office to improve operational alignment. FG3 has witnessed or experienced rapid growth and expansion of its service offerings over the past few years. Our newest offices include the Office of Economic Development and Governmental Affairs, the Office of Evaluation, Performance and Analytics, the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement, and the Office of Equity and Racial Justice. The Office of Economic Development and Governmental Affairs, or EGDA, was formed at the start of the year to maintain the board's legislative program, create and implement a vibrant economic development strategy, expand the county's role in arts and culture, and administer a grants office. EGDA successfully enacted the San Diego County Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or CEDS, as a first step towards a unified approach to economic development. Last year, FG3 also completed a nationwide recruitment for the county's first Chief Evaluation Officer, whom you heard from earlier today. And our group continues to make significant investments in the county's new data and analytics infrastructure that will provide a foundation for the future for analysis and insights to better inform policy and budget and operational decisions. The Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement, or OLSE, was established to protect workers and to help them navigate the complex system of labor laws. You will hear from Brandon Butler, their Deputy Director, about OLSE's successes and current efforts here shortly. And finally, the Office of Equity and Racial Justice, or OERJ, champions belonging for all and advocates for people suffering from structural and systematic racism and exclusion. In addition to making improvements to the budget equity process by introducing a new questionnaire to align with the 5-year financial forecast, OERJ has made significant strides in implementing countywide equity indicators and is moving forward towards implementing an equity impact fund. One of the most significant changes to this year's budget equity process, as you heard, was the introduction of that budget equity questionnaire at the beginning of the budget process to align with our 5-year financial forecasting. And some of the highlights from FG3's budget equity analysis included discussions over the Digital Services Initiative, which is a project that encompasses both public and internal-facing objectives to improve the county's digital services, including implementation of a multilingual framework. There were also discussions around investments in enterprise data and analytics infrastructure with sufficient computational capacity to conduct research and evaluations that could consider individual level characteristics and demographic data. Restructuring the Department of Purchasing and Contracting to expedite the procurement process, including for those programs that support sustainability goals and environmental justice, and adding capacity to the Human Resources Division for hiring and onboarding, which will improve the department's ability to reach candidates in underserved communities. Several departments, including the Department of Purchasing and Contracting and General Services and the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement, have been leading the countywide efforts to implement the board's Policy B74, contracting standards for janitorial, landscaping, and security contracts. You will hear directly from these lead departments on their progress and implementation efforts here shortly. Since the start of the year, the county has hired over 4,200 regular and nearly 2,000 temporary employees. The county is committed to being a workplace that's inclusive and supportive of individuals with diverse needs. And to further this goal, FG3 expanded efforts to recruit and onboard more difficult to reach populations, including neurodivergent individuals and veterans. And we're very proud of that. Internally, FG3 led enterprise-wide employee engagement efforts, which included the biannual employee engagement survey and individualized guidance and action plans for each county department. We also refreshed the county's harassment prevention training to firmly establish a workplace environment that's safe for everyone. Increasing transparency and accountability are core to the values of this group. And that's why we established the county's centralized hub for Public Records Act requests to make it easier for the public to submit requests and to access information about their government. And we'll be launching an online portal next year. FG3 also made significant improvements to the county's boards, commissions, and committees, or BCCs, to improve public access and engagement by developing a code of conduct for BCC members, streamlining the web page, including an improved online application portal. The Finance and General Government Group continues to support regional sustainability efforts and making county operations as green as possible. $2.5 million of American Rescue Plan Act funds were invested into the electric vehicle roadmap, and to date, 259 electric vehicle chargers have been installed across the county. Our capital program is also taking community input into account in ways that we never have before. The capital facilities planning process was updated to formally include the community input at critical points in the development of the Capital Improvement Needs Assessment, or RCNA. And finally, FG3 onboarded the county's first community engagement manager and language services manager. These key positions will provide central coordination and resources for community outreach and an inclusive and equitable approach to communication. FG3 has had an incredible year with several major projects in the pipeline or already underway. FG3 departments will be implementing the administration of a new cannabis tax. A social equity program is also being developed to address systematic issues from the past criminalization of cannabis, which includes a disproportionate number of Black, Indigenous, and people of color who remain incarcerated. This group is also building capacity in key areas through the addition of staffing resources. The Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board will be growing by 1 staff year for additional investigations and facilities inspections. The Office of Ethics and Compliance will bring on 5 new staff as a part of a revamp to the county's internal investigations functions. And we will also invest $2.5 million in the design phase of the Zero Carbon Portfolio Plan, which is an ambitious effort that will be led by our Department of General Services to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at county facilities by 90% by the year 2030. FG3 will continue to leverage technology to improve operations with the implementation of an integrated property tax system to significantly improve property tax assessment, collection, and apportionment activities. And additionally, the Treasurer Tax Collector will replace the existing call center application with a modern hosted contact center solution. In addition to managing this year's upcoming special election, the Registrar of Voters will be hard at work next year, conducting the March presidential primary election and preparing for the November presidential election. By encouraging registered voters to sign up for electronic voter pamphlet, the county is lowering election costs and reducing our use of paper and printing resources. The next part of the presentation will highlight the FG3 fiscal year 23-24 CAO recommended budget and its significant changes. Overall, the FG3 budget for the general fund is increasing by $14.2 million. The most significant changes include across-the-board increases in salary and benefits for all departments, resources to replace the integrated recorder and vital record system and to digitize and index historical records, increased legal and human resources support, including resources to support the county's internal investigative functions, staffing to implement the cannabis tax and social equity program, and expansion of the Board of Supervisors district office budgets. Next, we'll highlight budget changes that are outside of the general fund and in our internal service funds, or what we refer to as ISFs. These funds provide an accounting mechanism to track and manage costs for services that are provided to other county departments, such as facilities and fleet maintenance, technology, and procurement. These funds represent $524 million of the county's budget, which is an increase of just under $60 million from the prior year, and that increase is being driven primarily by one-time major maintenance projects as well as information technology investments across the enterprise. I'd also like to take the opportunity to discuss countywide expenses. In the operational plan, you'll find these expenses budgeted under a category referred to as Finance Other. Finance Other includes non-staff related activities that impact the entire county rather than one specific department, and the responsibility for management of these funds rests primarily with FG3. The proposed increase of just under $34 million is primarily due to significant increases in the Public Liability Internal Service Fund, as well as countywide shared major maintenance, which is related to the office space consolidation project at the County Operations Center. These changes are partially offset by a decrease in general fund supported contributions to the capital program, which varies from year to year. This concludes the FG3 overview. With the selection of select departments, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Marco Medved, the Director of General Services.
Thank you, Ebony. Good afternoon. The Department of General Services is an internal service department that ensures other county departments have the necessary workspaces, services, and vehicles to accomplish their own business objectives. These services include facility energy management and sustainability, real estate actions, and fleet and facility life cycle management. Here's some of our highlights for the year. In support of the sustainability, a bold new approach to decarbonizing our county facilities was implemented with the Zero Carbon Plan, or ZCP. This plan seeks to eliminate 90% of carbon emissions from county facilities by the end of the decade. In forwarding our EV roadmap, we now have a total of 259 county chargers, with an additional 24 to be completed this summer. There are already 140 vehicles in the fleet, and we recently signed a charge and go contract with ChargePoint, which gives our fleet operators access to over 2,400 chargers across the county. The brand new Green Fleet Action Plan was recently completed, laying a pathway to a fully electric fleet in the future. And this will also align with CARB's new Clean Fleet initiative that was just signed 2 weeks ago. The county recently completed enrollment of residential and commercial accounts into San Diego Community Power, which is the second largest community choice aggregation in the state. And participants in that will benefit from a 3% savings compared to SDG&E rates, and also receive electricity that is currently at 50% renewable and 5% greenhouse gas free. We're now breaking ground on several affordable housing projects on county-owned land. One recently held in April, just down the street here at Cedar and Kettner, that will provide 64 new homes. And another one up the street in the sheriff's former crime lab in Claremont, which will provide another 310 homes. And these two developments will collectively serve more than 900 people. In support of our behavioral and public health efforts, construction commenced on the Ramona Community Resource Center and the Tri-City Psychiatric Health Facility. We continued design for the psychiatric unit within Edgemoor Skilled Nursing Facility, and we began design for 2 new facilities, the Public Health Lab up at the COC and the East County Crisis Stabilization Unit and Sobering Center. We had a productive year in new construction, completing $130 million in major projects, with $500 million continuing in production. To start off, we just completed the colorful and spacious new Lakeside Library, which opened in March. This new solar-powered facility is 3 times larger than the current building and includes a 2,000 square foot community room. We continue in year 4 of 6 in renovating this historic county administration center. We're continuing construction on the East Otay Mesa Fire Station, which will have a minimal carbon footprint, achieving a 34% reduction in embodied carbon via alternative materials. And Phase 2 is underway on the Youth Transition Campus to reflect national best practices in promoting positive youth development and staff well-being. Looking forward, we have a robust program underway with 9 fully funded capital projects in design, procurement, and construction. Additionally, we have another 9 more affordable housing projects on county-owned land in various stages of development. The capital improvement program proposed for FY 23-24 includes 17 projects approved on the CENA in March, in addition to the Major Maintenance Capital Outlay Fund. Sustainability is woven into all our capital delivery projects, highlighting our commitment to protect and promote the county's natural resources, meet statewide stormwater mandates, as well as improve access to the county's extensive network of parks. We'll focus on reducing disparities and increasing equity of access to health and social service delivery systems by advancing the behavioral health continuum of care and building a state-of-the-art public health lab. In support of Empower, we'll continue to revitalize existing infrastructure to ensure continuity of operations. In support of community, we'll continue to improve the county's fire protection district, shorten response times for our public safety providers, and provide recreational programs to our underserved communities. As stewards of our existing infrastructure, we'll increase the lifespan and utility of existing facilities in support of programs designed to increase the well-being of our citizens. And finally, we'll make meaningful enhancements across our justice facilities and improve existing systems to meet current standards in health, safety, and accessibility. In support of our strategic initiatives, we will begin design of the County Operations Center Consolidation Project to improve space utilization in support of the Government Without Walls and footprint reduction initiatives. We will start implementation of the new Green Fleet Action Plan to further electrify our fleet. Our zero carbon plan will cut GHG emissions from our buildings with a series of efforts including procuring 100% green power, removing natural gas from existing buildings, and continuing to build all new facilities to zero net energy, all electric, and LEED standards. $2.5 million is included in this year's budget for the initial electrification effort in existing buildings. Under equity, we're now implementing Board Policy B74, contracting standards for janitorial, landscaping, and security service contracts. The request for proposals was posted for our first contract renewal to these standards right here at the CAC. And Jack Pellegrino and Brandon Butler will expand on our contract portfolio and labor standards approaches next. For the Health and Human Service Agency, construction completes at the Southeastern Livewell Center. With opening planned for late summer, the new center will house numerous HHSA and public safety functions and reflects years of engagement with the local community. We continue to support HHSA in establishment of solutions for persons experiencing homelessness, including construction of the Bancroft Safe Parking Site in Spring Valley Community Plan Area and the Magnolia Safe Parking Facility in the Lakeside Community Plan Area. And we're now collaborating with the state on 2 new emergency shelter home sites. In support of community, we'll begin a design of the Casa de Oro Library and the San Diego County Animal Shelter in Santee. And finally, in support of justice, the strategic initiative will complete Phase 2 of the Youth Transition Campus in December of '23 and continue to renovate major systems in the Hall of Justice and the George Bailey Detention Facility. 2 of our key metrics drive our sustainability posture. Energy use intensity, or EUI, is calculated by taking the total energy consumed per square foot of facilities so it can adjust to our changing footprint. As our EUI has decreased 33% since we started measuring in 2014, with a 10% drop in just the last 2 years alone. It's driven largely by construction of new, highly efficient buildings, completing energy efficiency and commissioning projects at existing buildings, a heavy focus on teleworking, and lower usage during the COVID-19 pandemic. Greenhouse gas or GHG emissions have decreased 47% since 2008. Data on GHG emissions is tracked annually by calendar year via an international protocol. 2022 data has not yet been determined and will be available in July. Drivers for this significant reduction are the EUI factors just mentioned from facilities, continued growth of renewables at county facilities, which currently provide 20% of our total load, reduced fleet emissions due to acquisition of more efficient vehicles and electric vehicles, and lower landfill emissions. In total, we now have 63 LEED-rated buildings. We'll have 10 zero-net energy buildings when Southeastern Livewell Center is completed this summer. All of these factors contribute to meeting our zero-carbon plan to achieve a 90% reduction of our emissions by the end of the decade. The general fund contribution to general service efforts represents just over 1% of our internal service budget and is primarily used to plan and develop the capital and major maintenance programs. DGS operations serve our client departments through an internal service fund structure via more than 400 personnel. Our department is requesting an additional 3 FTE in facility management to support the enterprise-wide janitorial, landscaping, and security service contracts. The 3 FTE are required to enhance contract monitoring requirements of B74 for 1,100 contract employees. The estimated increase to implement the contract wage floor and benefits package is currently unknown. Overall, general services non-general fund budget is increasing by $47 million in facilities management and fleet services. 80% of the $39 million increase on the facility management side is related to one-time major maintenance projects, largely concentrated at the consolidation project for the County Operations Center. Other increases include negotiated labor agreements in salaries and benefits and the one-time allocation for electrification in the zero-carbon plan. On the fleet side, it's the $7 million increase is primarily driven by fuel and vehicle procurement costs. Now I'll turn the presentation over to my colleague, Jack Pellegrino.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Marco. And good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. In the next several charts, I will highlight some of our department's accomplishments during the current year, look forward to continuing the initiatives that were adopted by your board last year, as well as describe our key actions which are aligned towards the county's strategic plan with our key performance metrics and proposed budget. DPC operates as a centralized procurement function supporting all county departments in the acquisition of goods and services necessary to meet their requirements. Our focus, in accordance with the county charter and board policies, is to provide efficient and effective procurement services in a transparent and impartial manner through competitive solicitations that allow for full participation by community contractors and suppliers. Over the past year, we have continued to strengthen our supplier outreach to community suppliers, including small, minority, women, and veteran-owned businesses. A notable achievement this last year is that 92% of our new contracts were competitively awarded, with $2.4 billion being awarded to local and nonprofit organizations. Of that amount, $214.2 million has been awarded to local small businesses. We will continue to pursue these outstanding results by partnering and building strong relationships with local contractor support organizations such as the San Diego Procurement and Technical Assistance Center, PTEC, which operates in South County at the Southwestern Community College, and the Small Business Development Center in North County. DPC hosts training and outreach sessions with both organizations to help interested contractors and community providers learn how to successfully contract with the county. Additionally, both organizations provide no-cost technical assistance. Additional highlights include recognition by the state of California and their SARA Award for Procurement Excellence and Partnership for outstanding results in outreach and contracting with small businesses and disabled veteran businesses enterprises. Also, DPC continues to collaborate closely with all departments to support county initiatives, especially the Office of Equity and Racial Justice, the Offices of Homeless Solutions, and Equitable Communities, Housing and Community Development Services, and Behavioral Health Services as part of the Health and Human Services Agency. Importantly, since the establishment of the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement last year, DPC has built a strong relationship and has worked closely with OLSC to implement the requirements of the new board policy B74 that establish labor standards for contractors performing janitorial, landscaping, and security services. An example of this strong collaboration with OLSC is that all new solicitations for services in these three areas will be conducted via a request for proposal process that includes specific requirements outlined in B74 for a contract minimum labor rate, paid time off, and the expectation of other health and welfare benefits offered to employees in order to achieve the full score for this evaluation criteria. Contractors that do not meet these employee pay and health and welfare benefits will be ineligible for award. Going forward, DPC will continue to outreach to provide information and assistance to community-based and minority contractors through our partnerships with SBDC and PTAC. We will also continue our work with the San Diego Regional Economic Development Corporation, EDC, as a co-chair of the Anchor Institution Collaborative to develop a full inventory of suppliers and contractors within the San Diego County region. This inventory will enable Anchor institutions to make focused outreach activities, specifically looking for the inclusion of minority and community small businesses. Additionally, working closely with OERJ, we are planning to participate in a subcontracting information and networking event. Subcontracting is the most effective way for businesses that have never worked in the public sector to gain the necessary experience to be successful in public contracting. Lastly, we will continue to move forward to implement B74 requirements in our new contract awards for janitorial services here at the CAC. The RFP process is ongoing, and with the expected award date in June for services to begin in the new fiscal year. In addition to the current RFP for janitorial services here at CAC, we have 2 other janitorial services and 1 as-needed landscaping services contract that are being competed this year with the new B74 requirements. These contracts are expected to be awarded by September of this year. Finally, in order to bring all current contracts into compliance with B74 requirements, negotiations have begun on all existing contracts. Based on a previous survey of these contractors, all are willing to comply with these requirements, and their current contracts will be modified accordingly after completion of negotiations. All negotiations and modifications of current contracts are planned to be completed by the end of June. DPC's planned efforts align to the county's strategic plan in 3 areas of sustainability, equity, empowerment, and community. Specifically, DPC will work closely with all departments to incorporate sustainability objectives into future solicitations and contracts. For equity, DPC will partner with OERJ, Health and Human Services, and other departments to outreach and include minority, women, veteran-owned, and small community-owned businesses in our contracting opportunities. We will also continue our collaborative efforts with OERJ to develop and implement the Equity in Contracting Checklist. DPC will continue to provide its training on procurement best practices with emphasis to departments, contracting officer representatives that perform day-to-day contract management after award to ensure that all county requirements are being met. Lastly, as mentioned earlier, DPC is proceeding to incorporate B-74 labor standards into all existing contracts at the earliest option period and all new RFPs. It is planned that all contracts will be in compliance by the end of this fiscal year. We will continue to coordinate closely with our community partners to ensure that interested suppliers have the information and support they need to fully participate in future contracting opportunities. Our key performance measures for the coming fiscal year will include maintaining our competitive awards at 90%, with at least 60% of the solicitations receiving 3 or more proposal responses. 90% of our RFPs will be completed within a 6-month time frame, and we will continue to host and engage in a significant number of outreach events and activities within the community. New for next year is a performance measure to award at least 20% of new contracts to small businesses. From a staffing perspective, to provide DPC the resources necessary to continue the outstanding procurement support for all departments and support the county initiatives, we have included in our ISF rates 1 additional FTE in our budget for next fiscal year. Subject to your questions, I will now pass the presentation over to our OLSC Deputy Director, Brandon Butler.
Thank you, Jack. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. The Board of Supervisors established the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement, otherwise known as OLSE, to serve as the central location for education and resources for employers and workers to undertake research and data analysis regarding workplace justice matters impacting workers and pursue additional enforcement measures to protect workers. With this in mind, OLSE quickly adopted this as our overview and foundation of our department. Over the course of the last year, my department has worked diligently to operationalize the board's vision and follow OLSE's mission, which is to advance labor standards through community and business engagement, strategic enforcement, innovation and study, and policy development with a commitment to workplace justice. Furthermore, through our department's efforts, we work to create and foster a culture of compliance in San Diego County that protects the safety of workers and brings awareness to businesses to ensure that workers are treated fairly and county contracts are in alignment with county and board policies and regulations. While OLSE has only brought on a limited number of staff within the last 12 months, our list of accomplishments still followed, a testament to the OLSE team and the speed at which OLSE hit the ground running to ensure maximum impact in meeting the framework created by your board. Among the accomplishments, we created the Fair Workplace Collaborative, bringing together business and worker stakeholders to help chart the course of OLSE and understand the needs of our workers and employers. We've contracted with the Employee Rights Center and the Shaw Law Group to provide broad-based education and outreach for workers and employers, respectively. OLSE developed a Workplace Justice Fund model initiative through community engagement, dialoguing with other OLSEs throughout the country and meeting with employment law experts and academics. OLSE, as directed by the board in the OLSE framework, will bring a board letter proposing to create the Workplace Justice Fund, creating a model to pay workers for wages owed while holding employers who violated the law accountable. We have implemented, along with the Department of Purchasing and Contracting, the Leading by Example initiative, creating anti-wage theft measures to ensure a fair playing field for businesses that seek to do business with the county. And we've worked in conjunction with the Office of Evaluation and Performance Analytics to develop state and federal wage theft dashboards that collectively measure the entire breadth of wage theft in San Diego County by industry and location. In addition, OLSE and the Office of Evaluation and Performance Analytics conducted research identifying every type of business in the county and unincorporated area by industry, number of employees, and average sales to better understand how to reach businesses and provide assistance regarding labor law compliance. As you've heard from both Marco and Jack today, a centerpiece of the B-74 policy is the Wage Theft Retention Fund and represents the county's commitment to ensure that the contracted janitorial, landscapers, and security guards who work on county property, many of them for many years, will not be left without a paycheck if their employer commits acts of wage theft. In the past, contracted employees' only resource was to complain to the Labor Commissioner, where current wait times can make a complaint last over 1.5 years before resolution. Now, vendors will be required to set aside 5% or $100,000 of their contract, whichever is less, in a wage theft retention fund the county will hold on to, similar to a deposit, to cover any violations of labor laws against employees. If there are no deductions from the fund, the money is returned at the close of the contract. In addition, within the policy exists a process by which cases will be investigated by OLSE. Employers will receive the opportunity to be heard and counter allegations with relevant evidence. In the event a complaint is received where a violation is sustained, an employer will receive detailed allegations of the complaint in order to be able to respond and defend the allegations. OLSE will make the final determination. And even after a final determination, an employer can choose to pay voluntarily. Only when an employer refuses to pay the workers for lost wages after an adjudication by OLSE will the funds be used. We hope, with all of the outreach and education efforts we have made to help vendors comply with the law here at the county, that we never have to use this fund. But if we do, a neutral process has been created to ensure workplace justice complaints are heard and resolved timely. The next fiscal year represents the year where OLSE will implement core programs to fulfill the framework and vision for OLSE that the board created. The next steps looking forward include continuing to develop the OLSE website and the listserv and actually our new county website and additional educational material, including our training calendar. We're going to develop additional enforcement measures to prevent wage theft in the county unincorporated area. Develop a small business labor compliance program to help small business owners comply with labor laws. And we're going to develop an alternatives to incarceration, employment law outreach, and education component to OLSE's work to educate employers. We're going to implement the Workplace Justice Fund, implement the Good Faith Restaurant Owners Program, and develop a certificate of occupancy program. The county recognizes the essential role of sustainable, equitable, and inclusive economic development in providing for a healthy regional economy. OLSE's key initiatives align with the strategic plan in several areas. As those who spoke before me here today gave their comments, we did not stray from the common ground in our message, and that is how disproportionately impacted communities of color are vulnerable to improper treatments. Through our sustainability initiatives, OLSE is working closely with the Office of Evaluation and Performance Analytics, developing data dashboards to analyze the impact and issues related to employers who have been found to violate labor laws in San Diego County. Using data and research, OLSE can create effective outreach and enforcement programs to protect workers and reduce labor violations for employers. OLSE is committed to using data to improve protections for workers and educate employers to understand labor compliance laws. The implementation of Board Policy B74 continues to showcase the importance of meeting the needs of the people we serve by continuing to create policies and reduce and eliminate poverty and promoting economic sustainability for all. The county strives to unlock the full potential of the local economy by dismantling barriers and expanding opportunities for low-income people and communities of color. Based on a study by the Economic Policy Institute prior to the pandemic, minimum wage violations amounted to an estimated $2 billion of stolen wages from workers nationally. Though OLSE's equity initiatives, we are working to be the resource for both workers and employers on employment law matters, which could be confusing and not straightforward to understand. During COVID-19, it was even exacerbated where many businesses and workers did not know where to go for assistance to understand changing employment laws. Now, OLSE is the hub for our community to obtain direct responses and appropriate referrals related to employment law matters. This includes a dedicated labor law inquiry line and email address for both businesses and workers who need assistance understanding labor rights and obligations. In our March 23rd press conference hosted here at the County Administration Center, California Labor Commissioner Lilia Garcia-Brower said it best: community engagement and education and outreach is the foundation of labor enforcement. This falls in line exactly with what we do in the reimagined GMS model community engagement, which is based on the principle that all that we do should be for and created in partnership with the people we serve. Based on community engagement, identifying educational needs, as well as reviewing other successful models throughout the United States,
OLSE is implementing initiatives to create an educational resource hub for workers and employers here in the county. OLSE has engaged with numerous community-based stakeholders and ensured that our efforts were aimed at both workers and businesses. Through this, our strategic initiatives surrounding community are extensive, but a few examples are developing a multilingual and accessible outreach and education program for both workers and employers. OLSE is dedicated to ensuring that members of our community, irrespective of the language they speak or impacting disabilities, will be reached by the OLSE Outreach Plan. From the beginning, OLSE partnered with a community-based organization, the Employee Rights Center, to develop community-based outreach initiatives that will impact our community's most vulnerable workers. In partnership with the Employee Rights Center, OLSE developed a co-educational outreach model that uses trusted community partners to reach all communities where they are at and then build trust. From day one, OLSE has been working with the community to develop the vision of OLSE and chart the course together to help protect workers and educate and assist businesses with employment law compliance. OLSE, in partnership with many stakeholders, formed the Fair Workplace Collaborative, bringing together businesses and worker stakeholders on a monthly basis to provide updates in the progression of OLSE, build accountability of OLSE, and together discuss the needs and solutions for our community. OLSE, as a new office in fiscal year 21-22, did not have any performance metrics initially. In FY 22-23, even without being fully staffed, OLSE outperformed both the community engagement and educational outreach metrics. Due to OLSE and the county's core mission being centered around community engagement, OLSE, from the beginning, has sought to develop relationships with the full spectrum of stakeholders to introduce the office and share that OLSE was here to help. OLSE completed 40 more community engagement metrics than adopted, for a total of 75 community engagement activities. In addition, OLSE conducted education and outreach trainings for a total of 40 times in fiscal year 22-23, outpacing the 25 trainings adopted. This is because OLSE believes only through outreach and education can both workers become informed of their rights and for businesses to understand their legal obligations, which together prevent violations from even occurring in the first place. In fiscal year 23-24, now that some of the initial introduction meetings with the community have occurred, OLSE will seek to complete 50 community engagement activities and 50 educational outreach trainings in fiscal year 23-24, continuing the mission of lifting up labor standards for both workers and businesses. OLSE seeks to add one additional FTE to the fiscal year 23-24 recommended budget for a total of $1.4 million, an increase of $200,000. The FTE will create the first program coordinator position for OLSE. The position will help facilitate the Workplace Justice Fund, implementation of the B-74 policy, develop reports and analysis for OLSE's work, and monitor contracts for OLSE, among other duties. OLSE has intentionally operated in a lean capacity, but the need for a program coordinator is evident in order to meet the expectations of the workers and businesses in the county as OLSE strives to fulfill the framework developed by the board for OLSE. This concludes my presentation, and I will turn it back over to Ebony, subject to any questions from the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon, and thank you, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. We really appreciate the opportunity to highlight FT3 departments and the upcoming budget year. We do have various members from FT3 here in the audience if you have questions specific for us, but that concludes our presentation, subject to any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for presentation, for all the work and for the partnership, especially through the last year and some of the work that we did, particularly with our janitors, et cetera. But my question is for human resources, and I know they're not up here, so I'm back. Thank you, thank you. I'll ask you the question as you're coming down. One of the things that we talked about last year was the CAO had flagged that we had filling vacancies was a big issue, right? So I just wanted to get an overall update. I heard different perspectives from different folks, different leaders throughout the agency, and so just want to get an update on overall vacancy rates and some of the strategies that we have to deploy for recruitment and assumptions I'm making that we're working with our equity partners to make sure that we have, a workforce that's reflective of our communities that we work with directly.
So when the fiscal year started last year with the addition of
to positions, we're at a 20% vacancy rate. As of today, we're at 10%. So over the course of the year, we have reduced it by half, and we have goals to reduce it to 7% this year and then 4% the following year. Pre-COVID, adding over 2,500 positions, we averaged a 4% vacancy rate. So we would like to get to that rate. So we're managing all the new positions that were added at the same time managing the turnover. So that's it's taking us a little time, but by reducing it by half, I think that's a great start. We implemented blind applicant screening this year as part of the equity. So when departments receive their applicants, the identifying information is not there. So that will help with a diverse candidate pool to help with our diverse hiring in the county.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much, and again, really just a wonderful presentation and just such a extraordinary amount of work and progress on so many fronts, and I'm just very grateful, and I want to just take a moment to thank you, Ebony, for your leadership. I know that this has been a difficult spring and a lot going on for you, and I'm really happy to see you here. And we are really grateful for everything you do for all of us and for the community and the county. Again, I feel like this is another time where I can't really possibly address all the fantastic work everyone's doing. I just actually had a question. So you went through kind of quickly the capital projects piece, and after redistricting, we all have different districts. All of us do. And I have this area, Little Italy, down here, and I've gotten a ton of outreach from concerned community members regarding the proposed big renovations in Waterfront Park. And I was just wondering if it would be possible to put a pause on those and go back, do a little bit of kind of additional community outreach, get some more community input. I had a lot of people who seem to be really interested in more active programming, how we could use this space in a sort of a more flexible way with lots of different kinds of programming for the community. I can share sort of some of what has come my way. So maybe looking at that, and potentially I know that we're obviously really committed, all of us, to these mental and behavioral health investments, and wondering if there might be sort of a use for some of the capital funds in doing mental behavioral health services for justice-involved youth or something like that. I know that that's been a big priority, but hasn't necessarily had the resources that we were looking at. Long question, but seems to something that we should jump on right now.
I'm interested in this subject because I used to represent this district, particularly the waterfront, and I know we did a lot of work on this issue. We did have a lot of community work outreach that we did, and we heard a lot from the community and did a lot of planning about what it was going to look like, particularly the waterfront and what this whole area and what it meant to the community as a whole, including the neighboring communities that I represent as well. So if we're thinking about making any changes specifically because I think what's really interesting about the waterfront park is that this is a regional park. It's not just a particular district park. So I want to make sure that we look at it from that lens, because that's what we looked at it, how we looked at it when we were making decisions about what it was going to look like and the partnerships that we were looking at. And we did have a lot of extensive community work. And so as we're moving forward, instead of, I appreciate the conversation about pausing, but I would like us to really take a step back and think about how do we make sure that we take into account all of the work that has been done and the projections and how we're doing it. And I absolutely believe that we should be investing in behavioral health and a lot of other programs, but just a reminder that the waterfront park and the work that we've done specifically in this area has been a lot of investment, a lot of community outreach, and I understand, advocates, there's always some people who like it and some people who don't totally get it, but I really want us to kind of take a step back because we did do a lot of work on the front end, and I was one of two folks who was on this committee that did a lot of the groundwork on this particular park. So I just wanted to share that piece because I think it's important, and we haven't had a chance to have a conversation about that. And I want to make sure that I put that on the record because it's important to me. I don't know if you wanted to share something.
Why don't I jump in here, and then Brian, you can answer some of the specific questions. We have a little bit of time because we have the chiller project that's going on. So maybe we could have a meeting. We would not have a Brown Act violation, I want to make sure, because we don't have a subcommittee any longer on this. We did many years ago. Perhaps the two supervisors, one that had this district and the one that now has this district, we could get together and we could go through what has been done and maybe share some of that and have some discussion back and forth. And that would help inform what we bring forward in the budget if you wanted to make some changes during the budget process. Do we have enough time to do that, Brian? I heard this morning that maybe the chiller project was taking a little bit longer and we might have another few weeks.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Chairwoman, Vice Chair, and Madam CAO. The chiller project is most likely going to go into June. But I would just remind everybody we have an executed contract and mobilization is taking place for the active recreation renovation project. So we would be able to unwind that with some costs and discuss doing some additional public outreach and looking at possibly modifying that. I will say we've actually done in the downtown area and regionally quite a bit of engagement and public outreach, more than we typically do for a project. So I would not anticipate that it would lead to any new input for items that would actually fit in that space, but we certainly can conduct additional outreach.
Would you want to convene
Yeah, I think that sounds like a very good way forward. I think from my point of view, I'm obviously responsible, trying to be accountable to constituents, and so want to make sure that I haven't heard anyone come forward in favor and lots of against, but as the chairwoman has pointed out, sometimes squeaky wheels are more squeaky. So I, and I also want to make sure that we're, properly prioritizing, as we think about our limited resources and, is it going to go to homelessness or is it going to go to behavioral health or is it going to, how do we kind of balance those pieces? So that's another kind of part of the equation for me, and making sure that we're prioritizing the things that I think are sort of urgent for the region.
Okay, so we'll take the action then to convene a meeting, and then during the budget hearings, we would present that. Because right now we have a contract in place, we have board direction. So we would need direction to undo that if you chose to go in a different direction. But we have a week or so where we could convene a meeting, and then you two could decide what action if you wanted to bring something forward during the budget process, and then the full board would be aware of that and then have to vote on any change.
That sounds perfect.
Okay?
Yeah, thank you.
You good, Brian? Ebony? All right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to the clerk for public comments.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 14 requests to speak on this item, 5 in person, 9 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 3 e-comments, 2 in favor and 1 neutral. Any members of the public that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'll note that all speakers are in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Michael Brando, Mark Consuelo, election expert, and Truth. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Waiting for the old timer there.
You don't see it yet. It's black. There's no timer. Oh, there we go. It's gonna load. Let's trial up. That's good. Cool. All right, time to wake up, everybody. That was a long presentation. So this is truth, and just like this pin says right here, I'm tougher than the rest. That's why I'm here. So first, Tara, if your failures are successes, then are your successes actually failures? Okay, let's be real. Not a single one of you supervisors read this budget item 654-page attachment A. Did anyone even make sure that this budget is just a copy of last year's? Jim, glad you're here. Ebony counted zillions and zillions of pennies, $8.1 billion worth of funny money. There we go, there's a prop. Even despite all of their data-driven deception, HHSA is getting over 39% of this budget. But for the sheriffs, the wellness unit should not be expanded because it's clearly not working with those who've engaged in bad monkey business in these chambers. Here's looking at you, Paul Bonanna. Nathan's favorite was the behavioral health beast. Its inverted pyramid and $1 million plus beds. Of course, he turned out to be a hypocritical mythomaniac, so maybe this whole department should be removed right along with Nathan. And then we could conservatorship that money right back to the people instead of institutionally incarcerating them via courts. There's also the toxic regional decarbonization framework to decarbonize to zero human life. Over $294 million will be spent to scoop up over 30,000 acres of land through the PACE and multiple species conservation programs. Over $127 million on the county public health lab, maybe to modify and release some fun new future viruses. There will be a stack and packs for all, real housing for none program. And lastly, if I understood it correctly, it looks like about a $393,000 salary for these supervisors. Congrats. But it's unethical to allow only one comment for all these presentations when last year we were able to comment on every single one of them. But let's end on a joke. You need to call this budget the We Got You budget. Get it? Got you done wrong.
Next speaker, please.
Michael, Ms. Vargas, please, in consideration of the Brown Act, do not interrupt me. My comments have to do with various aspects of the budget. Equity, I think I've heard that word like over 500 times today. Equity sounds like a compassionate notion. Belongingness, diversity, equity, inclusion. It is selectively compassionate because it gives some people a boost and not others. It can involve taking something away from a person, and that's not so compassionate, and giving it to another person. And this is allegedly compassionate. In order to have equality of outcomes, that means everything and everyone needs to be the same, like robots. And this whole meeting has seemed like a big robot theater, something like that 1975 film, The Stepford Wives. HHS, yes, they're not for equity. That whole system needs to be disbanded. I still have not heard anything about equity involving people that have been injured or killed by these injections. It's never talked about. I have a friend now who's been multiply injected and is near going into the hospital. This is a big sham. And lastly, why are these budgets not ever tied to the agenda of the World Economic Forum? This is not a conspiracy theory. Helen, you know that. You know, again, it's like talking to robots here because the same thing is said over and over and year after year. Hey, last book, An End to Upside Down Thinking. If you want to do a good budget, get metaphysically right. An End to Upside Down Thinking, Mark Gober.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is the election expert, or Justin Castro, if you guys want to know. I've been listening last couple days, or last couple times, you guys know, on the direction that you guys are pushing. I've also noticed how some of you guys want to divert county resources to go towards a political agenda, because we are a nonpartisan office, which means we should treat everyone equally. I also heard that you guys wanted to defend people's rights at work, yet you stumbled all over mine for 6 years. 6 years. I'm still, it doesn't matter. What does matter is that you guys are making decisions based off of a faulty election. Without a doubt. Next week or next meeting, I will explain that to you. I may run, I may not. Either way, I will be telling people how election fraud is rampant. I will tell people how they could take an envelope and throw it into a freezer for about an hour and it will pop right open. I will tell people how ballots are unidentifiable, which means interchangeable. I will ask you guys a question again that I asked after Newsom's election. How many ballots came back in the wrong ballot type? I'm kind of curious on how that would happen, because I would expect the answer would be 0. That answer could have been given to me right away. Instead, you guys ignore me on that question. You guys ignore the fact that I'm asking the question.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Now hear from the next speaker. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I know, but everyone will know how to cheat in the next election.
That's all they do, Consuelo. They have money for things that people don't need, like more surveillance and bullshit reconstruction of the streets. As for the cameras, I agree. We should, but all cameras should be focused on these puppets and not on you or me. Look around, it's not hard to see. They're working hard for the people, but not we. It's for the 1% they work for. That fact will always be. You can beg and plead our money. You can beg and plead they use our money for good use, like a safe place for the less fortunate to live, or a park and a playground where the children can play and feel free, but they won't. They'll never work for you or me. Right now, as I speak, there are people waiting to enter this country at the border in Tijuana. Perhaps, Nora, you should go back to where you came from and see the great progress you are all making. I was just there. I showed a video clip to these people of the homeless in downtown saying, this is what you're looking forward to come, and this is what you're going to experience. They use all of us. It's plain to see they don't care. They'll never care. They don't work for you and me. They're working for an agenda to be fulfilled. That's it. Can't you see? They're a corporation. All we are to them are tax cattle. They will keep you happy only to keep you producing like a fucking cow on a dairy farm. They give you just enough. They know when to halt and entirely piss you off. And entirely pissing you off only because they need your cheese. Yet, they'll still keep you confined, strapped down for the rest of your life, but that's okay. You have cable, entertainment, and sports events. They keep you distracted and happy. They keep you content.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, in reference to the new budget, this whole thing is a scam. If you look at this video, Rosa Corey, this is a YouTube title. Rosa, excuse me, I'm out of breath, I had to run. Rosa Corey was the district branch chief for the Department of Transportation. Her specialty is eminent domain valuation. She was a litigation support person, expert witness in land use and property valuation. An expert witness in California courts, accepted. Should see that from 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Should see this from 6 minutes and 40 seconds. The CO2 in our atmosphere, the entire budget is based on the Climate Action Plan from 2018 that proposes that we've got a catastrophic CO2 emission that's going to cause a giant problem. This is absolutely a lie. CO2 in our atmosphere is at 0.04%. It was at 0.03. It's only gone up 1/100th, and it's a fact that carbon emissions only warm the atmosphere to a certain degree, and then it's like water and salt and water. It just can't be any more soluble. It doesn't raise the temperature anymore. It's mostly the sun. However, the UN and the WEF, World Economic Forum, need a global excuse to control governments globally, something that could supersede any kind of power, such an emergency. Some of the smartest people in the world, I don't have time, so you're going to have to see these videos. This is Klaus Schwab saying that he's penetrate governments. These two are some of the smartest people on climate change and what a scam it is.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Hi, my name is Yasmin Howerton. Thank you for providing the opportunity to address you today. As a small Black business owner, I have personally experienced many unexpected challenges in my career, but nothing quite like those brought on by COVID-19. The small business stimulus grant has the potential to make a substantial difference in the lives of many. However, the current approval process that I've experienced while waiting to see if I've been approved for the grant has caused significant delays in delivering the vital support that is much needed for my business. I'm respectfully requesting that the board implement 3 key measures to enhance the timeliness, transparency, and thoroughness of the grant program. Number 1, if you could please just streamline the application process. Number 2, please enhance the communication by implementing procedures that prioritize prompt and accurate responses to applicants. And number 3, just to ensure the integrity of the grant program, could you please establish an impartial mechanism for applicants to provide feedback for any issues they may encounter when going through the application process? Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys, and thank you for the attention and consideration.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Paul Henkin. A lot of work went into the budget, but waste is waste, whether 1,000 or 1 million. The first page of the budget is not the title, but an award from last year. I choose the facts over awards, so. Now, the one area that needs a lot more is child support. As moms join the workforce, domestic violence is on the rise and school-related problems increase. To take away 37 people from child support services is just wrong. I condemn the use of an equity tool to shape the budget. The socially equitable cannabis program will give greater opportunities to people with drug arrests or convictions. Is this how a disadvantaged community would want to be viewed? Blind applicant screening blocks personal info that would bias a hiring decision. I hate to tell you, but bias kicks in as soon as the door opens. The Healthy Places Index mapping by zip code prioritizes funds for rental aid, youth sports, and public works assessment. The counties are prioritizing street repairs by zip code. public safety group programs would go a long way toward fixing the homeless problem and actually stopping crime at the source before it happens. It deserves more than a 5% increase. HCSA's COVID.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
You know who I am. I'd like to give that propaganda update a warm handoff. Yeah, everything that you guys do is all to destroy everybody's lives. And it's so funny because you have $8.11 billion to do that with right now. And it's all, a lot of these things are to mitigate the things that you've implemented that ruin people's lives. And now you've got to make up for it. And you're not making up for it. But where does that money come from? It comes from the people, all of these people that are hard workers, blood, sweat, and tears that go into it. And you guys take their money and you throw it down the drain to put them in 15-minute cities and implement a global agenda that you guys know that you're doing. And then you sit here and you go, we have to create all of these things to hold us accountable and put money here and put money there and look what we're doing, but nothing really gets done, does it? It all gets worse. Everything that you guys touch turns to ash. And all the money that you're spending is the people's money, and you're doing that without their consent. You create all these other entities or go to nonprofits or people that aren't even in the community, the people that come to you and tell you what they want because it dissents from your agenda. You sit there and tell them to shut up, or you silence them, or you have them beaten out in the hallway. And everything that you want to do is like contradictory to your whole sustainability plan. I thought we're supposed to not drive and you need to reduce lanes. So why are we even talking about electric vehicles when we know that those aren't even going to put a gap in your whole reducing carbon, which means you want to reduce people, which means you need to get rid of us, which is why you continue to give all of these bioweapon injections to reduce the population, right? Or make you zombies, like all of you guys, like Michael was saying with the whole Stepford Wives thing. We see what you're doing. We do not consent. You guys, you're standing over the abyss, and it's about to envelop you. It's good. So you guys need to turn away from what you're doing. You're not going to get away with it. Have fun trying.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Ann Riddle here. As a resident of the unincorporated area here in the county all my life, I was curious about particularly what Health and Human Services funding would look like. As a person who began their career working as a social worker and now volunteer in youth programs, I hope to see strong spending on mental health solutions and substance abuse solutions. I'm concerned that we recognize fentanyl use and the devastating effect it has on our young people and others, but particularly for young people, it's because they were already using another drug that turned out to be adulterated, and then the fentanyl in that drug killed them. So the real issue is the choice to use drugs. So we need to understand where that need to use drugs is coming from so that we can work on our substance abuse problems for young people altogether. I'd like to suggest, as a person who's worked with young people all their lives, that marijuana businesses in the unincorporated area sends the message that the solution to all of life's problems is to use drugs. It's a message it sends early. They send early, and they send it strongly through advertising and billboards. This is not progress in solving substance abuse problems and mental health problems of our young people. We need to set that aside as the research continues to come in, indicating that it's terribly important what young people see and the choices of the people around them, the adults around them, put into place. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. My name is Kathleen Lippett, as a resident of unincorporated community. This 654 pages of what is ironically called a community budget However, it does not reflect community priorities or their concerns. County initiatives further concentrate county authority and ignore and disenfranchise the voice of unincorporated community residents to have a say in the initiatives that will impact their lives. The board majority supported the now disgraced chair with his partnership with a longtime marijuana industry leader to adopt what they disingenuously called a socially equitable cannabis program. There's nothing socially equitable about it. No empirical evidence or cost-benefit analysis was provided to support that assertion, to justify that equity policies would benefit minority communities. Taxpayer grant funding allows those previously convicted of drug crimes to reopen as legalized drug dealers in communities once victimized by drug dealers. The equity concept was the brainchild of the marijuana industry. It was a ruse to use taxpayer money to fund the marijuana industry, enable public electeds to sound virtuous, and prevent public opposition. It redefined those once recognized as the victimizers as victims. The true victims of community drug dealing, drug abuse, and addiction are the individuals and families destroyed by addiction and drug crimes. Community members asked for the county to address upstream factors that keep people and communities safe and healthy. Clean air, clean water, a good education, good food, safe parks, streets, access to affordable medical and mental health care. Minority parents and other non-economically conflicted voices never asked for opportunities for their children to become.
And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment this afternoon.
Thank you so much. Again, I want to just say thank you to all of the folks who prepared the budget. So many, we are all took deep dives to try to better understand where, our funding priorities are, and making sure that all of the initiatives that this board has presented are part of the, process as we're moving forward. And so with that, I just want to turn it over to the clerk to provide information to the public on the upcoming opportunities on how people can engage in the budget process, because it's the piece where we want to make sure we hear from the community as much as we can. So with that.
Thank you. Chairwoman, you had asked a question earlier when the Luge group was presenting on the community gardens.
Oh, yeah.
And Dr. Hernandez is here. She has sent your office some information, but she's here if you would like her to answer your question.
That would be great. Can you just let people know? I know many people were interested in that. Thank you.
This was on the community food production grant.
Thank you so much. Happy to provide an update. Applications were due on March 31st, and the San Diego Foundation, who administers this grant process, has been reviewing the applications. They've made a determination. 112 applications were received, and they are in the process of notifying the 43 community organizations that received these awards. Once that information goes public, we will definitely provide that information to your office, categorized by board area along with the amount. Thank you.
Appreciate that. All right.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. There are several opportunities for the public to comment on the recommended operational plan. Members of the public may provide written comments to the budget. To comment online, please visit the county's website at www.sandiegocounty.gov/budget. Additionally, the Board of Supervisors will formally begin the budget hearing process on Monday, June 12, 2023 at 9 a.m., when the board will receive public testimony on all areas of the budget. A second hearing is also scheduled for Thursday, June 15, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. Budget deliberations and adoption are scheduled for Tuesday, June 27, 2023 at 9 a.m. And the next regular board meeting will take place on Tuesday, May 23, 2023 at 9 a.m.
Fantastic. Supervisor Desmond?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Really appreciate it. I just want to say thank you to Helen and Ebony and the whole team for putting this all together. I know it takes many months to pull all of this together and bring it forward. So I'm looking forward to the community input on this. And one thing I want to restate is we're the municipal government for the unincorporated areas, which are primarily underserved. And I just want to make sure that we remind ourselves that we got to make sure their needs are met. And keeping the county in good fiscal shape, including funding the pension system and having strong reserves is important, and I appreciate that being a part of the budget presentation. I also want to make sure that we don't put the county at financial risk by funding programs that the state and federal government should be funding. If we keep backfilling their programs, it's a losing battle. But I also want to make sure that we're keeping our communities, so our capital projects, effective and efficient programs, our roads, our parks, affordable housing, and it's important to have a balance and achieve this. And this draft budget is a very good start. So once again, thank you, Helen and Ebony, and I appreciate the opportunity to chime in. Thanks.
All right. With that, thank you to everyone. That concludes our meeting.